Magnetic Femininity. Unlock Your Feminine Majesty and Heal Your Life by Ali Doucette. Narrated by the author, Ali Doucette. Copyright 2023 by Ali Doucette. All rights reserved. No portion of this book may be reproduced in any form without expressed written permission from Ali Doucette, except as permitted by U.S. copyright law. Cover art created by Mandy Felici. By accepting this book, the participant understands that it is not intended to be used as a sole source of mental or physical health care. While all attempts have been made to verify the information provided in this text, neither Ali Doucette nor Doucette Consulting LLC assumes any responsibility for errors or contradictory interpretations of information contained herein. Acceptance or usage of this book implies full knowledge of all liabilities as expressly disclaimed. Any perceived reference to specific persons or organizations is unintentional. In situations where it is appropriate, it is suggested that all readers consult their own mental health care provider prior to engaging in the exercises herein. Introduction. If you're picking up this book, I'm guessing it's because your inner femininity is yearning to be nourished. Whether you are single or married, there's a part of your soul that is looking for answers that you instinctively know can only be found through connecting with your natural feminine majesty. The answer can only be found through polarity. Polarity in this context refers to the complementary opposites of masculinity and femininity. When a person is polarized in this context, it means that a man is operating primarily from masculine energy, and a woman is operating primarily from feminine energy. Masculinity and femininity are complementary opposites that attract, like a magnet. When a woman is operating mostly from her feminine energy, she becomes magnetic, hence the name of this book. If you are looking for a way to magnetically improve your life as a woman, this may be your answer. As you heal and step into your feminine majesty, you will see for yourself how forces greater than yourself mobilize in ways you cannot predict or understand for the sole purpose of supporting you, protecting you, guiding you, and meeting your needs. Feminine energy is incredibly powerful, and when women step fully into it, it has the power to heal all of our relationships with others, and, more importantly, our relationship with ourselves. Men are designed to seek out, protect, provide for, and devote themselves to feminine women. In an earlier draft of this book, women readers would edit that sentence to cross out the word feminine, as though men are driven to protect and provide for all women. But that is simply not true, and we as women in the modern world have learned this the hard way, whether we realized that was what we were learning from our experiences or not. Men do not feel driven to devote themselves to women just because they are women. Men are driven to devote themselves specifically to women who embody feminine energy. When women do not embody feminine energy, men do not devote themselves to those women. And it is unfortunately as simple as that. We as women know this by now. We have seen it play out in real life. We have seen betrayals, we have seen laziness, we have seen neglect from the men in our lives. When men engage in betrayal, laziness, neglect, and even abuse, it is very often because the polarity in the relationship is off. Often, a woman healing her own feminine polarity is enough to end those behaviors in the men around her for once and for all. And if that is not enough to shift those behaviors, then a woman in her feminine majesty has so much faith in her own self-worth that it is a simple choice for her to leave that situation knowing that she will magnetically call to herself a relationship that is better. Either partner can heal the polarity in a relationship. When just one person consciously shifts their polarity, it shifts the nature of the entire relationship. This is because polarity is like a magnet. When one person polarizes by more fully embodying the energy that corresponds with their biology, it magnetically invites the other person in the relationship to polarize right back. I know it may seem unfair that you have to do all the work of polarizing in this way. Don't you do practically all the work in your relationship? I know many women feel that way. I would guess that many women reading this book have done many things to heal their relationships, and nothing has worked yet. You may be tired and frustrated, and I feel so sorry about that. The fact is that when it comes to healing relationships, the brunt of the hard work falls on the person who is the most emotionally mature and the person who is most willing to do the work. And if you are reading this book, I'm guessing that that person in your relationship is you. You are the one who is doing the work. My hope is that this is the last book on healing feminine energy and marriage that you will ever need. My hope is that once you are done with this book, you will feel that you have the tools you need to heal your relationships and yourself. So keep breathing, because I believe you are going to finally find answers in your life that make sense and are practical and actionable. You can do this. The secret to inspiring devotion in a man is to fully embody feminine energy, feminine majesty. When women who embody feminine energy are scarce, the masculine drive to find the feminine drives men to look within themselves to find it. When this happens, men feminize themselves in the search for femininity. Pornography addiction, affairs, and obsessions with things like anime and fandom are all things that can happen when men feminize themselves as a response to what they perceive as a lack of feminine energy around them. Hiding out in a man cave, communicating in grunts, and spending all day engrossed in video games, workaholism, and other distractions is also a form of self-feminization men can turn to when they do not perceive embodied feminine energy around them. This is rarely conscious, and most men would not consciously agree that they have feminized themselves by acting in these ways. If the men in your life are dealing with these problems, is that your fault for not being sufficiently feminine? Emphatically, no, because these are men we are talking about, and no matter what is going on with the women in their lives, men, like women, are capable of keeping their promises and being good people, no matter what others in their lives are up to. This is to say that there is a clear explanation for virtually all of the major problems in marriages and dating relationships, or the lack of dating relationships, and that explanation is a distortion of the masculine-feminine polarity. I would say that this is no one's fault right now. We live in a society and a culture that is absolutely toxic for masculine-feminine polarity. This is also to say that if you are dealing with major struggles in your marriage or with the men in your life generally, there is an answer for you. And that answer is stepping into radiant, inspiring, feminine majesty. Years ago, my marriage was in a bad place, and I went to God seeking permission for divorce. What I got was a divine metaphorical kick in the pants and a commandment to become more feminine. This was, at the time, the literal worst thing I could possibly imagine. At the time, everything I liked about myself was masculine energy, and unhealthy masculine energy at that. I loved my brash attitude, my ability to take charge, my ability to ignore my emotions to get the job done. I felt like God was telling me I had to be a wimpy pants. Isn't feminine energy just loser energy? That's literally how I felt about it. But I was wrong. And every day now, I feel so grateful that I worked through my trauma around the concept of feminine energy, because stepping into my feminine majesty has completely shifted every aspect of my life. It saved my dying marriage. It helped me heal my relationships with my children. Perhaps most importantly, it's helped me heal my relationship with myself. I hadn't previously realized how much I judged myself just for being female. I felt like I always had to prove something. Femininity was a chip on my shoulder, and I spent so much time and energy fighting it. But when I stopped fighting femininity and sank into it instead, miracles happened. I don't mean to imply that I am perfectly embodying feminine energy at all times. I am still a work in progress myself. But I know firsthand how powerful and life-changing it can be to step into the magnetism of feminine majesty after a lifetime of pushing it away. This is a book to help you experience feminine miracles as well. It doesn't matter if you are single or married or dating. I hope it changes your life. I hope it gives you the tools you need to heal your life. You will see for yourself as you bravely work through this book that everything will change for you. Your entire life will be turned upside down, and it might hurt at first, but then you will see for yourself how it gets much, much better. We're going to start with a discussion of what femininity is. We're going to address our triggers. We're going to talk about the actual concrete how-tos of how to heal your feminine side. And hopefully, we're going to frame it in a way that is palatable and actionable so that you can start seeing miracles from day one. As an additional side note, all names in this book have been changed. I wrote this particular book to be a sort of encyclopedia of all my knowledge and research on feminine energy. So it touches on many topics, including dating, motherhood, emotional healing, and more. In the future, I plan to create an abridged version with just the highlights, but I wanted this book to contain everything I consider critical for women to understand about womanhood in a very thorough way. Several of these chapters were written as standalone chapters, and I literally prayed about the order to put them in. As you read this book, the most important thing to me is that you trust your intuition as you go. I'm not a perfect person, and I'm not perfectly feminine at all times myself. You are qualified to read this book and pay attention to your feelings as you go. Your intuition will tell you what is important for you and what is not important for you, what is true for you and what is not true for you. You are wise, and you are capable of sorting through information to find out what you feel needs to apply to your own life. You are an incredible being. I know this because the divine essence of women is something unlike any other. Biblically speaking, woman was the crowning glory of creation. Part of stepping into your feminine energy is allowing yourself to luxuriate in the knowledge that you are already good enough. Just being yourself is enough. If you start getting discouraged on the journey, please just remember this. You are already good enough. Your body and soul are good enough as they are. You are magnificent. You are important. Your feelings are important. Your needs are important. And you are important as a feminine being. Let's get started. Author's note: for extra support on this magnificent journey, come join us on Facebook at Official Magnetic Femininity Support Group. Chapter 1. Understanding the Polarity. Femininity cannot exist in a vacuum. Masculine and feminine energy create each other and are defined by each other. To understand femininity, we need to understand masculinity too. Feminine and masculine energies are both absolute and relative. What this means is, there are some things that are absolutely feminine, with no room for serious debate, such as the female body carrying 2 XX chromosomes. That is absolutely feminine, but at the same time, femininity is also relative. Men are more independent than women are, and women are more independent than babies are. Babies are more relatively feminine than women, for example, while women depend on men for their survival, women cannot depend on babies for survival. Babies must depend on women for survival. Men can provide for their families, but women must provide for babies, for example, in the form of breast milk, which is a feminine and nurturing form of provision, but still provision. Even male babies are relatively feminine to women in this context. Boy babies are masculine in absolute terms since they are male. But due to the fact that they are babies and unable to actually be independent or protect or provide for anyone, they must rely on their mothers for protection and provision. All babies are relatively feminine to women, even if they are boys. This changes around puberty, when boys take on more manly characteristics and become capable of stepping into the masculine role. But even when girls grow up to be women, they still often turn to their mothers for guidance and emotional support, putting their mothers in a relatively masculine role relative to their own. In this instance, both a mother and daughter are still feminine in absolute terms, but in the context of their relationship to each other, as long as the mother is the leader and guide in the relationship, the mother is in a masculine role in the context of that relationship. Between any two women, one of them is going to be more feminine than the other. In the context of relationships between two women, typically one woman will take the lead and then the other will. Anytime any person is leading another person, that is a masculine activity on the masculine-feminine spectrum. A woman leading another woman obviously does not make her a man, but it does mean that in the context of that activity, she is exemplifying a masculine form of feminine energy. Female-female relationships tend to take turns with who is giving, who is receiving, who takes the lead, and who goes along for the ride. This is necessary for the function of these relationships. If all women refused to ever lead in the context of any relationship because leadership falls on the masculine side of the spectrum, no women could have functional relationships with each other, and children would be left to raise themselves while mothers waited for their children to lead them. This is obviously a recipe for disaster, as well as being biologically non-viable. Women can stay feminine while leading. The important thing is the context and making sure to lead in a feminine way. We'll talk more about this in future chapters. Humans exist in a sexed reality. What I mean by that is, when it comes to humans, there are male humans and female humans. The issue of sex versus gender is very fraught right now. On an energetic level, the energies of male people and female people are different. Masculine energy emanates outwards. Feminine energy pulls things inward. A person born with male genitalia typically has masculine energy. The only exception I have seen was in an intersex woman born with all possible genitalia, both male and female, but who identified as a woman and who indeed had feminine energy. I have worked with numerous intersex clients and clients identifying as transgender, but in every case, their core energetic imprint was the one aligned most with their biological sex. I count biological sex this way. If you have primarily XY chromosomes, I would say you are male. If you have XX chromosomes, I would say you are female. If you have XO chromosomes, I would say you are female. If you have XXY chromosomes, I would say you are what you sense that you are, but that you are probably female, just based on the people I know who have XXY chromosomes who have talked with me about this. I do believe that for me, being able to reach the next level of spiritual insight was inextricably linked to me living in greater alignment with my spiritual blueprint as a female, as expressed by my DNA. You may or may not resonate with that yourself, and that is fine. If you struggle to receive divine guidance and connect with your own intuition, and you also sense that you are not fully in alignment with the divine expression of your biological gender, I invite you to consider the possibility that you may need to do some work to live in greater alignment with your spiritual blueprint, even if, or perhaps especially if, you are not comfortable with the gender archetype your body corresponds with. I talk more about connecting with your own intuition in my book, Mastering Your Intuition, which I strongly recommend. Gendered spirituality. This topic could fill a whole book all on its own, so this is just a quick overview. But one of the most important things when it comes to living in alignment with our spiritual blueprint is having a clear idea of what masculine and feminine energies are. One of the big traumas of the world today is that very few people are even aware of what divine masculine and divine feminine energies look like, let alone how to harness and act on them. In ancient China, they referred to masculine energies as yang and feminine energies as yin. I'm sure you've heard of the word yin-yang, and I'll just mention that it really is yin and not ying. These two opposing forces are different from each other, but complement each other. Together, when united, they create life. Two yang forces cannot create life. Two yin forces cannot create life. Only a yang and a yin together can create life. This is the root of life force energy. Imagine the yin-yang symbol, also known as the Taiji 2. In the modern age, I believe we look at this symbol and assume it refers to one single person, an enlightened person who has mastered equality of yin and yang forces within him or herself. But I actually believe that this is the image of two separate people, two separate energy fields, one biologically and spiritually male, and one biologically and spiritually female. In other words, this is not the representation of a person, but the representation of a marriage. The white color is masculine yang energy, and the black is feminine yin energy. When viewing this symbol as a representation of a couple, male and female, we see that each side is 90% whatever it is, with a small amount of the opposing force. These two energies create a polarity, where each one in its expansion births the other, and each in its contraction allows the other to shine. This, to me, is the representation of a man being 90% in his masculine energy, with 10% of his spirit in divine feminine energy, and a woman being 90% in her feminine energy, with 10% of her spirit residing in internal masculine energy. When I first started my journey with this, I was operating about 90% of the time from a masculine space. My energy was inverted. People can invert their own energy. We can absolutely operate out of alignment with our spiritual biology, and most people do. But getting into alignment with spiritual biology opens new doors that are not possible to work with otherwise. There are several ways to be out of alignment with spiritual biology. The most obvious one is when a masculine force takes on excessive feminine characteristics, or a feminine force takes on excessive masculine characteristics. But there are also healthy and unhealthy expressions of each form of energy. For example, the masculine force is designed to be proactive, taking decisive action. This is healthy, but if it crosses over into violent aggression, that is an unhealthy expression of masculine energy. As a feminine example, feminine energy is naturally vulnerable, and to be clear, vulnerable is not a synonym for weak. Emotional vulnerability, gentleness, and softness can be healthy expressions of feminine energy, but if that becomes a martyred victimhood attitude, that is an unhealthy expression of feminine energy. And of course, masculine men can and should have that 10% vulnerable and emotional piece, and feminine women should have that 10% proactive, decisive piece. There is room for everyone to have access to all the healthy characteristics. It's just a matter of which characteristics are being expressed the most often. The expression of the characteristics is not referring to external behavior so much as internal processing and functioning. However, external behavior likely matches internal behavior. A woman who is outwardly expressing masculine energetic behavior is unlikely to have a strongly aligned feminine energy within. While the important thing is getting the internal energetic core in alignment, external behavior will tend to match the internal core. A brief introduction to the polarity. It's hard to understand masculine or feminine energy alone without the context of the other. The two energies define each other. It's hard to know what darkness is if you've never seen any light. The two energies define themselves in relation to each other. And so, here are some explanations of the differences. Where masculine energy is penetrative and emanating, feminine energy is absorbent and receptive. Consider the act of sex. This is a symbol of the male's penetrating energy and the female's receptive energy. Where feminine energy is ethereal and yielding, masculine energy is solid and unbending. Consider the bodies of men and women. The musculature of men is naturally harder and more unbending, whereas the body shapes of women are much more yielding and soft. Even men who don't exercise typically have stronger bodies than the majority of all grown women, even unusually strong women. Even women who exercise still tend to retain elements of softness to their physical bodies. Where masculine energy is leading, feminine energy is following. This was a very distressing thing for me to come to terms with 10 years ago when I started grappling with this, because I viewed myself as a leader. When I prayed about it, I heard, "You are the left hand." I was making cookies at the time. I saw that my right hand, my dominant hand, was the masculine energy in this example. It was taking the lead with stirring. But my left hand was holding the bowl. If I let go of the bowl, I couldn't stir. And if I tried to hold the bowl with my right hand and stir with my left hand, the stirring process was unnecessarily difficult and inconvenient. It made the most sense to let my right hand lead the process and my left hand follow. This didn't mean my left hand was less important. Both the masculine and feminine roles are equally important, just different in function and presentation. Being the follower is not less than. It is just as important and perhaps even more important because anyone can lead, but only if someone chooses to follow them. The follower gets to choose who they will follow, and if they do not volunteer their cooperation one way or another, the leadership will fail. The feminine following energy is actually the leading energy, in my opinion, because if feminine energy decides not to cooperate with masculine leadership, that masculine leadership is neutered and cannot move forward. By choosing who to follow and when to follow, the feminine energy enables masculine leadership. Without the feminine enabling this way, masculine leadership is impossible. Nature-wise, masculine energy is like the earth, and feminine energy is like water. The earth is steady, stable, solid. Water is always moving, always bringing life to wherever it goes. Without both earth and water, life cannot exist. You need both. One is not better or more important than the other. Imagine two people holding hands and leaning back and running in a circle. The force of their opposition, yet togetherness, keeps them stable and steady. If one person lets go or stops moving or slugs along, it messes with the functionality of the pair. Each side has to lean into its opposing function to be steady and stable. But if they do lean into the opposing forces, the force there makes it so if one person lifts their feet off the floor, they can temporarily fly. When a male force steps into masculine energy in a healthy way, and a female force steps into feminine energy in a healthy way, and they both lean into their opposing ends of the polarity, but hold hands with each other, it allows each person to take turns flying. Polarity is relative. It's important to remember that the expression of yin, feminine, and yang, masculine, energy falls along a spectrum. Children are relatively masculine to babies. Employees are relatively feminine to bosses. Bosses are relatively masculine to employees. All the people in the country are relatively feminine to the king. The king is relatively masculine to all the people in his country. The ladies in waiting are relatively feminine to the princess. The princess is relatively masculine to the ladies in waiting. Your dominant hand is relatively masculine to your non-dominant hand. Your non-dominant hand is relatively feminine to your dominant hand. Even our bodies are both masculine and feminine, with different body parts leading and other body parts following. Thus, the divine polarity of masculine and feminine is both situational and absolute. What this means is, we see these two forces in play daily as we go through different circumstances that require us all to act in different feminine and masculine capacities. As an example, a mother is relatively masculine to her children, but relatively feminine to her husband. This is situational polarity. All relationships, including queer relationships, still operate on this spectrum, where one person will be more feminine and one person will be more masculine. And sometimes different circumstances require different expressions. For example, in a marriage relationship, a husband may be more masculine and a wife more feminine usually, but in a specific situation, such as the husband experiencing a health issue that impairs his ability to provide, the wife may be required to take the lead and step into a more yang, masculine energy in that situation. Yin and yang energies are also absolute. All people participate in this polarity and on a core soul level have a resonance more with one side than the other. The Taiji 2, or yin-yang, is not a picture of one person's soul that is 50-50 yin-yang. It is the picture of two souls who have fully embraced their polarity. Each is 90-10. Because they polarize, they flow into each other and have the power to create all. Chapter 2, Addressing the Triggers. When I first started learning about masculine-feminine dynamics, as I mentioned before, I found them all extremely distressing. The idea of softness and vulnerability as core feminine traits absolutely sickened me. And the word submission that always comes up in these discussions, barf! Are you serious? Are we seriously talking about feminine submission in the modern world? I think it is very normal for women to feel extreme feelings of panic and horror when we first delve into research on feminine energy. Why? Because masculine energy is the energy women turn to when things feel unsafe. and vulnerable feminine energy is by nature unsafe. When we step into that vulnerable energy, it can be terrifying. Just thinking about stepping into a space of true vulnerability and dependence on men can be terrifying. This is a main reason why our societal polarity has become so inverted in the first place. Men have a biological drive to seek femininity, and when they cannot find it, they will often become more feminine themselves in response. But just the same, when women cannot find the masculine strength they are seeking external to themselves, women feel a drive to embody that masculine energy on their own instead. We masculinize ourselves because that is what feels safe. It can feel scary and unsafe to rely on men for everything, or even for anything, particularly if we have a history of abuse or neglect. It can feel so much safer to provide everything for ourselves. We get jobs, we earn money, we manage the money, we seek control and we take it. We try to control everything. Why? Because it feels safe to be in that masculine space of control and provision. There is a kind of comfort that comes from that control. However, when we as women step into that masculine space of provision and control, we often find that it leaves our husbands in the dust. When we step into the space that they are biologically programmed to inherit, we are abandoning our own femininity, and all of us suffer for it. Gina wrote in, "I get what it is like to have an undependable husband and to live in terror of my husband taking control. When we first got married, my husband would only apply to jobs he felt were worthy of him. So he was unemployed for several years, while I was the main breadwinner. When he finally got a job paying $10 an hour, he would spend $20 a day on eating out for lunch, while I was home with our baby and living on ramen noodles. I would coupon clip and stress about every bill, while he went out and bought collectible trading cards with the last couple bucks in our bank account. In trying to save my marriage, I came across the idea of feminine energy. Several resources I found said to turn over the money to my husband. I couldn't imagine anything more terrifying. I did not handle this well either. I went to my spouse and said, 'To be more feminine, I need to stop handling the money, and you need to start handling it instead. And I disagree because you are terrible with money, and I think this will destroy us. But apparently, this is how to be feminine, so I'm done managing the money.' Clearly, I did not know how to turn over the money in a feminine way. I was pretty rude about it. Understandably, my husband did not take this well. He was angry for a few days, but that Saturday, he locked himself in his office all day long, and when he came out, he had created a budget. He fully handles our budget now, and now that he is solely in charge of paying our bills, he spends money very differently. Our family finances have definitely improved since I turned the money over to him." When a man has not had to worry about the money before, they can get upset initially about having to take control of it, as Gina experienced. Her husband was angry about having to take responsibility for his spending at first. This was a hard shift for him, and at the same time, it can be a real struggle for women to trust men who we feel have not earned that trust. Men are designed to provide for women. This is a biological thing. In the olden days, this meant building houses, going hunting, managing livestock, mastering a trade. In the current age, it means getting a job and making money that can support a wife and family. whether we as women like it or not, our bodies are just not designed for work in the same way that the male body is. I say this as a CEO of a financially successful company. I know how capable and competent women can be. We can be very competent. It is possible for women to work hard and make lots of money. But we cannot avoid the unavoidable realities of our feminine bodies. I am sure you have noticed by now that thing called your period, that monthly cycle that impacts every aspect of your entire life, including your productivity and how healthy and happy you feel on a daily basis. One of my best friends in high school would get so incapacitated from menstrual cramps that she would take a week off from school every month just so she could lie on the couch in her pain. At my first real job, I had a coworker with PCOS who would have to lie on the floor with her legs against the wall during working hours when her cysts were rupturing. These are specifically feminine problems that men never have to deal with. Our feminine bodies are not made for the daily grind. We run on a different cycle. And that cycle exists because it is necessary for the continuation of our species. We have to have children if we want civilization to continue. To a large extent, that ship has already sailed, as modern women have largely not replaced themselves. Every woman, on the average, needs to have at least 2 children to prevent a demographic collapse, and we have not been close to that number in a long time. We will see the destruction of our society in our own lifetimes because of this. I write more about this in Chapter 19. When we as women do have children, we are uniquely suited to caring for those children, and work outside or even inside the home can disrupt that relationship and even the physical health of our children and our own bodies. The female body is designed to create and bear children, and then to nurse those children and support them physically and emotionally through their early years of life. Now, I have been a working mom. I personally know what it is like to juggle children and working. And I know from experience that when I have done that, my body has suffered. My emotional health has suffered, and my children have suffered. I truly believe children and mothers are better off when they can spend time together during those early years, when mothers can focus on their children without carrying the stress of financial provision for their families. The uncomfortable fact is that women are absolutely and unavoidably dependent on men for their provision and protection, even when they are single. Even when we are single moms doing everything for our children alone, we are still dependent on men in those cases. First off, there's the issue of things like WIC and other programs meant to assist single and low-income mothers. These programs are largely funded by money taken from men and redistributed to women. It's just that the men from whom the money is taken are not married to the women who receive it. Women who rely on social welfare programs for survival are actually relying on men. This is not to shame anyone using these programs. It's just to say relying on a program for financial support is really a form of relying on men. Second, here are some undeniable facts. Men make up well over 90% of all electricians, drywall framers, plumbers, and construction workers. Something like 85% of truckers are male. The inventors of cars were male. The people who make cars are overwhelmingly male. The people who work in oil fields are overwhelmingly men. The people who drive the gas to the gas station are overwhelmingly men. In other words, we live in a world the infrastructure of which is almost entirely created by, and designed by, and maintained by men. Whether we like it or not, we as women are most likely sitting on furniture designed and built by men, in a space designed and built by men, reading on a device that was designed and built by men, or on paper, which was printed in a factory that was built by men using inventions largely invented by men. To me, this was a mind-blowing revelation. I live in a world almost completely created by men. Yes, I am dependent on men. I can tell myself stories about how great I am at making money with my internet business. But at the end of the day, I am completely dependent on men, at the very least, for the invention of and creation of my computer, the design and building of my home, the engineering of and manufacturing of my car, and the gas I fill it up with at the gas station. Oh my, is it possible for a woman to need a man like a fish needs a bicycle? Well, maybe, but not if that woman wants to live in a house and have a car. But feminine dependence on men transcends the fact that men are almost wholly responsible for the entirety of the infrastructure of modern life. In reality, women depend on men for physical protection in a very literal way at all times. The reality is that even an unusually strong woman is essentially powerless against a man of mere average strength. The issue of biological men playing women's sports highlights this massive discrepancy in strength. In mixed martial arts, biological males competing as women have literally broken the faces of their biologically female opponents. There is essentially no such thing as a fair fight between a biological male and biological female, at least when it comes to physical fighting. And that is exactly the point. Every single moment that you are not being physically assaulted, you have a man to thank for that. Every moment that women enjoy safety from physical attack, it is because of a man's active protection or because of a man's passive decision not to attack. This is just the reality of it. Every moment you enjoy physical safety in your life, it is because the men in your life have chosen not to use their advantage in physical strength against you. Every moment that we as a society enjoy physical safety, it is overwhelmingly because of male police officers enforcing laws in local areas, and because of male military personnel defending the nation in other capacities. Perhaps you have seen videos of female police officers failing at their jobs. No offense to those female police officers, because I know they are truly courageous. But there are plenty of videos out there showing female police officers trying to arrest men who easily escape from them because women simply do not have the physical power necessary to restrain committed criminals. On the CNN website, I found a page called Dashcam Video Shows Witnesses Rushing to Officers' Aid from September 21, 2022. In that video, we see a female police officer trying to do a routine traffic stop, only to have the driver of the car start attacking her. She is powerless against him. First, we see one male bystander run up to help protect the woman, and then we see 3 more male bystanders run up to help rescue her. In the end, the woman has suffered minor injuries, and we can all rest assured that her injuries were only minor because of the intervention of men. Would this situation have gone differently if the police officer in question had been a man? My guess is yes, of course. Even female police officers find themselves dependent on men, random, innocent, bystander men, for physical protection when the going gets serious. When I first read that masculine energy was the independent energy and feminine energy was the dependent energy, I felt angry, upset, furious even, enraged. Can words even describe the level of anger and disgust I felt? I told myself I didn't know why I felt that way, but the truth was I did know. I was angry that feminine energy was the dependent energy because I didn't want to depend on anyone. I didn't want to have to rely on some man to provide for me. I didn't want to have to rely on a man for protection. And really, a lot of that was because I didn't want to be a burden. Is that you? Upset about feminine dependence because you don't want to be a burden? It wasn't just about being a burden, though. I was also angry about it because I felt no respect for people that were not self-reliant. I deeply admired independence, and I wanted that for myself because I wanted to admire and respect myself. I felt the only way I could respect myself would be for me to become as independent and self-sufficient as possible, and never be a burden on anyone, especially not a man. The idea of my own father sacrificing for my well-being made me deeply upset and uncomfortable. The idea of my own husband providing for me made me nervous. I just wanted to be self-reliant. But I hope one thing is coming through loud and clear as you listen to these words. My reactions to feminine dependence were rooted in trauma. Yes, trauma. When we as women resent or fear or rage about being in a dependent role in this world, I promise you that it is a trauma response. And it is so understandable. As I'm writing this, I feel tears coming into my eyes for you and for me, for all of us. Our trauma has been so real. What woman, what little girl has never felt like a burden? Who among us has never once felt guilty when a man has sacrificed for us? How many of us were guilt-tripped as children or teens for requiring resources from our parents? Emotional resources, financial resources, any kind of resources. How many of us crave physical, emotional, and financial security so much that the idea of depending on a man to get it is straight up terrifying? How many of us would rather depend on ourselves to be sure that all of our needs are met because we simply do not trust men to meet our needs? And this is not even touching on abuse. Abuse takes all of these emotional burdens and magnifies them many times over. How can a woman feel safe to entrust her care to a man when she has been abused by men in all her vulnerability? When we feel strong feelings about the idea of depending on men, when we reject the idea of being dependent on men, it is a trauma response, and there is no shame in that. There is no shame, simply an invitation to dig into that trauma and find out what it really is. We are invited to shine a light on it, to feel our feelings, to work through them and heal them so that we can be happy in our femininity. Journaling prompts. This is a list of journaling prompts to help us work through our triggers around feminine energy. I recommend writing each question out by hand, and then just writing a response that comes to you, just as it comes to you, without editing, without judging the words that come into your mind. Just write down whatever shows up for you, and keep on writing until there is nothing more to write about it. This might mean pages of writing, or it might not, but I promise you that digging into these questions will yield information about yourself that your soul needs your conscious self to have access to. You will see for yourself how your perspective changes as you work through these journaling prompts. 1. What emotions come up when you think about being dependent on men? 2. What emotions come up when you think about being dependent on men for money? 3. What emotions come up when you think about being dependent on men for security? 4. What was your childhood relationship like with your father? Did you feel safe as a child to depend on a man for safety and security? Why or why not? 5. When you think about trusting men now as an adult for safety and security, what stories come up for you? 6. What triggers do you have around relying on men? 7. Write about a time you felt like you were a burden on others in your life. What emotions are still in your heart that make you fear needing help from others? 8. How do you feel about helping others? How do you feel when you help others? 9. If your husband or father were suddenly a perfect provider and protector who treated you with ultimate love and respect, how would you feel about that? Is there any part of you that would resist it or freak out about it? Why? 10. What would it take for you to feel safe learning to trust men for your safety and provision? Tapping scripts. I love tapping scripts. To use them, you simply tap on your collarbone or forehead while saying each affirmation 3 or more times aloud. This is a simple way to help your subconscious mind recalibrate its beliefs on a topic. These tapping scripts will hopefully help you recognize and release some trauma around feminine energy so you can have a successful experience. You do not have to do all of these scripts at once, but working through them over time will be very beneficial for you. You can tap through these scripts daily for a while to help yourself prepare for a feminine shift. When you're done with your tapping scripts for the day, put your hands on your heart and take a few deep breaths and just feel what it feels like to have tapped these things in. 1. Even though feminine energy is terrifying to me, I deeply and completely love and accept myself. 2. What if it could be safe to fully step into my own feminine energy? 3. What would it be like if I felt safe to fully embody my own femininity? 4. I honor my feminine spirit and my feminine body. 5. I choose to recognize the reality that I am feminine and that being in spiritual alignment for me means living in feminine energy. 6. It could be safe to live in feminine energy. 7. I easily recognize the things in my behavior, my thought patterns, and my overall life that need to change so I can more easily step into my own feminine energy. 8. I am a feminine being. 9. Feminine energy comes naturally to me. 10. Every day, operating from a space of radiant femininity gets easier and easier. 11. Every day, I find myself loving my own femininity more and more. 12. I am seeing miracles from my own feminine energy every single day. 13. I am choosing to open my heart to the divine perspective on feminine energy. 14. I easily sort through the information I find about masculine-feminine polarity to find exactly the answers I need on my journey at this time. 15. I easily apply the most important aspects of masculine-feminine polarity to my life exactly when it is right for me to do so. 16. I have enough time to heal my feminine energy. 17. It is never too late to heal my feminine energy. 18. Healing my feminine energy calls miracles to me, no matter what stage of my life I am in. 19. Everyone benefits when I am more feminine. 20. It can be safe for me to step into more feminine energy even when other people have traditionally relied on me to operate from a more masculine space. 21. It can be safe for me to let go of masculine energy in favor of more feminine energy. 22. I choose to feel safe stepping into my feminine side. 23. It can be safe to be feminine. Scribbling prompts. I love an emotional processing technique called scribbling, so much so that I actually wrote a whole book just about that technique called The Scribbling Solution. Scribbling is a kinesthetic transmutation of emotional energy. Basically, you take the unprocessed emotional energy in your heart and body and process it using your muscles and movement. You can find a tutorial on this at AUDIOBOOK.com/scribbling, but the basic instruction is write the scribbling prompt at the top of a piece of paper. Then imagine all the emotions drawn up by that prompt being gathered into a ball. Imagine that ball of feeling traveling through your body down to your hand and then into your crayon, pen, pencil, or whatever you are coloring with. Then just let your hand move on the paper. Your hand will spontaneously scribble out shapes and squiggles for a while, and eventually this will end with your hand spontaneously making a horizontal 0 shape that indicates all the emotions have cleared. I do recommend watching the tutorial video at the link I provided, aliduzet.com/scribbling. This technique can completely change your life. Here are a few scribbling prompts to help you work through some of the trauma of being a woman and having default feminine energy when that can feel so unsafe and terrifying. 1. My anger at being female. 2. My terror at being female. 3. my resistance to being dependent on others. 4. I should be self-reliant. 5. It is wrong to depend on men. 6. I shouldn't depend on anyone but myself. 7. I need to provide for myself. 8. It isn't fair that I am female. 9. How come I have to do all the work? 10. Femininity is gross. 11. Femininity is unfair. 12. Femininity is worthless. 13. My femininity makes me worthless. 14. I am a burden. 15. My needs and desires burden others. As you scribble out the energies in this list, notice how your physical body feels lighter as well. Remember, for a brief video tutorial, go to allieduzette.com/scribbling, and for a full discussion of this healing modality, check out my book, The Scribbling Solution. Additional thoughts. It can be hard to come to terms with womanhood. There can be a lot of things about it that can feel unfair. I have spent years trying to reconcile feminine energy and my own biological reality. I just want to acknowledge that I know what it is like to be in a space of trauma when first learning about polarity. This is hard stuff. But we are women, and we are brave and courageous. You will see for yourself how, as you work through these traumas, your life becomes better than you. Chapter 3. The Feminine Superpower. When I first discovered polarity, I felt like masculine energy had everything good and feminine energy was everything bad. Men get to lead, provide, preside, protect, have adventures, make the money, have the control, while women get to hang out, feel their feelings, bop around, and do what exactly? I didn't really get feminine energy, and I definitely did not see anything about feminine energy that made it equivalent to masculine energy in concrete terms. I really saw masculine energy as superior and feminine energy as inferior. It took me years to piece together the puzzle in a way that my science brain could understand what was actually going on. But rest assured that these days I definitely believe that feminine energy comes with its own superpowers. Superpowers that make feminine energy absolutely indispensable to the masculine energy. To me, one main superpower of women is our nervous system. I had to put that in bold because our nervous systems are really something else. Men cannot comprehend what it is truly like to be a woman because they literally do not have the nervous systems for it. Consider this. Women have better senses of color than men and can see more colors. Women have more taste buds than men do. The smaller your fingers are, the more sensitive your sense of touch. This is true for both men and women, but in general, women tend to have smaller hands. Men are more than 5 times more likely to lose their sense of hearing than women. Women have 43% more cells in their olfactory lobes and 50% more neurons associated with smell. Women get to have multiple orgasms, not really a thing for men. In other words, feeling is our superpower. The most powerful power. My older brother was born severely and multiply disabled, and I was born about 18 months after he was. My parents hoped for a boy who could help take care of my brother, but I was the one that was born instead. From the time I was a child, I felt like my feelings were worthless and just complicated everything and ruined people's lives. I had big feelings, but no one wanted to hear about them. Over time, I definitely realized that my main job was just to suck it up and get the job done of caring for my brother, no matter how I felt about it. I still was emotional and acted out of emotion. I still had tantrums and got snippy and mean with my parents and other siblings. But I also worked really hard to force myself to do things I didn't want to do for the sake of my family. And I also spent a lot of time sweeping my feelings under the rug and trying not to care about things. I felt like my feelings were a liability, like they were worthless. I felt like I was worthless just for having such big feelings. But over time, my perspective has changed. I've had to experiment with allowing myself to actually feel my feelings. That was critical in changing my own opinion. I had to experiment with vulnerably sharing my big feelings with my husband and even with strangers. What I have found through my rigorous scientific experimentation is that feelings, innocently and vulnerably expressed, are powerful, beautiful, inspiring, and life-changing. I have seen for myself that the more I feel my feelings and the more I share my feelings, the more my feelings bless me and those around me, even if it's in a way we are not used to experiencing. Our society has spent years trying to harden women and teach us that the best way to live is a masculine way, where we hide our emotions from others. But deprogramming myself from that false narrative has yielded incredible blessings in my life and in the lives of my family and others. The female ability to feel emotions and physical sensations is truly a superpower, and I really believe that. Our bodies are way more able to experience sensations than the bodies of men. This is one reason why women are the main sufferers of things like chronic pain and chronic fatigue. But on the other side of the coin, this ability allows us to experience greater levels of joy and pleasure than men can also. Why is the ability to feel a superpower? My degree is in soil science. I love information. I love research. I have spent countless joyful hours digging through scientific papers and studies just to gather information. The female ability to sense and feel is the most important source of information that exists, trumping even scientific papers and peer-reviewed studies. Science, studies, and logic are important, but the information we as women gather through our senses and feelings is a kind of information that is uniquely personal and meaningful for our actual lived lives. Have you heard of feminine intuition or motherly intuition? That feminine ability to just know a thing, to feel a feeling about something, and later it turns out to be right? This is our superpower, and it is biologically rooted. Our physical bodies are primed to notice and feel more about the world around us. We are the canaries in the coal mine for the men in our lives. When our emotions are strong, it is our superpower telling us that something is wrong, something needs to change. When we feel that something is off, That is a message from our subconscious minds and bodies to our consciousness. And those warnings are absolutely valid and key to everything. And here is something we all need to understand. Men are wired to be extremely attuned to the vulnerable expression of feeling from women. When you have a feeling in your body or emotions, and you vulnerably share that with a man in your life, that man will feel a need to address the problem for you. It is truly astonishing to behold. Most women have never actually done this in their whole lives. So when you actually apply vulnerability to your life, you will be absolutely shocked and blown away by the results. Your emotions and your feelings are absolutely critical to the functioning of your relationship, and they are critical to the functioning of the world as we know it. Virtually everything that men do, they are actually doing for women or in response to women. And they choose what to do based on the expressions of emotion from the women in their lives. One thing that must be mentioned here is that the key to all of this is feminine vulnerability. Just expressing your emotions is not enough. Your feelings have to be presented from a space of vulnerability, and that is where the magic happens. And conversely, expressing your feelings in a non-vulnerable, non-feminine way only messes things up and ruins everyone's lives. If you feel like you express your emotions a lot and your man doesn't care, this is me telling you, you are doing it wrong. There are appropriate and inappropriate ways to share your superpower with the men in your life. But women are designed to feel, and to feel strongly. Our feelings are remarkably accurate barometers of what is going right and what is going wrong in our worlds. When we learn to share our emotions and feelings appropriately, we open up new doors of healing into our relationships and feel freer and safer to do so. Before we talk about what feminine vulnerability looks like and how to step into it, I want to invite us all to just focus on harnessing the superpower of our feelings. When it comes to healing our feminine energy, it is so critical to realize that our feelings are our friends and not our enemies. It can be safe to feel. In our attempt to be strong, independent women, we necessarily have to choke down our biggest feelings. I know you have experienced this in your own life. It's hard to feel like a strong, independent woman when you're crying. When we have a choice, most women will choose to harden themselves rather than soften themselves, for very understandable reasons. Being soft and feeling our feelings is vulnerable and scary. It can feel easier and more manageable to get our feelings under control by ignoring them, fighting them, quashing them down. Doing this only causes trouble. I work in emotional healing, and as it turns out, when we ignore our emotions, especially as women, our bodies suffer as a result. It all comes down to stress hormones. When we ignore our big feelings, our bodies secrete stress hormones in response. These hormones mess with our digestion, our menstrual cycles, our thyroids, and basically everything. This is why the number one thing doctors say in response to virtually any health issue is to reduce your stress. I'm here to tell you the only way to actually permanently reduce your stress and find the physical body and emotional healing you are looking for is to step into your feminine energy by specifically feeling your feelings every day on purpose and allowing them to ripple and flow through your body. Feminine energy is an embodied energy. Our connection to our bodies is so much more thorough and so much deeper than men can understand. We have to be attuned to our bodies and our emotions in a way that men do not need to be. Part of our healing process must involve stepping into our feelings, allowing ourselves to release the white-knuckled grip we have on our emotions and allowing them to flow. The most important exercise. This is the most important exercise for developing your key feminine superpower, your ability to feel and pay attention to your own feelings. Every day for the next 2 weeks, or the next 30 days, or for the rest of your life, I want to invite you to set a timer for just 5 minutes, anywhere you can fit it into your day. I recommend doing this in the morning because it's always smarter to do important things at the beginning of the day, just so you are sure to fit them in. But your job is to set that timer for 5 minutes and actually just feel what feelings you feel in your body. This is not about telling stories. This is about feeling feelings. I want you to try this right now. I want you to close your eyes and just breathe for a minute. Feel the feeling of having a body. What emotions are inside of you? What physical sensations are inside of you? On an emotional level, do you feel fear, stress, panic, anxiety, anger, worry, or maybe peace, calm, joy, relaxation? On a physical level, what do you feel? Turn your attention to any pain or any pleasure you can sense. Your job is just to feel. Really, your job is to notice what you feel. The secret about feminine energy is that you are feeling things whether you realize them or not. Now your job is to practice noticing what you feel. If you have an overwhelming feeling and you want to cry, I hope you do cry. This is so important for flushing out and healing your nervous system. The more you can actually feel, notice, and honor your feelings, and allow them a full embodied expression through your own physical body, the healthier and happier you will be. In the short term, you may feel worse, because you will find that all sorts of negative feelings from your whole life start rising to the surface to clear for you. But this is transitory. Just keep feeling the feelings and this will pass. When I first decided to truly step into feeling my feelings like this, I actually threw my body into almost a state of shock. I spent literal weeks trembling. My whole body just trembled and shook like a leaf as I cried about just about everything you can imagine. Childhood traumas, early marriage traumas, parenting traumas. Every big feeling I had been ignoring started coming up for me, and it was hard and felt overwhelming. But I knew that the only way out was through it. Feeling and embodying our feelings is critical for our healing as women. It is vitally important that you set aside time every single day to tune into your own feelings and actually feel them, even if that means crying or trembling like a leaf every day for a month. This is actually really good for you, and you will see for yourself how you feel lighter and lighter the more you do this. You will see for yourself how doing this every day actually sets you free in a way you never knew was possible before. What feelings are? In the modern age, there is actually a shocking amount of confusion about what feelings are and what they are not. I would say the word feelings encompasses sensations. So this would be both physical sensations, like a tightness in your back or a pain in your knee, but also emotional sensations, like a feeling of sadness or a feeling of panic. Emotions come with physical sensations. When you feel panic, you probably also feel lightheadedness, shallow breathing, and a rapid heart rate. You might feel a tightness in the chest, a pounding in your head. Those are all feelings. They go together. You are experiencing both emotions and physical sensations, and they are all feelings. But there are a lot of things out there that we think are feelings that are not feelings. A great rule of thumb here is that ED words are not feelings. You can't feel attacked. You can feel sadness or anger. Attacked is not a feeling. Sadness and anger are feelings. Betrayed is not a feeling. Sadness and anger are feelings. Abandoned is not a feeling. Alone, even though it is not an ED word, is not a feeling. Lonely is a feeling. Sad is a feeling. Fear is a feeling. What I found when I started really paying attention to my feelings was that basically all my actual feelings were things like sadness, anger, fear, and worthlessness. Between those 4 feelings, that is basically the bulk of my actual emotions. When we use words like betrayed or disrespected to describe our feelings, when we use ED words to describe our feelings, we are not feeling our feelings or actually experiencing our feelings. We are telling stories. And actually, we are kind of going on the attack. We are trying subconsciously to make other people responsible for our feelings instead of just feeling them as they are. If I tell you I feel betrayed because of your behavior, that's not actually my real feeling. That's me accusing you of betraying me. If I tell you I feel abandoned because of your behavior, that's not really my feeling. My feeling is sadness and loneliness. My story and accusation is that you have abandoned me. When we operate from a space of ED words, we unintentionally create a space that is not safe for actual vulnerable expression and experience of emotion. If you want to actually heal your feminine superpower, you cannot afford to engage in pretending that you feel ED words. You don't. You feel sadness. You feel anger. You feel fear, stress, panic, anxiety, confusion, exhaustion, fatigue. You feel lonely. You feel worthless, but you cannot feel ED words. When you sit down to feel your feelings, as you mentally describe to yourself what you are feeling, correct yourself when words like that show up. Those words are accusations, and they are stories. They are not feelings. Engaging with them will only drag you down and everyone else around you. Now, there are a few words that end in ED that are actual feelings, such as tired or excited. You are an intelligent woman who is capable of thinking through your feeling word choice. You are qualified to take a sincere look at the ED words and other words you are using to describe your feelings and evaluate if they are true feelings or actually accusations. The ED ending is a general rule, but not applicable in every instance. You are qualified to sort through this for yourself on a word-by-word basis as needed. Avoiding the stories. One absolutely critical thing to understand about feelings is that feelings are not stories, and stories are not feelings. This is one reason why the ED words are so important to remove from our emotional vocabularies. When we say that we feel abandoned, attacked, disrespected, betrayed, and so on, we are ignoring our actual feelings and creating stories and accusations instead. The feminine superpower is not the ability to make really destructive accusations, although I guess you could say that is the dark side of it. Feminine energy in a destructive place absolutely takes big feelings and channels them into stories and accusations. On the positive side, healing femininity takes big feelings and embodies them and expresses them from a space of innocence and purity. Feminine energy in a healthy place is capable of feeling big feelings without attaching story and accusation to those feelings. When you start feeling your feelings every day, you may find yourself creating stories. To a small extent, this is fine. It is good to some extent, when you feel your feelings, to ask yourself what you are feeling and why you are feeling it. To some extent, telling a story can be okay. But when that story becomes an accusation, that is when it crosses the line. As an example, let's say you close your eyes right now and ask yourself how you're feeling. You're shocked to realize that you feel sad. You feel the sadness in your chest, behind your sternum. It feels almost like a thumping, almost rhythmic. It feels heavy, and when you put your focus on it, it gets heavier and sadder. Suddenly, you want to cry. So you ask yourself, why am I feeling so sad? This is a totally appropriate question to ask yourself. And maybe you feel sad because of something a man in your life did. It is possible to acknowledge this without creating an accusatory story about it. Let's say you feel sad because your husband went out and bought himself lunch and didn't even bother to ask you if you wanted lunch too. Your feelings are feeling pretty sad over this, and understandably. You aren't feeling forgotten or abandoned. Those are stories where you are accusing your husband of forgetting you and abandoning you. You are actually feeling sadness and maybe worthlessness. The trick to feeling your feelings while avoiding inappropriate storytelling is making sure that it all comes back to you. This is all about you. As soon as you start ascribing motivations to other people involved, you're telling fairy tales, and that is not fair to the other people in your life. How many times have you done things that other people thought were careless and thoughtless, but you didn't mean to be? Have you ever experienced someone giving you the benefit of the doubt in situations like this? When we feel our feelings, the responsible way to feel our feelings is to feel them without ascribing motivations to the other people involved in the situations that have led to our feelings. It is okay to acknowledge that you are sad because of something your husband did. It is not okay to take it a step further and accuse your husband, even in your mind alone, of doing whatever he did because of X reason. It doesn't even matter the reason. Our job as responsible women is to feel our feelings without making judgments about the other people in our lives whose actions have affected us. I know that this is hard to do, and we'll talk about it more, but I just want to set the ground rules. When we feel our feelings, we are doing exactly that, feeling our feelings. We are not creating stories about the other people in our lives who have hurt us. We are feeling our feelings. When you feel numb. Many women really struggle with feeling their feelings after years of pushing them down and away. A lot of times, the women who struggle the most with this also deal with chronic and autoimmune conditions. This makes a lot of symbolic sense. On both a physical and emotional level, they are attacking their own innate natures. Releasing yourself from the prison of numbness will lead to both physical and emotional healing in many cases. If you feel numb, one thing I want to remind you of is that numb is a feeling too. If you tune into your own body and feel the feeling of numb, that is okay. Then it is time for you to describe that feeling of numbness to yourself. What does it feel like? Can you think of additional adjectives for it? Where do you feel it? When you focus your attention on the numbness, where does it show up in your body? Do you feel it in your head, your chest, your gut, your legs? Where is the numbness? Find more ways to describe the numbness. Really sink into it. Invite your body to experience that feeling even more, even harder, double the numbness, triple it. How much numbness can we feel? You can talk to your numbness. Ask why it is there. Ask it why it feels like it needs to be there. Ask what it is covering or hiding. Ask if it has a message for you. And when you imagine an answer from that numbness, listen to it. Write it down or just feel it. Just listen and acknowledge and respond back to that numbness and continue the conversation. You might not break through the barrier of numbness in your first 5 minutes trying. But if you do this every day and really pay attention to your own numbness and talk to it and try consciously to feel it, you will see for yourself how it breaks down and moves on. Numbness shows up as a defense mechanism when we have big feelings that feel too big to process. Numbness is what happens when we fight our own feelings so long that the body has no other defense against our feelings. In a way, numbness is a symptom of emotional constipation. It's like the plug that's blocking emotional clearing and emotional healing from your life. I mention this because it is really important to understand that when you pull such a plug, you can expect big feelings to start erupting out of you. This is safe. It can feel terrifying. It can feel like you are becoming out of control. It's okay. This is expected when you have lived for years in a space of numb, and then you start breaking it down. This is your superpower. You will see for yourself how as you allow yourself to feel the difficult feelings, your life actually gets easier over time. It will possibly get harder at first, because it's hard to transition into a space of constantly feeling your feelings after you've lived for years in a space of constant numbness. But I urge you to trust the process. You cannot possibly go wrong by listening to your body and feeling the feelings your body presents to you for healing. This is actually the only way to heal on a permanent, deep level. As women, we must seek out and embody the emotions we have suppressed over the years. It is critical to the health of our bodies, our spirits, and our relationships. What feeling your feelings may look like. It can feel weird to start feeling your feelings, so I wanted to write out a few examples of what it might sound like in your own head as you start feeling your feelings more regularly. You can write out your feeling experiences if it helps you focus, but these are examples of what it can be like when you go into yourself, ask yourself questions, and describe your own feelings and sensations to yourself. Example 1. How am I feeling right now? I'm noticing a tightness in my belly and almost a swirly feeling there. What emotion is it? I think it's exhaustion. My body is tired. Where do I feel the tiredness? I feel it in my hands, my legs, my torso. As I think about this, my head is starting to hurt. I hear the word stress in my mind. When I think about my stress, I feel a weight in my lower abdomen and a sense of panic in my chest. My chest is starting to feel tighter just thinking about my panic. Why am I panicked? Where is this panic coming from? From my financial situation. I feel panic about money. It feels like a pounding in my heart and in my head. I feel so sad and anxious about money. As I breathe into these feelings, I am noticing them getting stronger and then getting smaller. The more I breathe into my feelings and allow myself to feel them, the smaller they are getting until they disappear. Example 2. How am I feeling right now? I don't feel anything. I feel so numb. Where do I feel the numbness? I feel it centered in my upper chest near my heart. When I tune into it, I feel a sense of nothingness. But underneath that nothing, I feel a sense of horror. What is this horror about? It's about my unresolved trauma from childhood that I haven't wanted to face. It hurts so much. It hurts so bad. I feel the pain in my heart, my lungs, my rib cage, radiating down my core. Now my head is starting to hurt. My neck is starting to hurt. My tongue hurts. It feels like there are things I have needed to say and haven't said. I feel so sad and so much panic about it. What do I need to say? I need to say to myself that it was not my fault I experienced abuse. It was not my fault. It was not my fault. I feel my feelings, and the more I feel them, the stronger they get until they pass, and I feel so much better now. Example 3. How am I feeling right now? I am feeling a sense of calmness and peace radiating from my heart center. I feel a smile on the inside of myself. I feel a sense of rest and relaxation and joy. Here is a memory of my baby doing something sweet. Here is the mental image of my husband's face. I feel so happy right now. Doors are open to me. I feel safety and support. I feel happiness. The more I focus on that feeling, the more my happiness and sense of safety grows. I am feeling happier and more peaceful with every breath. Okay, those were 3 examples of what the mental monologue can sound like as you go through this daily exercise of tuning into your own feelings. The power of tuning into your feelings daily. This is just another reminder that your feelings are incredibly powerful and important, and that tuning into your body's feelings every day can bless your life in serious ways. I'm writing this chapter as I recover from bilateral pneumonia, a condition that I could have easily avoided if I had listened to my own feelings. I look back on the weeks preceding my diagnosis and see example after example of where I ignored my own feelings. I didn't want to go running, but I forced myself to go running anyway for my health, not realizing that by the end of that day, the air in that area would be so thick with smog we wouldn't even be able to see across the street. I breathed in tons of toxic smog because I was ignoring my own body cues not to run that day. I thought my own brain was smarter than my body's feelings. When that run sent me into the worst coughing fit of my life, I found myself ignoring my body's cues even more. Over the next 2 weeks, I ignored my body's cries for water, my body's cries for rest. I was on vacation with my kids and wanted to do just one fun thing after another. So I did, ignoring my body's pleas not to, and I paid the price. A week at the hospital and $16,000 in medical bills later, I paid the price for ignoring my body. I know many of us have similar stories. When you look at your current health situation and really tune into your body about it, is there any chance that your body was trying to give you hints and clues before things got bad for you? Our bodies are always trying to help us be healthy and safe. The way our bodies communicate with us is through our feelings. It is so important that we tune into our bodies every day and that we listen to and take action on the things our bodies tell us. Our bodies have incredible wisdom. Our emotions carry enormous power. Part of you stepping into powerful womanhood is you learning how to vulnerably experience the hard feelings that you have not wanted to feel. It can be ugly. There may be a lot of tears. It can feel out of control. As you release your grip on your own feelings, you may find that your feelings then feel uncontrollable, and that can feel scary. It's all part of the process. The more you feel now, the more you will be clearing out the backlog of your old unprocessed emotions. You will see for yourself that things may get harder in the short term as you feel your feelings, but they will get easier and better in the long term as you learn to feel your feelings right as they show up, instead of squishing them down. When we live from an authentic space of genuinely honoring our feelings exactly as they are and when we feel them, miracles start to happen. You will see for yourself. Tapping scripts for harnessing your superpower. To use these tapping scripts, simply tap on your collarbone or forehead while saying each affirmation 3 or more times aloud. 1. I honor my ability to feel as a superpower. 2. It is good that I can feel so deeply. 3. My emotions are important. 4. My emotions are critical sources of information for myself and all my relationships. 5. I honor my own emotions. 6. I choose to give voice to my own feelings. 7. I choose to feel my own feelings as they show up. 8. It can be safe to cry. 9. I choose to feel safe crying. 10. It can. Chapter 4. Feminine Vulnerability. In the last chapter, we talked about feeling our feelings. That is the true feminine superpower. Your feelings are of utmost importance, and I just feel like I cannot stress that enough. To me, this is where other perspectives on feminine energy fall short. They focus so much on things like submission and dependence and completely ignore the power of womanhood. When women step into submission energy without also stepping into their feminine superpower, they end up devalued and destroyed. So many women will attest to this. They step into submission energy with their husbands, only to have their husbands walk all over them, take advantage of their willingness to submit, and more. Submission without radical, radiant, feminine vulnerability is dangerous. What sets women apart and above is not submission. It is our feminine vulnerability. Embracing that aspect of ourselves and stepping into it changes everything in a way that submission alone is not capable of. What is feminine vulnerability? Feeling our feelings is one thing, and that is in itself a vulnerable thing. Have you tried that feeling exercise yet? Have you noticed how vulnerable it felt just to feel those feelings by yourself? As women, just feeling our feelings, just embodying our feelings alone, is vulnerable. However, it is not enough to feel our feelings alone. The world is a worse place when we hide our emotions, when we keep them to ourselves. At the same time, I know we've all seen emotionally out of control women. We've probably also all been emotionally out of control women. I have. You know, when women are so emotionally expressive that it makes your eyebrows raise and you think, "Geez, lady, get a grip." None of us want to be that woman. None of us want to be emotionally expressive in a way that freaks other people out. And I'm sure we've all also had the experience of sharing what we thought were emotions with, say, our husbands, only to have our husbands react with anger or disgust instead of inspiration to help us. I'm going to clear that up for us all right now. Virtually no woman alive today has ever vulnerably shared her emotions appropriately with her husband without serious training first. Let's talk about narcissism for a moment. Tons of women believe their husbands are narcissists. It truly boggles the mind. It is not possible for as many men to be narcissists as the total numbers of women claim. I'm sure clinical narcissism does exist, but I also know that masculine narcissism is the natural response to masculine women who do not share their feelings vulnerably. Have you read that it is unsafe to share your emotions with a narcissist? That if you share your feelings with a narcissist, they'll twist your words and use them against you? In 100% of cases I have ever observed of this, the woman involved was not sharing her emotions with her narcissistic husband. She was sharing her stories and accusations with her husband. And then she was surprised and horrified when he reacted, understandably, from a space of defensiveness and anger. If someone comes up to you and tells you that they feel betrayed and ignored and neglected, that is an attack on you. It is not the genuine sharing of feelings. And no one likes being attacked. Many mothers are experiencing this as growing numbers of adult children are choosing to opt out of relationships with their parents. When your child comes to you and tells you that they feel ignored and neglected, is your default setting to empathize, relate, and change? Or is your default setting to feel defensive and start mentally creating the rebuttal? Doesn't that child know everything you sacrificed for them? How dare they come to you saying they feel neglected and ignored after all the hard work you did for them? Women often think they are sharing their feelings with their husbands when actually they are accusing their husbands of cruelty and insensitivity and laziness and worse. I hope you can logically understand why this is never going to be a winning situation. The more you share your feelings that are not actual feelings but are in reality accusations, the more you will destroy your relationship and create a narcissist who doesn't care about your feelings. It's not that the narcissist doesn't care about your feelings. I would bet money that the men in your life who you feel are narcissists actually do care about your feelings, as you will see if you actually share your feelings. The real problem is that the narcissist does not care for your accusations and attacks that are being dressed up and disguised as feelings. No one likes that. So this chapter is about how to avoid that. How can you share your feelings vulnerably and responsibly in a way that is inspiring instead of accusatory? How can you heal any vestiges of narcissism in your relationship? The answer is feminine vulnerability. Your divine responsibility. A male-female romantic relationship is like a dance. In a ballroom dance, the man leads and the woman follows. This makes sense. The man needs to be the one leading because he is the one that is going to be doing any of the heavy lifting, literally. He needs to be the one to decide when it's time to lift up his partner or do a fun thing, because he is the one that makes that stuff possible. However, just because the man is leading doesn't mean the woman is doing nothing. The woman isn't just some submissive airhead that's along for the ride. First off, the dance is actually all about her. It's about showing off the woman's skills and beauty, and about helping the woman have a fun time. Beyond that, being the follower in the dance is also hard work. She has to pay attention to the man's lead. And most importantly, she has to communicate back to him what is working and what is not working, what she can or is willing to do, and what she can't or is not willing to do. That is also where a lot of books on feminine energy go wrong. It's all about submission and never about how all leadership is a two-way street. No man can expect to be successful in his leadership of a woman if the woman doesn't provide her feedback. Your emotions are your feedback. A woman's emotional health is actually an incredibly accurate barometer for a man's healthy masculinity. When a man is physically fit, emotionally stable, financially successful, and attentive to the needs and desires of his wife and children, typically a wife will feel very secure and happy. When women are unhappy, it's usually linked, at least in part, to a man's masculine failures, not to put too fine a point on it. Women get upset when they feel unsafe or when they feel stress. A man's job in life is to keep women safe and well provided for so that they do not feel unsafe or stressed. The better a man is doing at his job, the happier a woman is in response. Men are wired to want to make women happy. On an emotional level, this is where men derive a huge amount of happiness. They become happy by making the women and children in their lives happy. This is a big key to understanding sexuality as well. Men love to make women happy in bed. This is a major source of self-esteem for them. When a man's wife is unhappy, he does take it personally, and he'll either blame himself for failing her, or he will blame her for ingratitude for his hard work. The only way out of that cycle is the vulnerable expression of emotion. A woman has to verbally explain to her man the feelings that she is experiencing so that he can take action and solve the problem. You have a divine responsibility to share your feelings with your husband. This is your job. It is your responsibility. This is something you owe to yourself, to your husband, to your marriage relationship, and even to your whole family. Your feelings are critical signals of what is going right and what is going wrong in a relationship, and you owe it to the man in your life to provide that important feedback in a way that is easily digestible and non-accusatory. We'll talk about how to do this, but first we need to understand one major thing. Men want to solve your problems. All men want to be heroes to the women in their lives. They want to slay dragons for you, or at least do some heroic thing. They want to provide for you, and they want to do it specifically so they can see the light in your eyes and the smile on your face when you say thank you for all the hard work they do to provide for the family. There's a big trope right now of how women can save themselves. We don't need men. When we tell our problems to men, they should just listen to us and not try to solve our problems. But when we buy into this as women, we are doing ourselves and the men in our lives a great disservice. Men are programmed to solve problems. They actively desire to solve our problems. When we try to make it so they can't or shouldn't solve our problems, the end result is that the men in our lives feel emasculated and useless, and we often don't have our problems solved. The purpose of sharing our feelings with the men in our lives is twofold. First, it is impossible to operate from a feminine space if we do not allow ourselves to embody our emotions. This is the most important thing to understand. Sharing our feelings is not about getting some kind of outcome. It's about being true and authentic to our nature as women. Really, the purpose in sharing our feelings is to be true to ourselves as women. But the second reality is that when we share our feelings with the men in our lives, it provides necessary feedback for them to become aware of what our problems are, so that they can fix the problems. Your feelings are the biggest problems. When I was first learning how to communicate with my husband from a feminine space, I had a problem come up that was pretty much all my husband's fault. He hadn't mowed the lawn in months, and the grass was high and full of weeds. I felt stress and distress whenever I looked at the yard, and also the kids couldn't play outside. The default situation for me would have been to say something like, "Hey, can you please mow the lawn?" Which sounds like a reasonable request, but actually is a request coming from a space of control. Me asking my husband to mow the lawn like that might not come from a space of nagging, but he would interpret it as nagging because it still has the flavor of the wife trying to force the man to solve the problem her way. Does this make sense? Instead, I opted to tune into myself and notice my feelings. My feelings were stress, sadness, and panic. My feelings are what I took to my husband that day. This is how it went. Me: "Honey, I'm feeling a lot of stress." Husband: "Why?" Me: "Because the kids have to play inside all the time." Husband: "Oh, why?" Me: "Because the lawn is overgrown and full of weeds. They won't play in the yard." Husband: "Oh no, I haven't mowed in a while. I'll do that this afternoon." And guess what? He did mow the lawn that afternoon without any reminders and with a good attitude. Framing the problem in the terms of my feelings allowed him to solve the problem and take action. He got to apply his problem-solving skills and be the hero by applying a solution he thought of himself, and I didn't have to nag. All I had to do was share my feelings and present the problem. When I've told this story before, I've had people ask, "But what if my husband hadn't then mowed the lawn? Then what?" Then it's time to go back to your feelings. "Honey, I'm feeling even more stressed now than I was this afternoon. I feel it in my chest and in my head. It hurts. Husband: Oh no, what's going on? Me: The kids have been stuck inside all day. It is becoming a huge problem for me, etc. It is a new way of thinking about our problems as women. Our real problems are not our problems. Our feelings are our problems. Now, I love feelings, and I am all about feelings. This is not to say our feelings are bad. It is to say that in the context of my unmowed lawn, the problem was not my unmowed lawn. The real problem was my feelings that were caused by the unmowed lawn. The problem is not that your husband needs a new job. The problem is that you feel stress and panic about money. You feel fear about not having enough money. The problem is not that your husband needs to fix the toilet. The problem is that you feel huge distress about having to use the downstairs bathroom. The problem is not that the car is out of gas. The problem is that you feel stress about having to get the tank filled before your next trip out and about. Does this make sense? It's a new way to think about the feminine experience. This mindset shift moves us away from thinking about our problems in terms of solutions that we demand from our husbands, and thinking about our feelings as the ultimate problem. When we present our feelings to our husbands vulnerably, without demanding specific solutions, it opens up the way for them to create solutions that they are genuinely interested in solving. It creates a dynamic where our men are eager to use their masculine skills and abilities to make our lives better and happier and easier. Instead of our needs and problems being burdens, our needs and problems become interesting challenges to solve, with a sweet reward, our genuine gratitude and happiness, which we should be sharing as freely as we share our sadness and our problems. Quick exercise. Before we move on, I want you to take a look at the problems in your life. All of your problems. What are they? I mean in terms of how you would normally categorize your problems. This would be things like not enough money, crazy work hours, the kids are too crazy, etc. Make your list of problems and then take it a step deeper. What are the feelings you feel that are the real problems? In this exercise, the lack of money is not the problem. The problem is your emotional stress from trying to afford groceries on such a slim budget. Where do you feel that stress in your body? Write it down. That is your real problem. The problem is not necessarily that your work hours are crazy. The problem is your emotions of stress and exhaustion. The problem is not that the kids are too crazy. It's that your nervous system feels crackly and electrical, and you feel like you're being fried alive, etc. We are shifting our awareness of our problems away from the problem itself to the emotions and feelings that are the real problem. In reality, your feelings are the only real problems you experience. If you love being poor and living in a shack, that is great for you, and that lifestyle is not a problem. That lifestyle is a problem if your body feels stress and upset about it. The things we experience in our lives are not problems for us until or unless we feel they are problems for us. So what have you traditionally viewed as your problems? And what are the actual problematic feelings that underlie those assumptions about your problems? That's what we want to dig into. The proper way to vulnerably share feelings. On a superficial level, the proper way to vulnerably share our feelings is just to live in our feelings every day. Easier said than done, I know. I'm still working on this myself. It is so easy for me to get caught up in my head and my thoughts and forget about my body and my feelings. But I'm a work in progress, and so are we all. The more we live in our feelings, the more authentically feminine we become, and the more magnetic we become for masculine energy. So on the most superficial level, the way to start vulnerably sharing your feelings is to actually allow your body to emote your feelings when you feel them. This means that you smile and maybe even jump or dance when you're feeling happy. You might verbally say, "I feel so happy." This means that you don't fight tears that flow to the surface when you feel sad or upset. You allow yourself to cry when you feel sad, even if other people would judge you. When you feel upset, you might verbally say, "I feel so sad right now," or "I'm feeling so upset." I want to mention that the word feel is very important here. Just notice the difference between saying "I'm happy" and "I feel happy." Notice the difference between saying "I'm sad" and "I feel sad." When we use "I'm" to describe our emotions, we rob them of their power, and we rob ourselves of the authority that comes from our feminine power of sensitivity. I know it feels silly to say, "I feel happy," or "I feel sad," instead of saying, "I'm happy," or "I'm sad," but please seriously try it. That one adjustment to the way you portray your feelings will alter your energy so much. You will see for yourself as you try it. It will feel strange and weird at first, but notice how the men in your life react and respond. They are attuned to your feelings. They don't want to know how you are, they want to know how you feel. So step 1 to vulnerable self-expression is just living from a space of your feelings, allowing your body to match how you feel, and verbally stating, "I feel," when you feel a particular feeling. Now, in a lot of books on relationships, they'll encourage ridiculous sentence constructions to dig into emotions. For example, they might encourage you to say something like, "I feel happy because you are emptying the dishwasher right now," or "I feel sad because you ignored my text today." Wow, these are like not even normal sentences. But they're also really uncomfortable and vaguely controlling. Can you sense the gross vibe from sentences like that? The trick here is to allow your emotions to be the springboard for a conversation that you do not control, and that you do not even try to control. You share your feeling. "I feel," fill in the blank. Then you allow the man in your life to ask why. "Why do you feel that way, hun?" Then you explain, "I just feel so happy that you did the dishes today. I feel so grateful." This kind of interaction is much less controlling and much more invigorating. I know that's a weird word to describe it, but try it for yourself and see that it really is invigorating. The rule is you can and should share your feeling, but your job is not to elaborate on it unless you are asked to. This keeps your feelings from being used as weapons. Your feelings are invited instead of used as punishment or rewards. Say no to because. I'm putting this in a separate section because I really want to draw attention to it. A lot of people out there will say to share feelings in a because format. "I feel sad because you did X. I feel confused because you did Y. I feel angry because blah, blah, blah." My greatest advice here is to never use because. Share your feeling, not the because. If you start making because sentences, it is likely that you are creating attacks and not sharing feelings. Sharing the big feelings. Sometimes we've got really big feelings that need to be addressed. Probably all of us reading this have some very big stuff going on in our marriages that need to be seriously dealt with. In that case, we've got to take a different approach. The number one thing is, before initiating a conversation about your biggest, deepest feelings, it is critical to ask for permission to share. May I please talk about my feelings? Or may I please have some help with my feelings? Believe me, I know what you are thinking, that those are the dumbest sentences you have ever heard. But I am begging you to give them a chance. Yes, it feels dumb to ask a man for help with your feelings. I have felt incredibly dumb asking my husband for help with my feelings. But this is actually incredibly powerful, and you will see this for yourself if you try it. Asking for permission before launching into a full-on emotional explosion is vitally important because it is just very uncool to dump emotions on people who are not prepared for them. You might be ready to share your feelings, but your husband may be in the middle of something and not have the time or energy to handle it right then. The first time you ask for help with your feelings, your husband will probably be weirded out, and understandably so. He might ask something like, "What in the heck does that mean?" And if you're like me, that might be when you just start sobbing because the feelings are so big your body can't contain them anymore. That is okay. When you've asked permission to share your feelings, or asked for help with your feelings, then it is time to describe your feelings. Not tell stories. Share feelings. So this is when you would say something like, "I feel so much sadness. I feel it in my chest. I feel it in the pit of my stomach. It is pulsing. My throat hurts. My head is pounding. I feel some panic rising now. So much anxiety is showing up." Please notice that these are descriptions of emotions and physical body sensations. That is all. That is your job. Your job is to keep the focus on your feelings and your body. That is it. Your husband should naturally ask, "Why?" or "What's going on?" or some variation of that. Do not launch into anything beyond your physical sensations or emotions without that invitation. When your husband asks why you are feeling those big feelings, that is the time to explain the backstory as minimally as possible without any accusations. Let's say you feel upset because your husband promised he would get a new job, but then never applied for any new jobs. You're upset because he broke his promise. You can say that. "I just feel so sad because I thought you said you would get a new job and you haven't even applied for any. I feel worthless. I feel worthlessness in my chest and my stomach. I just feel so worthless. I feel so sad." You bring it back to your emotions and your physical body sensations. Whatever you do, remember that this conversation is about you and your feelings. This conversation is not about your husband and what's wrong with him and all the things he's done wrong. That is not what this is about. This is about you keeping the focus on you and innocently coming to your husband for help with your emotions. If you feel yourself straying into story mode, blaming mode, or accusation mode, bring it back to your body. You don't have to fill every empty silence with talking. It is safe to just feel your emotions in your husband's presence. Just keep it about you and not about him. Even though he is involved in your story, and even though his decisions may be the true source of all of your problems, this is not a blame fest. And this is not an accusation palooza. The purpose here is not to make your husband feel bad. The purpose is to honestly feel your feelings and share them, because they are important feedback. The fact is that our husbands do not understand how their choices affect us unless we let them see it. We kind of let them see it secondhand, in our nagging, our despair, our depression, our anger, our snippiness, and more. This is the way to let our husbands see into our actual souls without having to feel attacked. When we come to our husbands with feelings about how they ignore us and neglect us, that is attack energy and an irresponsible channeling of our feminine emotions. When we actually come to our husbands for help with our feelings and share our actual feelings as sensations and emotions, and not stories and accusations, we open up a new channel for their wisdom and help. So I work in emotional healing. I didn't really think my husband could possibly be helpful to me in emotional processing, because I have so many tools for that myself. You could say I've written the book on emotional processing. I've actually written several. But I have personally been blown away by how powerful my experiences have been with my own husband when I go to him for help with my feelings. I have been stunned by his wisdom and empathy and his drive to help and serve me. I didn't know any of that was in him until I started coming to him vulnerably and asking for help with my feelings. As I write this, I'm recovering from bilateral pneumonia, and I have been unable to do most of my normal daily chores and activities. My husband has had to really step up his game and take over the bulk of the household management. Yesterday, I found myself crying about the whole situation. I just felt so bad and guilty about not being able to do my normal things that help the household function. My husband asked why I was crying, and I told him, and he held me. And he told me such comforting things, that it was okay, that this is just temporary while I'm healing, that he is grateful for the opportunity to serve me. He said, "You are not a burden. I love to serve you." And just writing that out will make me cry again. It was such a beautiful moment, and one that was born out of my despair, that I allowed myself to vulnerably share with my husband. For many years, I thought it would be a disservice to let my husband in on my deepest emotions. I didn't want to hurt him with my feelings or burden him with my feelings, so I would hide how I really felt and cry by myself in my closet instead of letting him see how badly I was hurting. The secret is that feminine feelings feel burdensome for women, but feminine feelings are inspiring for men. You might be burdened by your feelings. You probably feel that your feelings are a heavy weight for you to carry. But the secret is that your husband does not feel that way about your feelings. To him, your feelings are the most sacred, innermost part of you. They are what he specifically wants from you, even if he doesn't have the emotional maturity or verbal acuity to express that to you in words. Your feelings, when properly expressed, are not a burden to the men in your life. They feel grateful and honored to have that window into your soul, and they use the information they gather from these conversations to change things so that you can be happier in the future. Sharing the little feelings. As you practice tuning into your body regularly and sharing your feelings, it is good to share your little feelings too. As you go through the day and feel your feelings, it is appropriate to remark on them if you feel like it, saying, "I feel happy," when you are happy, and saying, "I feel stress," when you feel stress, is an easy way to take the feelings from inside yourself to outside of yourself. This can open up conversations or just be a simple way to externalize the emotions that would otherwise be bottled up inside. This is a great way to practice feeling and expressing your feelings vulnerably. I'll mention that of course it can feel weird to do this, and that is another reason to try it if you're aiming to step more into that vulnerable feminine energy. It is vulnerable to share feelings in general, and it is also vulnerable to do so in a culture where we don't normally do that. Can you feel peace while vulnerably and verbally sharing your feelings as you go about your day? This is something to tune into your feelings about. Ask your own body if this would be a good exercise for you. As with everything in this book, listening to your body will give you the answers you need to take your next steps forward. Asking for help with your stories. Sometimes it can feel impossible to get out of story mode. When that's the case, the way to handle it is to ask your husband for help with the story. So you would literally say, "Honey, I'm having a really hard time. I keep telling myself a story that I don't think is true, but I can't stop thinking it, and I need help." When your husband asks what the story is, you tell him. This would be something like, "I tell myself the story that you aren't looking for a new job because you want us to be poor. I know that you don't really want us to be poor, but that is the story I keep telling myself, and I don't want to tell myself that story anymore. May I please have some help?" Or maybe, "I tell myself the story that you keep watching pornography because you don't care about me or my feelings. I know that you do care about me, but I just keep telling myself this story, and I don't know how to stop." Or maybe, "I tell myself the story that you work so much because you don't want to spend time with me. I know that you care about me a lot, but I don't know how to stop telling myself this story," etc. What stories are you telling yourself about your husband? Can you bravely and vulnerably ask for his help with those stories? Remember that these conversations can never come from a space of attack. It can be okay to come from a space of blame as long as you realize that's what it is and ask for help with it, recognizing that blame is not strictly a responsible emotion. "May I have some help with my feelings?" "Sure, what?" "I am just feeling so much blame and I don't want to feel it anymore. I know it's not fair, and I don't like how it feels. I feel it in my lower gut, and it makes me feel sick to my stomach." "Who are you blaming?" "I've been blaming you for my problems, and I don't want to do that anymore. I need help with a new perspective to have on my life." And so on. All of these are just examples to hopefully illustrate the point. But asking for help rewriting your stories about your marriage relationship can change a lot of things. These conversations are hard and deeply vulnerable, but if you keep it all about you and your body, you will see that these lead to real change without the kind of messiness from previous attacking conversations. The first few times. The first few times that you have a conversation like this with your husband or the man in your life, he will likely not really understand what is going on. He might be kind of disoriented. These are not conversations that are normal to have in our day and age. Your husband might get upset at the idea that he's done something that upset you. The more you practice this type of sharing your feelings, the easier it will be, and the more pleasant it will be. Now I look forward to my conversations like this with my husband because I know how much better we will both feel afterwards. You can do this. I know this can feel like a new and scary way to communicate because it is. But you are capable of communicating your feelings in a feminine way that your husband can find inspiring instead of horrible. Should it be reciprocal? Here, we've talked about you as a woman, vulnerably sharing your emotions with the man in your life. In these examples, the woman is vulnerably sharing emotions, and the man is there to provide insight, guidance, and solutions. I am not a supporter of masculine emotional vulnerability. Men are not made to express emotions the same way women are. Men certainly feel emotions and deep ones, and in my work in emotional healing, I've worked with many men and helped them resolve deep-seated emotions. I feel that that can be appropriate. But where feminine emotions are not burdens on men, masculine emotions are burdens on women. Men are not meant to dump their feelings on the women in their lives. Men are meant to be strong for the women in their lives. I personally do not think there is space for men to be spending a lot of time being vulnerable with women. Obviously, men have emotions that need to be addressed and resolved, but I personally do not feel the marriage relationship is the right place for that. In my opinion, it unnecessarily and unfairly burdens the woman with the weight of the man's emotions. As women, we have enough to carry just with our own feelings. It is not considerate for men to dump their feelings on us. Men will also verify that they feel an innate, instinctual resistance to sharing their feelings with women, or really with very much of anybody. This is not a defect. This is part of the masculine divine design. Men are equipped to handle their feelings in a way that women are not. It is very appropriate for men to handle their emotions on their own without burdening the women in their lives with their feelings. Many women find that as they start sharing their feelings more, their husbands start sharing their feelings more in the same way. If this happens to you, please pay attention to the feelings you experience in your body as a result, and share those feelings. For my client, Suzanne, name changed, when that happened to her, she started feeling a feeling of disgust and panic and fear. Her body actually felt more unsafe when she started hearing more about how her husband was feeling emotionally. So she shared that physical body reaction with him the way I explained in this chapter, and he stopped sharing his feelings with her. He still feels his feelings, and now that he feels responsible for Suzanne's feelings also, he manages his own feelings more proactively out of respect for her and how his emotions impact the family. Sometimes, of course, it is appropriate for men to share their feelings. Sometimes this can lead to much better understanding and more peace and healing in the relationship overall. Just listen to your body and share your feelings as you hear your husband's feelings. Your body can lead the way. Who is responsible for your feelings? Just above, I wrote that Suzanne's husband now felt responsible for Suzanne's feelings. Is that appropriate? Who is responsible for whose feelings? It's becoming more commonly accepted that we are all responsible for our own feelings, which I mostly believe. Certainly, we are the ones who have the most control over our own emotions. We get to choose how we react to the world around us. However, in any provider-dependent relationship, the person who is dependent is highly affected by the provider, in a way that is not true in reverse. Think about it in terms of children and parents. Are your children responsible for all of their feelings? How many of your children's feelings are you responsible for as a parent? For me, in my personal parenting, I feel very responsible for my children's feelings, especially when they are very young. If my toddler is screaming bloody murder and very upset, but I didn't feed her or put her down for her nap on time, I feel a certain amount of responsibility for that. The more a person is dependent on a provider, the more that provider's actions affect the dependent, and the more the provider is responsible for the dependent's experience. When we as women are dependent on our husbands to be providers for us, While yes, we are still ultimately in charge of our own feelings, it is undeniable that their actions as providers impact us in massive ways. Obviously, our men are not wholly responsible for our feelings, but in my opinion, they are responsible for at least some of them when we are impacted by our husband's decisions. This is not an excuse to blame our spouses. This is just to say, in my opinion, providers are at least partially responsible for being aware of and responding to the emotions of their dependents. And the emotions of dependents are often good reflections of how providers are doing at their role as well. We are responsible for our own feelings, but we are also responsible for sharing our feelings with the people whose stewardship impacts us, so that they know how they are affecting us and how to course correct. The recap. When communicating your feelings from a feminine space, remember to 1. Ask permission before starting a full conversation about your feelings. 2. Share your emotions and physical body sensations. 3. Do not share your stories and accusations. 4. Wait to be asked why you feel the way you do. 5. If in doubt, bring it back to your body by describing the sensations you are feeling inside of your body. 6. You will see that after you have expressed your emotions fully, they leave. Once they are gone, you will feel very tired, but lighter. Then it is time to vulnerably share your gratitude with your husband. Chapter 5, Out of Control. Women prize security in a way men cannot even begin to understand. This is why money and power are attractive to women. It's not that seeing dollar bills itself is a turn-on. Women are attracted to money and power because what they are really attracted to is safety and security. Have you ever read any books by Laura Ingalls Wilder, like Little House on the Prairie? In those books, which were based on Laura's real life, her pa just builds them houses. He single-handedly chops down a bunch of trees and shapes them to build a log cabin, and then he just does it. He just in real life builds a log cabin. I'm sorry, but it would be very hard to find any woman who would be capable of such a feat. Historically, women have depended on men for all security. If you want a house, a man has to build it. If you want food, a man has to hunt it or grow it. This is still largely true today. Men build the majority of houses and grow the majority of food, but we are more divorced from that reality. We are more separated from the reality of our dependence on this kind of male exertion. But the fact is that being female is a highly vulnerable endeavor, and I don't know that most women's default setting is to enjoy that. In my observation and personal experience as a woman, women tend to obsess over money and finances and other issues of security way more than men do, because we feel like we have to. Someone in our lives has got to care if we have enough money to make it through the month or to retirement. If our husbands don't seem to care enough, then we step in and obsess about it. Essentially, this all comes down to control. The thing to understand is that when women are not experiencing enough feelings of security in our lives, the general female default setting is to try to amass as much control as possible over everything in life. This is a trauma response that provides the illusion of security and the actual reality of no added security, but lots of stress that adversely impacts our physical bodies. One thing I hated about feminine energy when I learned about it at first was that control is emphatically not on the feminine side of the spectrum. It is considered masculine to exert force and control over things. It is considered feminine to relax and flow instead. I remember reading about this years ago and thinking, this is crazy talk. How am I supposed to relax when I am the only one around who actually cares about any of this? And this is a very understandable place to come from, I think. As women, we are sitting here so concerned about our safety and security, and our husbands don't have that same default setting. As an example of this, let's take walking to your car in the dark. Many or even most women have some amount of fear about walking to their car alone in the dark. Why? Obviously, because we can easily be attacked in a parking lot, and that can just be very unsafe. Many women walk alone in the dark anyway, but has any woman gone through her entire life and never felt a severe panic or fear about being attacked while walking in the dark? I never have been attacked while walking alone at night, but I can't even count how many times I've walked in absolute, abject terror that I was being followed. This is an experience that generally men don't have. As women, we have a lot of general default fears. Have you ever been alone in an elevator with a man and felt afraid? I have. Feminine bodies are not made for defending themselves. We are vulnerable physically in a way men do not naturally understand. And let's talk about menstruation for a minute, or pregnancy and nursing and raising young children. All of these things take such huge tolls on the physical body. No wonder the female default settings are often placed in fear and scarcity mode. When we don't feel that anyone else is reliable enough to meet our needs for safety and security, we go into control zone and try to control everything. How can we relax when no one is going to take care of us if we do? Can you feel that question in your soul? How can I relax and flow and trust if no one is going to take care of me if I do? Here is a serious question for you. Are you in control zone? Do you feel a need to control the world around you? When you think about trusting your husband with your finances, your schedule, or more, does it strike terror, panic, and anxiety into your heart? Remember that your feelings are everything. Your feelings are communicating important messages to you. If you are feeling stress and panic and anxiety about trusting your husband with the control over your family and household, that is an important message. It's possible that your husband has not done a great job with his responsibilities in the past. It's possible that you are still dealing with relevant childhood trauma. These are all valid things. But the fact remains that stepping into your feminine energy is about being true to you and to your divine blueprint as a woman. Releasing your need for control is a vital part of this process. When control issues rear their ugly head. In my observation, nearly everyone experiences control issues to some degree or another. Confronting issues of control is part of the universal human experience. We are all born as children into situations we cannot control, and as we grow up, we learn to cope with this in different ways. How have you channeled your needs for security and control in your life? Control issues can show up in many ways, and don't get me wrong, men have control issues also. All the humans get to deal with control issues. But we're not talking about men right this minute. Whether the men in your life are overly controlling or don't take responsibility for anything, today we're talking about us as women. No matter what the men in your life are up to, you owe it to yourself as a woman stepping into her divine feminine inheritance to release your control issues and learn to relax and trust. This has been a hard lesson for me personally. As I've been on my journey to relinquish my own control issues, I have wanted a promise. I have yearned for a sure knowledge that if I did release my control issues, that for absolute sure, my life would not fall apart in response. And I think all women want that assurance. It's part of that primal need and desire we have for security. Yeah, I'll give up my control issues if I can have a sure witness that doing so won't mess with my safety and security. The reality is that I didn't have that sure knowledge when I started dismantling my own control issues. And don't get me wrong, I'm still a work in progress myself. What I do know is that when we as women step into our feminine energy, we are blessed and protected. even when, or shall I say especially when, it is not clear where those blessings or protection will come from. The secret is that true feminine energy is innocent and trusting. When we approach our feminine transformation from a space of needing control, from a space of fear, from a space of anxiety, that is not feminine energy. So we cannot see the blessings. As we work together to release control issues and step into a space of relaxation, it's important to remember that fear and anxiety about releasing control are counterproductive. That's not to say they are bad, it is only to say that our feelings are the real problem, and we owe it to ourselves to feel those feelings and feel them thoroughly, and maybe involve a trusted man in our lives to help us process and feel those feelings and let them go. If you feel unsafe to give up your control issues, digging into your feelings and asking the man in your life for help with them may be very transformational and healing. Ways control issues show up. How are you experiencing control issues? Some people get manipulative, trying to manipulate the people and situations around them so they can feel safer. Some people take full control of the finances or the schedule or the appointments. Some people try to make all the decisions in their relationship. Some people get controlling over their food or their weight, and not always in ways you would expect. Just as being underweight can be a control issue with food, so can being overweight. How do you feel when your husband makes decisions? In the past, probably your husband's decisions, or lack thereof, were not adequately informed by your vulnerably shared feelings. This is a wake-up call to remind you that the way things were in the past with your husband do not have to be the way things continue. Armed with the knowledge of how to share your feelings and the knowledge that it is part of your divine responsibility as a woman, you are now equipped to start shifting the dynamic of your relationship. If you have an overly controlling husband, sharing your vulnerable emotions as they come up in response to his inappropriate exertions of control can help him realize how his decisions are affecting you so he can change. If you have an overly lax husband who doesn't do anything helpful, sharing your vulnerable emotions as they come up in response to that can help him realize how his indecision and inaction and refusal to lead is affecting you. The fact is that men will generally allow women to do as much as women are willing to do. This is not always true. There are certainly controlling and abusive men out there who severely restrict what women do. But right now, in America, lawyer Dennis R. Vetrano says that the number one cause of divorce that he sees is not problems stemming from overly controlling men. It's men who sit back and relax, while their wives manage the households and earn all the money. No matter what your situation is with your spouse and issues of control, you stepping into your emotions and sharing them vulnerably is the first step to real, serious change in your marriage or relationship. And more importantly, in your own soul. This is an important thing to note. In every marriage or romantic relationship, it takes two to tango. When one partner polarizes, the other partner does also, or they opt out. But every marriage is always a reflection of where both parties are in relation to their own polarity. If you are in a terrible marriage now, the chances are high that you are a big player in that dysfunction. I know that's not easy to hear. It's not fun to write either. But worse, if you divorce your partner and don't do the inner work you need to do to heal your own polarity, you will just attract more of the same. Something magical happens when we release control as women and step into a place of trusting God and men to provide for us. God and men actually do provide for us. Our trust and innocence activates something primal in men that drives them to protect us and provide for us. Releasing the need for control is a prerequisite for being truly provided for. Hidden forms of control. Most people don't love feeling controlled or feeling like someone else is trying to control them. The psychological term for this is reactance. Jonah Berger, a marketing professor at the University of Pennsylvania, has explained this. People like to feel they're in control, in the driver's seat. When we try to get them to do something, they feel disempowered. Rather than feeling like they made the choice, they feel like we made it for them. So they say no or do something else, even when they might have originally been happy to go along. As you hear that, can you think of any examples where this was true in your own life? Where you suggested something to a man in your life only to have him ignore it and do something else, or do it but with a bad attitude? This is why. The less we try to control the men in our lives, the more easily everyone's lives flow. A lot of times, we as women don't realize how much we are controlling things. Obviously, when we tell people what to do, it's a form of control. For example, if we were to say, "Donald, wash the car," that is obviously controlling language. We are directly commanding someone to do something, and that feels controlling. But that is not the only way control issues can show up in our language. Making suggestions can also be a form of control. I know we don't typically think of suggestions that way. A lot of us as women offer suggestions because we think we are being helpful. However, that is not typically how men take suggestions. Very often, suggestions are instead assumed to be criticisms of a man's abilities. I recommend avoiding making suggestions whenever possible. If you feel stressed about how a man is handling something, the feminine way to handle that feeling is to share your feeling, not make unwanted suggestions that make him angry and irritated and leave him feeling like you're trying to control him. Remember this true fact: all unsolicited advice is actually criticism. If no one is asking for your advice, I strongly recommend not giving your advice to anyone, male or female. When we try to help by giving advice, we are actually criticizing, and it should be no surprise when other people react poorly to our words and actions. The way we present our concerns about a situation can impact how controlled those around us feel. My greatest advice about this is to make everything about you. The more you can eliminate the word you from your vocabulary and shift it into I, the less controlling it feels. The more you can ask for help coming from a space of yourself, the better. The goal is to make these interactions about you and what you need, and not about him and what he needs to do for you. Check out these examples. You: will you please empty the dishwasher? Versus I: may I please have some help emptying the dishwasher? You: can you get the oil changed on the car this week? Versus I: I'm feeling a lot of stress about the oil light in the car right now. You: can you please mow the lawn? Versus I feel so much stress about the weeds in the lawn. You: please hand me that item. Versus I: may I please have that item? This is subtle, but can you feel the difference in energy? Men are more sensitive to the energy behind our conversations than we think. It's okay to ask for things using the word you. Sometimes it's unavoidable because of how the English language works. I don't think you should contort your language just to avoid asking you to do things. But the more you can keep the focus on yourself instead, the more easily things will go, and the more likely men are to help you with a positive attitude. The real important thing here is not the language, it's the energy of control. The language choice is merely a verbal reflection of our choice to release control. When men aren't used to leading. Do you have a man in your life who doesn't lead? Do you find it frustrating? Maybe he dilly-dallies with decisions, maybe he procrastinates important things. Maybe he never schedules anything, no dates, let alone things like dentist appointments or appointments with the accountant. He leaves everything up to you and might not even know how to do things like book a hotel or order food from Uber Eats. He might not know where the kids' classes are. Maybe he does this while wearing the disguise of leading. He is too busy with work to deal with the little things like your actual life and the life of your family. This is absurd. Men are designed to lead their families. Just working, even at a super stressful job or while going through medical school or dental school and so forth, does not mean he is automatically not capable of being involved with the actual lived life of the family. As women, dealing with men like this can be infuriating. We actually do want men who are active players in life, not just along for the ride that we provide. Men are meant to provide for and lead women. It's not really meant to work the other way around, which explains why it doesn't work the other way around. When women are leading everything and providing for the men, no one wins. The women in this situation feel enormous amounts of anxiety, and the men in this situation feel enormous amounts of irritation and frustration. If you have a husband who isolates himself and prefers to communicate in grunt format, this is probably a result of the dynamic you have helped create by asserting control over your household instead of bringing your feelings to your husband and allowing him to use your feelings as inspiration for managing the family. It can be hard to break out of this pattern. Lisa, name changed as always in this book, had always been in charge of everything. Everything. But when she started stepping more into feminine energy, she decided to stop taking charge. This was right before a family road trip. In the past, she would have booked all the hotels and planned every stop. Instead, this time she decided not to concern herself with it and wait for her husband to manage it. When her husband didn't manage it in a timely manner, she took her feelings to him. "Hey honey, I'm feeling nervous." "Why?" "Because it's about time to book the hotels for our trip." For Lisa, this little conversation was enough to inspire her husband to proactively book the hotels, something he had never done before. In the end, he did a fine job, and the family was happy on their road trip. Were things perfect? No. And were they the way Lisa would have done them? No. But everything still worked out, and the family had a good time. When men who haven't done anything are suddenly allowed to take control and expected to lead their own families for a change, we can expect that the transition may be a little rough. For a lot of families, the men have not been very involved in the family at all. It's important to have grace and gratitude for the good faith efforts put forth by our men who are trying, even if they don't start out doing things as well as we would. Things to turn over to your husband. These are things I would strongly recommend turning over to your husband: the finances and budget, the overall family schedule, and basically all planning responsibilities for your family. Of course, don't take my word for it. Everyone's situation is different, and I want to acknowledge that, but these are areas that I recommend seriously considering. You have been carrying a lot, I know. Women in the modern age are carrying so many more burdens than we were ever designed to carry, and we are not meant for this. Our men are meant for this. And allowing them to step into that role of leader allows everyone in the family to breathe easier. Turning the schedule over. Do you manage the household schedule? Have you noticed that it can be really stressful to be the one in the family that is in charge of knowing who goes where and how long they'll be there, having to do all the backwards math to figure out what's going on every day? Do you make every dental appointment, every doctor appointment, and schedule every last thing that needs to be scheduled? Many women do this, and I don't know that it makes our lives as women better or easier. Men are very capable of scheduling dental appointments and even kid birthday parties. They are capable of scheduling dates and vacations. There is no reason why this should all be 100% your problem. I'm not telling you that to be feminine, you can never add things to the family schedule. I'm not telling you that you need to immediately let go of all scheduling responsibilities right this minute. I am inviting you to tune into your own feelings about this and maybe pray about this if you are a praying person, and ask for a divine perspective on what is right for you and your family. Rachel was the one who managed the schedule for her family for many years. She had a bunch of little kids and had to keep track of everyone's sports practice and piano lessons, birthdays and parties, healthcare visits, and more. She was, and is, a capable woman who could handle it, but I put that in quotation marks because being the sole adult in charge of managing the schedules of so many people definitely took a toll on her physical body. She felt exhausted and ragged all the time. This is not a feminine experience. Feminine energy is not meant to be run ragged. If you, like Rachel, are feeling exhaustion and fatigue from just managing the schedules of everyone around you, this is a big signal from your feminine body. that something is wrong and needs to change. This is when you take those feelings of fatigue to the man in your life, describe them, and when he asks why you feel that way, you explain that you are tired from carrying all the burdens of scheduling. Explain that it is so much for you to be in charge of every single aspect of the family schedule and family plans. You do want your family to run smoothly. You want everyone to get where they need to be when they need to be there, and so on, but being the one in charge of scheduling everything is taking a toll. See what solutions your husband puts forth for you. When he makes suggestions, feel the feelings of your body that show up in response to those suggestions and see for yourself how you and your husband are led to the perfect solution as you both listen to the messages of your body about how the schedule for your family should be managed. Rachel found that after having a conversation like this with her husband, he started offering to take over more of the scheduling. When she expressed that she felt stress about calling the dentist to schedule 7 dental appointments, her husband offered to handle that, and he did, without complaint. Rachel has found that over time, her husband has started planning more family activities, scheduling more appointments, and scheduling more dates. Her husband was always capable of doing this, but it took her vulnerably sharing her emotions about it for him to feel inspired to do this. It's not that he didn't want to before, but rather he didn't feel that she wanted or needed him to step in. A lot of times, the men in our lives allow us to suffer because they don't even know we are suffering. We do such a good job of handling everything and doing it without sharing our emotions about it that they don't even realize how much their absence or neglect of responsibilities is affecting us. As we start sharing our feelings about our responsibilities, it allows the men in our lives to come up with new solutions for us. This makes them feel like heroes and allows us to rest and relax. No one has to nag or be nagged. It is an ultimate win-win. Medical scheduling. One thing I think is worth specifically mentioning is medical scheduling. Men are responsible for the overall health of their families. When it comes to medical scheduling, ideally, men take the lead with this. As women, hopefully we have all noticed by now that doctors tend not to take the medical concerns of women very seriously. Have you noticed this? Have you been to the doctor about an issue only to have the doctor suggest you are making it up? Or that the real problem is just your weight? Just lose weight and come back. Reduce your stress. Right. It can be horrifically frustrating as a woman to go to the doctor for yourself or for your child, only to have your doctor dismiss all of your concerns. The sad reality is that doctors are way more likely to take the same concerns more seriously when they are expressed by a man. Having your husband involved in your healthcare and the healthcare of your children can be an incredible game changer for your family. If your family has serious medical concerns, the more your husband can be involved in the management of that situation, the better the outcome will be for everyone. I'm not saying this is fair or right, but it is true. If you can only turn one aspect of scheduling over to your spouse, I strongly recommend it be medical scheduling. Now this opens up another door. What about when you and your spouse disagree on health situations? As an example, many of my clients are holistically minded women who prefer natural health care and are very informed of the risks involved with various pharmaceuticals, and they tend to be married to allopathically minded men who haven't spent 5 seconds researching the risks of any pharmaceuticals. This kind of situation is exactly a perfect training ground for exercising your feminine vulnerability and allowing your emotions to inform the situation. It can be safe to share both your stress with your husband about juggling many doctor appointments, and it can be safe to ask for his help in managing your fears because he basically hasn't spent 5 seconds researching anything. A lot of husbands will take those concerns and research for a few minutes with basic sites that confirm their pre-existing biases, and many wives feel a lot of stress about that. Again, this is a perfect opportunity to share your feelings. Many of the women in my client base are very proactive with health research, and their husbands are not, and this is a big source of frustration and fear. They don't want their husbands in charge of anything medical because they fear what their husbands will do. For many wives, this is the ultimate test of faith, to put medical decisions and medical research in the hands of their husbands. Again, I am not telling you to immediately abandon all the work you do with your family's medical situation. I am suggesting that you tune into your body about this, that you pray about this, and seriously consider how this perspective may fit into your life and your family and your own feminine journey. Is it possible that being responsible for the family's health is exactly what your husband needs in order to have the change of heart you have hoped for? Opening the dialogue about your biggest sources of stress. We live in a stressful world, in case you haven't noticed, and many of us are facing different, very stressful situations. I can't pretend to know every emotional burden you may be carrying, but I do know that as modern women, we tend to carry a lot of stress that may not be necessary for us to carry. Remember that your stress is a real problem. Your feelings are a real and serious problem. They are problems that, if you present them appropriately, the men in your life will feel a biological drive to solve for you. Men deeply desire for the women around them to be happy. Your own husband is driven to help you be happy. If it doesn't seem like he cares about your happiness, the problem is most likely that you have been operating from a space of masculine energy, leaving him feeling unnecessary and not good enough. Every time you have protected your husband from the depth of your feelings, you have actually been driving a wedge between you that inspires him to justify his hurtful behaviors towards you. Why should he feel bad about how you feel about things if you hide your true feelings or use them to attack him? He will not feel bad about that. Men, and even women, are most deeply inspired to change when they are presented with pure, innocent emotions devoid of attack energy. I don't know what the biggest sources of stress in your life are right now, but whether you feel stressed about family time management, your hectic work schedule, your relationship with your kids, your relationship with your husband, your finances, or something else, tuning into your feelings about the situation and then going to your husband with them will yield changes in your life that you cannot begin to anticipate now. I truly mean that. When I first started experimenting with this, I had extremely low expectations. But every time I have taken my feelings to my husband from a space of true feminine vulnerability, I have been blown away by the power of his response. My life and my family are completely different now, and so much better. Whatever your big sources of stress are, if you take them to your husband to help you with your feelings, I feel confident in guaranteeing that if you do this right, you will be stunned at the changes your husband is inspired to make to serve you. My friend Anna had an incredible story about this. She was getting frustrated with her multiple toddlers who needed her attention to the point that she started screaming back at them. In the moment, she was horrified with her own behavior. She knew that these kids were very little and that these kids were not trying to ruin her life. She knew that her anger was really a mask for some feeling she was choosing not to feel. So as she helped her baby, she closed her eyes and tried to feel her feelings. What came up was a huge wave of incredible sadness. She decided to ask her husband for help with this sadness. Fortunately, he was around, so she went to him and said, "May I please have some help? I am feeling so sad." Her husband put aside what he was doing to listen. She sat with him and told him where she felt sad in her body. When he asked why she felt so sad, she had to stop and listen. She realized she had a story going on in her heart that said that she was better than taking care of whiny children. Anna had been successful in her career and was now a stay-at-home mom, and her sadness came from a story she told herself that she was above the struggles of motherhood. She should be out there making a splash in the corporate world instead, with people who adored her and treated her with respect, instead of people who could scream for 2 hours over their desire for a single cookie. Her husband helped her dig into that story and feel her feelings about it. Anna didn't really believe that she was too good for motherhood, but discovering those deep feelings in herself and really giving them the chance to be embodied helped her feel so much calmer and lighter as the feelings passed through. She felt less resentful of her children and husband. And just as importantly, she had given her husband a window into her biggest source of stress that day. For the first time, her husband realized on a truly visceral level how difficult it was for Anna to make that transition from being loved and adored at work to being yelled at all day long while she changed dirty diapers. For the first time, her husband could truly see how hard this was for her, and it inspired him to change how the family was run. He didn't want his wife to be sad or overwhelmed or stressed all day. He wanted her to be happy and hadn't realized how stressed she had been. To be fair, until Anna chose to spend more time with her feelings instead of just mindlessly reacting to her situation, even Anna hadn't realized the truth behind her feelings, emotions, or behavior. This conversation was deeply healing for both of them. Anna was shocked when her husband spontaneously planned a family activity that afternoon, just for him and the kids, specifically to allow her to rest. Anna reports that her husband has continued to be more involved with the family and has been more respectful of the sacrifices she has made for their family. This is because she took her problem to him from a space of feminine vulnerability. Many women have tried to communicate similar struggles to their husbands, only to find their husbands are unsympathetic or even antagonistic to their plight. I would suggest that when that has happened, it has been because the women presenting the problems are presenting them from a space of logic or a space of attack, instead of a space of true vulnerability. Whatever responsibilities you are carrying that feel heavy to you, I strongly encourage you to feel your feelings about them and then ask your husband for help. You will be surprised at what miracles show up for you. Managing the money. I know this is a triggery topic, especially if your husband is not good with money currently. But particularly if your husband is the primary earner in your family, I believe it makes sense for him to also be the primary decision maker when it comes to the money, as long as his decisions are also informed by your vulnerably shared feelings. For Diana, her husband was extremely bad with money. He worked full-time, and she was a stay-at-home mom, and she managed the money. All month long, she would feel stress about how to pay the bills, and he would feel just fine spending his money on whatever he wanted. When Diana turned the control of the money back over to her husband, he was not thrilled about it. Diana said, "He got angry with me when I said I was done managing the money. He said he wouldn't manage it either. So I told him that no one would manage it, I guess, because I couldn't handle it anymore. It was too much stress for my body and emotions." But 2 days later, on a Saturday, he locked himself in his office for a full day, and when he came out, he had a budget worked out, and he had completely automated all our bills. He streamlined our finances, gave me a grocery budget, and started paying attention to his own expenditures now that he realized where the money needed to go every month. Turning the money over to my husband was so hard, but in the end, it improved our marriage and our family so much. It is not fair to expect men to be responsible with their spending if they don't even know the financial landscape of the household. If we want our men to become responsible financially, we actually need to give them the opportunity to try. We do that by giving them control of the money, whether they want it or not. I know this takes an enormous amount of faith and trust. I'm not saying you need to do this right away. If you are a praying person, I would recommend taking this to God and asking for help and divine wisdom on how and when to turn the finances over to your husband. But if we want financially responsible men, the only way to get that is to allow them to figure it out with first-hand experience. Earlier, we established the difference between the male and female nervous system. Women are designed for sensitivity and emotion and feeling. Men are less so. When it comes to money, men are less likely to handle money emotionally. As an unusually logical woman with a degree in the hard sciences, I used to get offended at the idea that men are more rational and less emotional than women. I would tell myself, I am an incredibly logical and rational person. I can do just as good a job as a man. And I think to some extent that is true. There are many of us women who are very capable of doing amazing jobs managing money. But the fact remains that if the man is the financial provider, it makes the most sense to have him be the one to manage the money. And it also remains true that the female nervous system is more prone to nervousness, worry, fear, and anxiety. Many women report that after turning over the finances to their husbands, they feel less stress and worry and anxiety. They are more able to exist in a space of relaxation and peace. Turning over ultimate control over the money and the responsibility of making sure the bills get paid to your husband is not about you being dumber or less capable than he is of managing the money. It's about you being able to rest from the burden of managing it all. And it's about allowing him to step up and become as responsible as he can be financially. Now, this is not to say that you should have no input or say in how the money is spent. Once again, it all comes back to your feelings. If you are feeling like something is not fair in how the money is spent, it's important to sit with your feelings and ask for help with them. You may find that your husband agrees with you once he hears out your emotional side of things. Or you may find that talking it out with him allows you to see a new perspective that resolves your emotions about where the money is going. You may find that your feelings inspire your husband to work smarter or harder and make more money just to reduce your stress, or to make sure that you have the ability to acquire what you want to acquire, or experience what you want to experience. The end goal here is simple. It's for you to feel happy all day, every day. You don't have money problems in your marriage. You have happiness problems that you feel money would solve. This is an invitation to reframe your problems and take them to your husband for help. See for yourself how reframing this and turning to him for assistance changes everything. When you own your own business. In general, these days, I don't believe most women are happiest running a business. I created my business back when I was in scarcity mode. Today, I love running my business as long as I can do it in a feminine way. For me, this means no set hours. I have to be able to work whenever I want to and not work whenever I don't want to. And it means I have to run my business based on my feelings. This isn't to say that logic never comes into what I do, or that I never think and only feel, but it is to say that at the end of the day, my intuition about my business has to be able to take center stage. I also have to be able to run my business from a space where my kids and husband come first. Feminine energy is a responsive energy, and I have to be able to respond to my kids and husband if they have something they need responded to. It might be a problem my child needs solved. It might be a need for food that I have to cook. It might be that they just want to have a conversation and share a win they've had in the day. I'm not always the best at being emotionally available for these needed responses, but being able to respond is a top priority for me. If I find myself putting my business ahead of my husband and children, that is a big warning to me that I am no longer operating from a space of feminine energy. When I use my business as an escape from my relationships instead of as a joyful outlet for my creativity, I know I'm operating from the wrong energy. What about the money I earn from my business? When it comes to business, if you own your business and your husband is not a co-owner of it, when your business earns money, it is not your money. It is your business's money. The revenue a business earns is not all profit. All the money a business earns should be going right into your business bank account. That money is not even your money, even if you are the woman who earned it. That money is your business's money. Half of revenue or more needs to be kept in reserve for taxes, overhead, and other business expenses. A significant portion, in my opinion, needs to be kept on hand for your business savings. Your business should have money in the bank for a rainy day, when you need to cover operating expenses but aren't bringing in as much revenue as usual. With the remainder of the money, we as businesswomen pay ourselves. I used to just pay myself separately and do whatever I wanted with my money. I didn't want to have to answer to my husband about how I spent the money I personally earned. I don't know that there's anything morally wrong with that, except that it does create a space between a woman and her husband instead of creating more trust and intimacy. I found that I was using my own money as a way to avoid having to trust my husband financially. These days, when I pay myself, it goes into the joint bank account, and my husband manages our joint money. I manage my business, and my business has plenty of money to function, but the money I pay myself ends up in the joint checking, and I trust my husband to manage it. That is just how I do it, and you don't have to do it like I do. I strongly recommend using your feelings and prayer as a guide for how to best manage your business from a feminine space, if that is something you are dealing with. I have also written a full chapter on working from a feminine space later on in this book. Asking permission. One way to help turn over control in your life is to ask for permission. I know that might sound very triggering. You're a full-grown woman. Why should you ask permission? Aren't you a full-fledged adult and an equal partner in your relationship? And if you're not in a relationship right now, I invite you to keep reading. This is good information, but I have a section on permission for single women coming up. The answer is yes. Of course you are a full-fledged adult and an equal partner in your relationship, but you have a different role in your relationship. To understand the power of asking permission, we have to go back to the fundamental concepts of masculine and feminine. The masculine role is to protect, guide, and provide, and the feminine role is to respond, relax, and receive. The more vulnerably a woman responds, relaxes, and receives, the more motivated a man is to protect, guide, and provide. The male protective instinct is incredibly powerful. It drives men to do unthinkable things. They go to war. They fight off robbers and bad guys when women are attacked. They go to work in dangerous situations. And women love it. Romance novels are massively lucrative, and a highlight of many romance novels is when the hero's masculine protective instinct is turned on. Think of Twilight, when Edward saves Bella from getting smashed by the car, from being assaulted by scary guys while she's out with her friends, from being ripped up by vampires. Twilight movies alone, not even counting the books, have made over $3 billion. $3 billion bucks, my friend. That is how much women have loved seeing the male protective instinct come to life on the big screen. Twilight took the world by a storm because women everywhere were so hungry to experience masculine protective devotion. That is my formal diagnosis of the situation. Women want to be protected, and there is an instinctive part of us that loves evoking the masculine protective instinct. However, the male protective instinct can also feel like our worst enemy. When does protectiveness become controlling? When does just being controlling lead to actual abuse? I understand that abuse and controlling behaviors come from masculine instincts gone awry. This is not to excuse them in any way, and if you find that you step into your feminine energy and still feel abused or controlled, you need to listen to your feelings and follow them out of that situation. I understand that in at least some cases, embodying feminine energy can shift the dynamic of a relationship so that overly controlling men choose to step back. But if we want the men in our lives to feel protective of us and provide for us, the other side of that coin is giving some control of our own lives back to them. And sometimes that is not fun. Sometimes they will want things for us that we do not want for ourselves. Violet wrote in, I recently had a big health scare that landed me in the hospital for a long time. At one point, the doctors talked about sending me home but decided against it. They thought it would be too dangerous for me. I was very upset because I wanted to go home. But I'm a praying person, and I felt like God told me to ask my husband what he thought and that I should trust my husband's decision. My husband wanted me to stay in the hospital, so I did until all the doctors agreed that it was safe for me to go home. Later on, I told someone this story, and my husband was very upset. He said I had thrown him under the bus by blaming him for making me stay in the hospital. He said, "What was I supposed to do? Risk your life when all the doctors said it wasn't safe for you to leave? I know you didn't want to stay, but you are my wife, and your health is my responsibility." I hadn't realized at the time how seriously my husband was taking his role as my protector. Having this conversation with him and seeing how upset he was at my perceived ingratitude for his protection really shifted how I saw our relationship. One thing I want to mention about Violet's story is that Violet didn't just do whatever her husband said to do with this situation. She prayed about her hospital situation and felt it out in her body, and followed her feelings by following her husband. In this case, though, Violet's husband showed his protective instinct by agreeing with the doctors that Violet had disagreed with. I'm sure that this was a very hard thing for her, And I again want to mention that in this case, Violet prayed and followed her feelings, which told her to trust her husband on this. If her feelings had said no, that would have been different, and if I had been there, I would have told Violet to share her feelings vulnerably with her husband and see what came of it. But in this instance, Violet's husband's protective instinct came forward in a way that Violet did not necessarily enjoy 100%. What does this have to do with permission? Permission, at its core, recognizes the structural hierarchy involved in a provider-dependent relationship. We expect children to ask permission of their mothers because their mothers are in charge of protecting them and providing for them on a day-to-day basis. When we as wives ask permission, we show that we recognize that the men in our lives are protecting us and providing for us. Asking permission places us in a space of honesty and integrity as we acknowledge the man's role as protector and provider. Asking permission is a powerful way to cede control and solve a lot of other problems in marriage, too. One client, Penny, had a husband she felt was very controlling with money. She would go to the store and spend money on groceries for the family, only to come home and have him demonize her for spending so much money. What was she supposed to do? That's how much groceries cost. This would cause many fights in their home that she felt were all his fault. The fact was that her husband had no idea how much groceries cost and had no context for how much it cost to feed their family. Of course, groceries were just one thing. He also took issue with any online orders and basically any spending of any kind, even though all of her orders were for things like shoes and coats for the kids. If Penny spent money, Penny's husband had a cruel thing to say about it. I recommended that Penny start asking permission before spending money. I told her that I knew it was going to be very annoying and possibly even feel demeaning. It is not always easy and convenient to ask permission, and especially if you are new to the concept, it can seem very unnecessary. But the magical thing about asking permission in this instance is that it opened up doors for new conversations. Instead of just spending money at the grocery store, I recommended that Penny text her husband from the store and say, "Honey, I'm at the store, and hamburger is $15, steak is $30, chicken tenderloins are $8, and bacon is $10. That's $60 with taxes. Is that okay for meat for the week? Produce for the week is going to be whatever. Cleaning supplies are going to be whatever. Is that okay?" And just ask. Penny was amazing because she totally did this and was shocked by the response. For once, her husband didn't complain about the money she spent. She spent the same amount of money on groceries as usual, but her husband didn't say anything about it. Before Penny ordered school supplies for the kids, she ran the numbers past her husband. He approved the purchase and didn't say anything further about it. This was a marked difference from the past. But asking permission helped Penny shift their relationship into a much more positive space. She could have attacked him, and she previously did, for not understanding the cost of groceries and school supplies and more. But instead of attacking him or just being victimized by the situation, asking permission changed everything. Asking permission allows men to naturally step further into their role as protector and provider. It requires them to actually think about the situation and make a decision. Then we as women can respond to that decision vulnerably from the innocence zone. If our feelings feel good about the decision, we can share how happy we are, and that validates the experience for everyone. If our feelings feel bad about the decision, we can share that vulnerably as well and allow that to inform the situation as well. If your husband is overly controlling, as Penny's was with the money, or if he is somehow not controlling enough and is generally uninvolved with daily life, asking permission can restore proper balance. Skylar wrote in, "My husband is not a controlling guy at all. Actually, he's not involved with much of anything. He prefers video games and the internet to real life and has left me to manage basically everything for the family by myself. It felt disgusting when I first heard about asking permission. Why should I ask permission from him? We both work, I earn half the money, and I run everything for the household. Why should I ask him for permission when he leaves me to do everything alone? Not to mention, he's not the boss of me. But I hated our dynamic, so I decided to give asking permission a try, even though it felt weird at first and didn't necessarily make a ton of sense to me. I figured I can try it a few times, and if it goes weird or I hate it, it's not like I have to make asking permission a cornerstone of my existence or something. I started by asking permission about little things. I started asking things like, "May I please go to the store?" instead of just telling him I was going to the store. Or I would ask things like, "Could we order takeout for dinner?" instead of just telling him I was ordering dinner. I found that he usually said yes to the things I was asking about, and when he didn't, he would explain why, and he usually had good reasons. Either way, it was good to talk about the things that came up. But what really surprised me was how much he started taking responsibility for our family after I started asking him for permission for more things. It's like as he got used to me asking for permission with scheduling and spending and activities, he started realizing that it made sense for him to start scheduling things and planning things for our family. I discovered that the more I involved him in my life and the family's lives by asking permission, the more he voluntarily stepped up. It was a total surprise. Asking permission can be a graceful way to involve your husband in the family more, and you may be very surprised by how that happens. Telling versus asking. I think a lot of women feel irritation about the concept of asking men for permission for things. I fully get it. I have felt the same way in my life, but I want to talk about the risk that comes from just telling. A friend of mine, we'll call her Robin, decided that she was done with asking permission for things from her husband. She wasn't asking permission for things because she felt it was the right thing to do for her feminine energy. She was doing it because it is instinctive, and women just naturally ask permission a lot. We ask permission for stuff, and we say sorry a lot. Am I right? So Robin decided she was done. She wanted equality in her marriage and decided she was just going to inform her husband of her decisions, just like he would inform her. If his work required him to go on a trip, he wouldn't ask her permission. He would just tell her he was going on the trip and then just go on the trip and expect her to deal with that. So she decided she would do the same to him. She made a plan for her own trip and then informed him of it. "I'm going on a trip in the first week of May." Her husband said, "Yeah, that's probably fine." Robin said, "I wasn't asking your permission. I was just informing you." And kapow! They were off to the races because her husband totally freaked out. He was extremely upset about this interaction. Reading this story, can you feel why? When you read about it, how does that interaction feel in your body? It can feel wrong or somehow messed up that women need to ask permission from their husbands when husbands don't need to ask permission of us. If we're both equal partners, why would that be the case? To me, the reason is biology and masculine and feminine roles. The man is the provider and protector, and if he has to do something to protect or provide for his family, while it may be appropriate to seek the family's input on the situation, it is not necessarily appropriate for him to ask for permission to do what needs to be done for the family. On the other hand, part of the woman's role is to allow herself to be protected and provided for. It makes sense to ask for permission from the person who is in charge of protecting and providing, because they are the ones with stewardship over the situation. As parents, we can see a problem with a child just informing their parents of a weekend trip, or whatever. Children need to ask permission of their parents because their parents are paying for their lives and on the hook for their ongoing safety and well-being. Obviously, women are not children, and many of us make our own money and so on, but if a woman wants a strongly polarized romantic relationship with the man in her life, that can only come as she acknowledges him and invites him to be her protector and provider. Asking permission instead of just informing honors that role for him and prevents the fireworks that can come from just informing. If there is the option of just informing or asking permission, I vote to ask permission. Don't take my word for it. I recommend feeling this out in your body and experimenting with it for yourself. But very often, asking permission, even in cases where it seems unnecessary, can prevent big conflict and promote intimacy and unity instead. When permission is declined. What about when permission for something very reasonable is declined? Jada sent in her story. Some years ago, I felt like God was telling me I really needed to take a particular class on spiritual development. The class was hundreds of dollars, but other women in my life spontaneously asked if they could sponsor me. Without even trying, I had enough resources to cover my flight out, my hotel, and the class itself. But I would have to be gone from my family for 4 days, and we had 3 kids aged 4 and under. I knew I had to ask my husband's permission to go. I waited until I had all my ducks in a row, and then I asked him. I showed him how all these women had shown up in my life just to make sure I could go. I told him I felt like God himself actually wanted me there. I asked if I could go. My husband said no. I was devastated. I cried, I prayed about it, and felt like God said I should listen to my husband. It threw me into a very weird place. How could God tell me I needed to take this class, and tell me I needed to listen to my husband, who refused permission for me to take this class? I didn't know anything about vulnerability at the time, but I was too emotional to be able to hide it well. My husband knew I was sad and sat with me while I cried, but he didn't change his mind. I missed the class and couldn't for the life of me see how this was God's will. Well, fast forward a few months. The class was going to be hosted again, but this time just an hour away from my grandma's house, and just minutes away from an old friend. The flight would be shorter, and I would have friends and family nearby. I still felt strongly that I needed to take this class. I felt scared to ask permission to go again and be denied again, but I knew that that was the only way I would be able to go, so I bravely asked my husband. And shockingly, so shockingly, he said yes. He drove me to the airport. The flight was fine. On the other end, family members picked me up and drove me to the class location. I got to stay with an old family friend who even watched my new baby during the days, so I could take the class without a baby in arms, but nurse her in between class sessions. In the end, my trip worked out much better than it would have if I had gone to the earlier class, and I had the added bonus of my husband's support. I think cooperating with his decision the first time, even though I disagreed with it, showed him that I was willing to respect him even when I felt sad about his decisions, and my respect made him want to cooperate with me even though it was inconvenient for him to have me away for 4 days. I love that story because sometimes men do decline permission for things that make sense, are totally reasonable, and even that we feel God himself has called us to do. But very often, honoring those decisions while vulnerably expressing our emotions about them from a space of innocence and trust instead of blame and anger can inspire even better things later. I personally believe that the most important relationship a woman can have in her life is with God, or her higher power, and her own feelings. How we experience God is through the medium of our own feelings. Whether God speaks to you through words in your mind, feelings in your heart, or other ways, the way you perceive God is through your physical body. I believe this relationship is more important than any relationship we could have with a man in our lives. If it comes down to listening to a man or your body and God, I will always vote to choose your body and God. But sometimes we may find that our bodies and God will tell us to listen to the man in our lives, even when we disagree with him. In my own personal life, every time I have had this come up, miracles have happened over time. I just want to be clear that I am not advocating female enslavement to male decisions or anything of that nature. I do not advocate women doing anything men say just because they are men. I don't believe that a man's decisions should be binding for a woman just because he is a man. I do believe that a woman's feelings are paramount, and that as we heal from past trauma, we are more and more able to feel more objective feelings and fewer trauma-based feelings. I have found for myself that the more I release my trauma, the more my feelings tell me to trust the men in my life even when I know they are not perfect. Trusting them has brought about many miracles for me. However, if my feelings were to give me warning signals and tell me not to comply with a situation, I would listen to that above all. I would share my feelings and take action on them even if they were in conflict with what a man said. Men being men does not make them in charge of you or better than you. Just being male is not a free pass to control a woman's life. As women, we are called to respond to the situations we find ourselves in, and we have been given the gift of incredibly sensitive bodies to help us sort through those situations. As we heal from our traumas and step into presence, we can trust our bodies to warn us when we need to opt out of a given situation. We can trust our bodies to tell us when we should not comply, but I will add that necessary caveat. It is very crucial that we heal emotionally as we work on listening to our bodies. As long as we are operating from a space of unhealed trauma, our feelings will be trauma-based and not always accurate barometers of the real situations we face day to day. Permission as a single woman. What if you're single? What if there's no one it makes sense to ask permission of? Should we not ask permission? One thing I recommend experimenting with is asking permission from God or your higher power, and asking permission of your own body. Possibly counterintuitive, but it could be a powerful experience. For me, I'm writing this while in recovery from bilateral pneumonia, so I've had lots of time to practice asking my body for permission to do the things I want to do. I got myself into my pneumonia mess by ignoring my body, and asking my body for permission has been helping me learn to listen to my body better. Instead of just informing my body that we are definitely doing yard work today, whether my body likes it or not, I can ask myself, may I have permission to do some yard work today? And I know it sounds silly, but I imagine an answer and I run with it. The imagination is how our physical bodies communicate with our conscious minds. If you ask yourself a question and imagine an answer, it is likely that your imagination is accurate. I have been finding a lot more body connection in myself as I have practiced asking permission of my own body. In my religious life, I have always been the sort to just pray for what I want. Please make this happen. Please don't let this happen. But I've been playing around with asking permission instead. May I please have X blessing? May I please be protected from whatever? It's been an interesting experience, shifting my prayers in this direction. Sometimes I get very clear yes or no answers that I don't expect. I don't know that this is the best way for a woman to pray or anything like that, but I just wanted to offer this concept as an idea for women wanting to incorporate this type of mindset more into their life. Another place to consider asking permission is in your female friendships. Rather than just dump your emotions or advice or thoughts on your female friends, you might consider asking permission first. Would you like to hear my thoughts on that? May I share my feelings about your situation? When we ask permission of others before sharing our thoughts and feelings, it can preemptively defuse situations that we might not even realize need defusing. Asking permission like this can bring a sense of grace and ease to difficult conversations with anyone, not just men. Back to control. This all comes back to issues of control. Feminine energy is meant to rest, relax, trust, and flow. Control energy is the opposite of this. When women are in control zone, many times even the people around them find the energy stressful. Have you ever noticed this? When women try to control the world around them, they often have the energy of desperation and despair around them. Trying to control the world is our frantic attempt at feeling safe when we don't feel safe. This energy is stressful for us and for everyone around us. Seriously addressing the stress behind the things we have been controlling and starting to let that go can be a difficult thing at first, but you will see for yourself how your life gets easier and more restful as you do. You will see how even your body responds and starts healing the more you let go of the need to control and step into a place of relaxing and trusting that things will be taken care of for you. This is the essence of faith, a trust belief that everything is going to work out for your highest good. Feminine energy is at the heart of it, an essence of faith. When we live in feminine trust that things are going to work out for us, even if we do not control them, we are living in our highest feminine energy. Journaling prompts. These are some journaling prompts on control to help you identify where you are struggling with issues of control in your life. I recommend writing down each question and then free writing a response to it, writing down just whatever comes into your mind without judgment. You will see how you gain important and valuable insight on your own control issues from this exercise. 1. Who do you feel has the most control over your household? You or your husband? Why? 2. Where in your life do you feel like things are out of control? 3. How is your self-control? 4. What emotions come up when you think about your own self-control? 5. What things in your life do you feel driven to control? 6. When you think about turning over major family responsibilities to your husband to manage, what emotions come up? 7. What fears do you have about giving up control? 8. When you think about resting and relaxing into your husband's leadership, what emotions come up? What stories come up? 9. What would it be like if you could truly rest and your husband led your family responsibly and lovingly? 10. Where in your body do you feel not ready to let go of control and step into relaxation? 11. When you think about relaxing and trusting your husband to manage your household, what emotions and sensations come up in your body? Tapping scripts. To use these tapping scripts, tap on your forehead or collarbone and say each affirmation 3 or more times aloud. 1. I honor the parts of me that have felt like I needed to be in control. 2. I honor my fears about releasing control. 3. What would it feel like if I released my need for control? 4. What would it feel like if I chose into trust instead of control? 5. I choose to release my need to control. 6. I choose to step into trust instead of control. 7. What if it could be safe for me to rest instead of control? 8. I choose to rest instead of control. 9. It can be safe even if other people don't do things the way I would. 10. It can be safe for some things to go undone if I don't do them. 11. The more control I release, the greater peace I feel. 12. I feel more and more peace every day. Chapter 6. Your Incredible Worth. Earlier, I talked about how submission without emotional vulnerability can make women doormats. But now it's time to talk about the connection between emotional vulnerability and your feminine sense of worth. A feminine sense of self-worth is a key underpinning of all feminine energy. True feminine energy is not just helplessly dependent, a burden on those around her. True feminine energy is dependent, but knows that she is worthy of support and that her needs are not a burden. You are a woman. This means that you are worthy of support and assistance and care and kindness from men. Just by being born into this world as a female, you are worthy of care and support. You are worthy of being provided for. You do not have to earn this. When we as women operate from a space of feeling that we need to earn what we receive in this world, we unintentionally destroy our own feminine energy. Feminine energy is not an energy of proving or earning. Feminine energy is an energy of resting and receiving. Feminine energy naturally knows that it is the crowning jewel of all creation and that it deserves to be taken care of. Do you fully believe you deserve to be taken care of? This is one big problem many women face. They want to be feminine, they want to be taken care of, but in their hearts, they still feel unworthy of it. When we as women carry the energy within us, the belief within us that we do not actually deserve to be provided for, you better believe we experience situations over and over that prove that to us. If you want to experience the full power of feminine energy, you need to do the internal work it takes to discover your own feminine worth. You will see for yourself how, as you develop your sense of feminine worth, people and situations spontaneously show up in your life that take action based on that new belief system within you. The more you believe you are worthy of support, the more support will show up for you. On a physical level, some of this has to do with body language and other subtle cues. When we don't emotionally feel worthy of support, we always communicate that in one way or another. Bodies are very attuned to each other. When you are hiding low self-esteem, rest assured that you are not really hiding it that well. Even if no one around you consciously knows about your low self-esteem, you can be sure that everyone else's body is picking up on your body's subtle clues and acting accordingly. On a mental level, our brains are always seeking reinforcement for our subconscious beliefs. When we believe that we are not worthy of something, our brains go out of their way to find evidence for us that this is true. What this can look like is situation after situation coming up in our lives that we interpret as more and more data supporting that we are not worthy of whatever thing it is that we want. It is so important that as women, our subconscious and conscious minds are fully filled with the belief and understanding that being a woman is good. Having needs is okay. Needing help is okay. We are worthy of support just for existing. In case you haven't noticed, just existing in a female body is hard work. The female fertility cycle runs our lives. We're lucky in the modern age to have access to things like tampons and silicone menstrual cups and disposable or reusable pads, but for much of history, women were not so lucky. Even today, there are populations in the world without modern menstruation materials. I recently visited Samoa, where it is the norm to use coconut fibers you harvest yourself to soak up menstrual blood. This is hard work, and it happens today. The struggles of just existing in a female body have been the primary concern for most women through most of time. Between menstruation and actual pregnancy, childbirth, nursing, and then doing it all over again and again until menopause, women throughout history have had enough to do just by existing as women. The female body is the conduit between the spirit world and the physical world, and embodying that connection is hard work. To me, I never felt like just being female was good enough to warrant care and protection until I framed it for myself this way. Women have a job men can never do. Even if you never have children of your own, your body was designed to do that job of creating new human beings, and this is a job that your body is obsessed with and working on basically every day of your life until menopause. We live at the mercy of our hormone cycles, and it all comes down to our sacred role as vessels of creation. I once read a book on fertility cycles, and it mentioned how for many frequently suicidal women, just tracking their cycles is enough to get them out of the pattern of suicidality. When our hormones shift as part of our natural monthly cycle, it affects us profoundly, even if we don't realize it. Bringing this to our awareness can change how we experience our own lives, and this is just another testament to how being alive, simply being alive, in a female body is hard work. Years ago, when I was single and dating, I realized that every time I broke up with a guy, it was while I was on my period. When I got serious with my future husband, I started noticing that my menstrual cycle was tied to how I felt about him. Once I thought I would break up with him, but I started my period that same day. I decided to at least make myself wait until I was done with my period, and by the time my period was over, I felt differently. These days, I have a rule that when I'm on my period, I don't take my thoughts too seriously. I know from years of observation that during my bleeding, I am more prone to jump to conclusions, more prone to stress about things that don't matter, and more prone to react wildly with my emotions to things that in normal life I would not. I mention all of this to say, if you feel like being a woman is hard work, you're right, it is. You are the connector between spirit and earth. Your body is the vessel of creation. Your emotions are tied to your hormones, and those are tied to your fertility cycle. Your experience of your life is highly colored by your cycle. If all you had to do in life was manage your own body, for many of us, that would be enough work in and of itself. Being female is enough alone to make us worthy of masculine support. You do not need to earn this. Just existing is enough. Just being female is hard work, and just being female is sacred. Your very existence is enough to warrant care and support and masculine provision. And if you do not believe this, it is time to start choosing to believe it. Choosing your beliefs. Years ago, as I was beginning my femininity journey, I really struggled with my beliefs. I didn't feel like I could just turn on or off my beliefs about womanhood, men and women, and more. I knew that my brain needed some serious polarity rehab, but I didn't feel capable of doing it. One day, as I was ruminating on this, I had a sort of vision or thought experiment show up in my mind. In my mind, I saw my little brother in court. He was being tried for murder in my imagination. The odds were against him. The evidence stacked up. In my imagination, my brother turned to me and said, "Allie, I didn't do this. You have to believe me." And in my imagination, I saw how even though the evidence seemed to point the other way, for me, I could truly choose to believe my brother. I knew my brother's character, and I chose to believe him even though the imaginary evidence appeared to indicate that he was indeed guilty. As I worked through this scenario in my mind, I realized, even when all available evidence appears to indict someone or something, we still have the power to choose to believe something else. You can choose to believe a new belief. If you have spent your life beating yourself up or allowing other people to beat you up, if you have spent your life feeling unworthy of good things, if you have spent your life not really believing that you are worth taking care of, today is the day to change that. You do have the choice. You are very capable of choosing a new belief. Today is the day you get to look at the old stacks of evidence against your worth and choose to ignore them. You get to choose a new way of looking at the world and a new way of looking at yourself. You get to choose into believing that you are good and you are good enough just because you exist, just because you are a woman. You get to choose into believing that you don't have to earn your support or prove you are worthy of it through your actions or behavior. You are a woman, and that is enough. Obviously, this is not meant to be a justification for cruelty or bad behavior. We don't get to go around being mean to people just because we don't feel like we need to prove our own worthiness or something. It is just to say, it is safe to believe in our own worthiness as women to receive masculine provision. Serving you is an honor. One thing that really stressed me out in the beginning of my femininity journey was the question of why. I just couldn't imagine why a man, any man, including my father or my husband, would want to provide for me, especially when I hadn't earned it. Have you felt that way? Does it feel absolutely confusing and impossible that a man would want to provide for you without you having to earn it somehow? When I started reading books on femininity, several of the books I read mentioned the masculine inborn desire to serve and provide for women. I will be honest and say I didn't really believe this at first. It took time for me to see that this really is true. Men have an instinctual drive to serve women. Making women happy is an ultimate source of joy for men. This is biological. You can test it and see for yourself. Men want the women in their lives to be happy, and they are willing to work hard to make that a reality. As I have been so sick and recovering from pneumonia, I've had to rely on my own husband for pretty much everything. When I have cried to him about my feelings of guilt and worthlessness for being unable to do more around the house, my husband has tenderly corrected me, saying that serving me is an honor. Serving you is an honor when you are operating from a space of true femininity. This is where a lot of women get tripped up. When we as women operate from masculine energy, making us happy is no longer as attractive to men. Men aren't driven to make other men happy. When we are women filled up with masculine energy, we no longer feel like women to the men around us. They don't feel that drive to serve us or honor us or make us happy. This makes a lot of sense. Asking a man to provide something for you that you are perfectly capable of providing for yourself is demeaning, not inspiring. Men are inspired to serve feminine women precisely because feminine women need men. Feminine women aren't trying to control outcomes. They're not trying to provide for all their needs themselves, rendering the men around them useless and meaningless. If you have felt like men do not want to serve you or provide for you, I invite you to consider the possibility that you have been operating from a masculine space. When we as women come from that space of masculine energy, it is absolutely the opposite of inspiring for the men around us. We don't really get to have both. We don't get to have control issues and provide for ourselves and prove to the world how smart and brilliant and capable and competent we are, and have men be inspired to serve and protect and provide for us. Men are inspired to protect and provide and serve feminine energy, which relaxes, releases control, and needs help precisely because it prizes relaxation and flow over proving something to the world. This is a concept that I found very upsetting at first. I am a smart and capable person. When I started reading about how feminine women actually need to be dependent on men and be less capable and competent to be more inspiring, I felt a huge amount of disgust. Maybe you can relate. Does being a feminine woman require us to be stupid? Does it require us to be intentionally helpless? This is something I really wrestled with for a long time. I felt that being feminine required me to be in what I called the idiot zone, where I had to pretend I was stupider than I was for the sake of appearing more feminine. I think a lot of books about femininity subtly or even overtly support this idea that women should dumb themselves down or feign helplessness just to make men feel more manly. This is not true. The reason reading that kind of stuff feels gross is because it is truly gross. No one here is asking women to dumb themselves down or become less than what they are capable of for the sake of inspiring men. This is not about living in a feminine idiot zone where we pretend to be dumber and worse at life than we are. This is about living in a feminine innocence zone where we intentionally prioritize rest, relaxation, flow, and trust above the need to prove ourselves or solve all of our problems ourselves. I am very capable of solving many problems, but what I have found is that by stepping consciously into the innocence zone, I don't have to. It's not about dumbing myself down. It's about innocently trusting my husband to handle problems for me so I don't have to. The pinnacle of female existence is happiness and pleasure. Our bodies are designed specifically to be able to feel pleasure and joy at levels men cannot comprehend. It is not a betrayal of your own smarts or competence to allow yourself to enjoy that. Having a female body is hard work, but when we heal emotionally from the burdens we have been carrying surrounding our femininity, that same female body starts to heal. And when our bodies and emotions are healed, we get to live in a space of peace, joy, rest, relaxation, and pleasure. We get to experience that unique joy that comes with being a woman as well. For myself, as a very competent woman, learning to let go of needing to solve all my and my family's problems myself has not been about dumbing myself down. I don't pretend to be dumber than I am so the men in my life can feel smart. That is not what this is about. This is about entering a space of feminine trust that men are capable of sorting things out, and that my highest calling is attending to the needs of my own body and the bodies that I have created with my body, my children. Just managing all of those bodies is a full-time job. I might be smart enough or capable enough or competent enough to do a lot of other things too, but that is not being asked of me. What is being asked of me is that I learn to trust my husband to do more things so that I can more fully experience the joy and rest of true feminine energy. The innocence zone. The innocence zone is what men find truly inspiring in women. Again, this is not about dumbing ourselves down or hiding how smart we are. It's about releasing the need to prove how smart we are by solving problems the men in our lives are perfectly capable of solving. It's about healing from the terror of scarcity and insecurity that drives us to use our own competence to control the world around us. When you've spent a long time operating from masculine energy and you start stepping into the innocent zone, that space of rest and trust that the men in your life can and will manage the tough stuff of life for you, you can expect that things are going to be a little rocky at first. A great example of this is from Maria, whose husband has a terrible sense of direction. Every time they got in a car together, he drove, and Maria felt enormous amounts of stress about his ability to get them to their destination. She would constantly be monitoring his driving, noting when they needed to turn and worrying when he didn't shift lanes soon enough for her nervous energy. Of course, as a result, neither of them was happy when they drove together, and they both found it enormously stressful. One day, Maria got sick, too sick to really care how her husband was driving. They were going to his parents' house a few miles away. They had obviously been there many times before, but Maria was still normally stressed about her husband's ability to get them there. This particular day, she was too focused on the feelings of sickness in her body to notice when her husband got on the freeway in the opposite direction to his own parents' house. Rather than stress, she just spoke up and said, hey, I think your parents live the other way. Her husband got off at the next exit and turned around, only to miss his own parents' exit a few miles later. He noticed 4 miles past where he should have gotten off. Maria just focused on her body and rested as her husband turned them around again. If you can believe it, Maria's husband missed his parents' exit a second time on the way back to it because it looked different coming from the south than it did from the north. So he had to turn around a 3rd time in order to get to his own parents' house. Maria focused on her body and on trusting her husband to figure out how to get them there. The ride was pleasant, even though it involved a lot more U-turns than it was supposed to, and this was a big learning experience for both of them. Maria learned that she didn't need to use her own directional competence to get her husband to drive the right way. Even though he made mistakes, he corrected them and got them where they needed to go. Her husband learned the valuable lesson of how important it is to learn how to get places without relying on your wife for instructions. After this experience, he started paying more attention to where they were going. Both Maria and her husband benefited from Maria relaxing and allowing her husband to make some mistakes. Now Maria feels a lot calmer in the car, knowing that even if they miss a turn, her husband will sort it out. And now her husband is a much more attentive driver, now that he realizes he can't just sit back and allow his wife to be a living GPS for places he should know how to get to. Maria didn't intentionally enter the innocence zone that day. She accidentally operated out of that space because her own body was too distracting for her to be an effective micromanaging nag that day, if I may put it so bluntly. But all of us can choose to enter the innocence zone whenever we want. And when we do this, we do it from a space of integrity. Dumbing yourself down or pretending not to have a solution when you actually have one feels wrong because it is wrong. That is the idiot zone, and it is an unhealthy expression of wannabe femininity. Allowing yourself to focus on your body and your feelings instead of focusing on creating solutions is different. This is the innocence zone. It is not about pretending to be stupid so men can feel more competent. It is about choosing to rest in your own femininity. It can be safe to operate from a space of innocence. This is not about pretending you aren't capable or competent when you really are. It's about allowing you to experience your own femininity without needing to prove anything to anyone. It's about allowing the men in your life to feel valued and useful to you by stepping up for you, so you can relax into their care, even if you could possibly provide something better for yourself. Living from the innocence zone and allowing men to step up and serve you, not because you are helpless or incompetent, but because you are consciously luxuriating in your own feminine self-worth, is an incredibly powerful thing to experience. It takes time to make this your default setting, but now is the time to start. The difference between self-worth and entitlement. How do you feel about entitled people? Because I'm going to be honest, I really struggle with that energy. I think many of us do, even when we have entitlement energy. Entitlement is something we can easily recognize and resent in others, and often struggle to recognize in ourselves. So what is the difference between a sense of feminine self-worth and a sense of entitlement? To me, the main differentiator is the obsession with control. Feminine self-worth is based on a true knowledge that your feminine emotions and feelings are deeply important and worthy of addressing. Feminine self-worth doesn't demand specific solutions for problems. Feminine self-worth knows it is enough to take her needs and problems to the masculine, God or man, and trusts that the masculine will take care of it, however is deemed best. Feminine self-worth trusts that masculine energy is deeply invested in addressing her feelings and solving her problems because she is important. Entitlement comes from a space of control. We can know we are operating from a space of entitlement when we feel a need for specific solutions to our problems. Both feminine self-worth and a sense of entitlement share the characteristic of believing that they deserve the best. Feminine self-worth releases control over how the best will show up and trusts that the best is inevitable for her as long as she is living in alignment with her feminine energy. Entitlement requires control over how the best shows up, when it shows up, and what it looks like. Feminine self-worth trusts in divine timing and knows that it is safe to rest, knowing that if the best hasn't shown up yet, God and men will take care of it at the perfect time. Entitlement energy wants the best now. Feminine self-worth is relaxed and calm, trusting that everything is working out for her greatest good and fully embodying her emotions when they come up so they can pass on through her and let her rest once again in feelings of calm. Maybe impatience and frustration will show up as feminine self-worth experiences the journey of waiting and trusting, and that is okay. Feminine energy allows for that, embraces that, feels that, expresses the emotions, and allows the emotions to inspire masculine energy to take inspired action for her. Entitlement energy is frenetic, demanding, worried, and upset when things don't work out. It doesn't embody feelings and allow them to pass because it feels entitled to feel the way that it feels and to hold on to those negative feelings as if they were a grudge. Hopefully you can see that feminine energy is not an entitlement energy. When we operate from entitlement, we are not operating from a feminine space. Feminine self-worth embodies a confidence that we as women deserve the best, but it does not come from a space of controlling, demanding entitlement. It comes from a space of innocence, trust, and faith that masculine energy will provide, because that is the nature of the universe. Feminine self-worth exercise. Go ahead and imagine a tube of light shining down from the heavens to light on your body. Imagine that this light contains information straight from the divine perspective on feminine self-worth in general, and feminine self-worth for you. Imagine this light dissolving any blocks or shapes around you that are preventing this divine knowledge from coming through to you. Imagine this light healing up the light around you and then sinking into your own cells, illuminating your body with a sense of feminine self-worth. Imagine it as your body accepts this knowledge of its own divine worth. Allow any emotions you feel to flow up. Allow them to flow up all the way and fully feel them. This is a perfect time to feel the feelings of unworthiness, worthlessness, horror at being a woman, or more. Whatever you have had going on in your system that has left you feeling worthless and unworthy, now is the time to start allowing that energy to flow up and out of your system. Imagine seeing it as your cells are rewritten with this divine light, allowing you to experience a massive shift in your self-perception. Imagine seeing yourself through the lens of God's perfect love and acceptance for you, just as you are, mistakes and all, warts and all. You are not perfect, but you don't have to be perfect. You are a woman, and that is enough. Allow that knowledge to flow through you, and imagine that light and knowledge washing through you, cleaning out anything in you that was judging yourself or hating yourself. It can be safe to let that go and step into a knowledge of your divine self-worth. Knowing that you deserve good things just because you are a woman doesn't take away from our moral obligations to be good people. This is not a card we can play to justify bad behavior, but it is to say that we don't have to earn masculine provision. The mistakes we have made in the past, God has compassion for that and knows what we have been through and where we are coming from. It can be safe to stop beating ourselves up over our perceptions of our own unworthiness. It can be safe to step into a space of release, relief, as we embrace the reality that we are women. We are special and different from men, and we do receive special treatment for that from men and even the entire universe itself when we step into our feminine energy. Journaling prompts on self-worth. Really digging into your own emotional backstory with your sense of self-worth can be very healing. These are journaling prompts to help you dig deeper into your own story. To use them, copy down each sentence into your journal and write out your response to them just as your mind creates them. Write down what comes into your mind without judgment and see what new insights come up for you. 1. Everyone has needs when they are babies and children, needs that they are unable to meet themselves. How did you feel about your needs when you were a young child? Were your providers kind about meeting your needs, or did you feel like a burden? Why? 2. What emotions come up when you think about the idea of you deserving masculine provision just as you are? 3. What beliefs do you have inside of yourself about your own self-worth? 4. What judgments do you carry toward yourself and your own worth? 5. What requirements have you placed on yourself before you will allow yourself to feel worthy of love and provision and all the good things? For example, have you told yourself that you will only be worthy of good things once you lose weight, once you accomplish a certain goal, or after you do some important thing? What would it look like if you released yourself from the bondage of unnecessary requirements before allowing yourself to experience feminine joy? 6. What stories have you told yourself about your worth? 7. What experiences have you had where other people denigrated your worth? 8. Imagine reframing the experiences you just wrote about. Can you retell the stories in a way that validates and promotes your own sense of self-worth? 9. Ask your body to help you feel a sense of self-worth as an emotion. What does this feel like? Where is it in your body? If you have trouble feeling this, go ahead and write through any emotions that do show up. Allow yourself to feel and write through whatever feelings come up as you open yourself to feeling a sense of your own worth. 10. What support would you need internally to feel safe, trusting in the power of your own divine feminine worth? Affirmations for your incredible worth. These are affirmations that you can use as tapping scripts for embodying your incredible feminine worth. To use them, tap on your forehead or collarbone and say each one aloud at least 3 times. These are affirmations that you may want to copy into your journal or print out to put on your mirror so you can read them every day. 1. I am choosing now to open myself to a divine witness of my own feminine worth. 2. It can be safe for me to feel a profound sense of my own worth. 3. It can be safe for me to feel a profound sense of my own worthiness. 4. I am allowed to believe I am worthy of masculine provision. 5. I don't need to provide for myself. 6. Allowing men to provide for me is not lazy. 7. When I allow men to provide for me, it is as much a gift to them as it is to me. 8. I easily allow myself to heal from old false beliefs and patterns of worthlessness and unworthiness. 9. I acknowledge the times in my past that I have felt uncomfortable receiving provision from men. 10. I choose a new future where I easily accept masculine provision and even masculine sacrifice with grace and gratitude. 11. Men are blessed when they serve women. 12. Women are blessed when they create the space for men to serve them. 13. Accepting masculine provision with grace is a beautiful thing. 14. I can allow myself to be provided for. 15. Even if I haven't seen it before, I now open my eyes to notice how men desire to provide for me and make me happy. 16. Every day I am stepping more and more fully into my feminine energy. 17. I am seeing miracles every day as I heal my feminine energy. Put your hands on your heart and breathe it in. How do you feel? Your desires and emotions matter. A core principle that goes along with your feminine worth is the worth and importance of your emotions and desires. These two things go hand in hand. You matter and your emotions matter. Your emotions are the compass, the guidepost for how to heal your life. And the best part is, you don't have to be the one in charge of healing your life. All you have to do is show up authentically and genuinely live from and share your emotions from a space of innocence and vulnerability. As you do this, trusting in the incredible worth of yourself and your feelings, you will see how miracles begin to take place in your favor. When feminine energy radiates, masculine energy cannot keep away. True feminine energy is a magnet for masculine assistance, respect, protection, and provision. This is the safest way to experience womanhood. When you fully trust in your own worth and the worth of your own feelings, everything changes in a beautiful Chapter 7, Releasing Self-Defense. Women are generally not great at self-defense, physically speaking. Our bodies are just not made to protect themselves. Maybe, like me, you felt bitter and angry and resentful about this very thing. Perhaps you have experienced assault or abuse that left you wishing you could effectively fight off a man. But the female body is not made for that, and I will admit that this has felt unfair to me in the past. As women, we depend on the decency of men for our defense. Even when women are armed with guns, it turns out men can easily get a gun away from a woman and use it against her if the woman isn't specifically trained and skilled at preventing such a thing. However, even though as women our bodies are not the best for self-defense, we come up with many emotional strategies we use as self-defense for our feelings, and all of them are to our detriment and the detriment of those around us. Feminine energy has no need to defend itself in any way. It does not need to defend itself physically or emotionally, because when feminine energy is living true to itself, it naturally commands protection from masculine energy, be that from living men or from our Creator. There are lots of ways that we as women try to protect ourselves. We protect ourselves by hiding our emotions. We protect ourselves by working to create security for ourselves instead of trusting in masculine energy to provide it for us. We protect ourselves by manipulating others. We protect ourselves by creating social drama. We protect ourselves by verbally attacking others. All of these behaviors stop as we more fully step into feminine energy. As we remove these behaviors from our repertoire, we can see for ourselves that none of these behaviors is worth the price we pay in our peace of mind. Hiding our emotions. Have you ever felt weak when overcome with emotion? Do you hate to cry in front of other people? Do you judge other women who display emotions? Do you judge yourself when you display emotions? The number one way we as women attempt to protect ourselves is by hiding our emotions from the world. Every time we bottle up how we feel and put on a happy or at least a stoic face instead, what we are actually doing is trying to shield ourselves from the judgments of others. When I first started trying to tune into my feelings during the day, I had an experience where I asked myself how I was feeling while I was grocery shopping. I shocked myself by being suddenly overcome with sadness, and tears pricked at the back of my eyes. I swallowed them down and ignored how I felt so I wouldn't disturb the other shoppers. Later, I was discussing this experience with someone who suggested that maybe I should have just allowed myself to cry, since that is the essence of feeling our feelings in the moment. Sometimes feeling our feelings in the moment means crying at the grocery store. This person asked me, "What is the worst that could have happened?" I thought about it and realized the worst thing would be people judging me and people feeling sorry for me and asking what they could do to help. Wow, what a realization. I hide my feelings so people don't try to help me? What? As women, our feelings are powerful indicators of when something is wrong. When we squish our emotions down and ignore them to keep the peace or to prevent people from judging us at the grocery store, what we are actually doing is isolating ourselves from our own intuition and preventing ourselves from experiencing the help of others who would be glad to give it in our hour of need. My experience at the grocery store happened just as I was beginning my journey of feeling my feelings every day. I was still going through the backlog of emotions that is inevitable once you start the process. Since I processed through that backlog, I haven't felt that same urge to cry at grocery stores. But that experience really showed me how my own pride was standing in the way of me experiencing the peace that can come from living in feminine energy. I was bottling up my feelings out of pride and fear and shame and guilt, not wanting to burden other people, not wanting to irritate other shoppers, feeling ashamed of my own feelings. When you see someone who is genuinely emotional from a space of innocence, not from a space of manipulation, but from a space of true, authentic emotion, do you feel burdened by that? I know that I feel honored when I have the chance to hold space for my friends in the throes of their honest emotions. It is an honor to be able to be a person who can share that space. When we hide our emotions from others, it doesn't actually keep the peace or prevent irritation or judgment. All it does is shift the irritation and judgment from being external to being internal. When we hide our emotions and bottle them up within us, we cause irritation in our insides. We judge ourselves. Our emotions become a cancer, gnawing on our souls and bodies from within, instead of being transient bursts we release and move through. As it turns out, hiding our emotions doesn't protect us at all. When we hide how we really feel, we enable toxic situations to continue. We become enablers of negative situations and relationships. Living in a space where we are constantly honoring our feelings allows us to constantly have our feelings taken into consideration when decisions are made. When we choose out of this natural form of communication, we opt into a whole host of negative outcomes. Men in particular miss out when women do not share their emotions. Please do not misunderstand me. It's not like we should share our emotions as a gift to men or something. This is not about men. But it is to say that men need a constant awareness of the emotional status of the women around them in order for them to make wise decisions and in order for them to grow into considerate people. Insensitive men become sensitive when women express their emotions vulnerably without any attack energy, from a space of innocence. The vulnerable, innocent expression of feminine emotion without manipulation or attack is the most powerful motivator for masculine change that you can imagine. When you are open with your feelings, not to manipulate, but to experience the peace that comes from living in an honest emotional space, you open up the way for men to feel inspired to change without you having to ask them to. When we hide our emotions, we do it to try to protect ourselves from the vulnerable feelings of being judged or being pitied. But in the end, it doesn't protect us because we end up judging and pitying ourselves instead. And while you can escape the judgment of others, you can't escape the judgment of yourself. Hiding our emotions only hurts us in the end. Manipulating others. Another way women try to protect themselves is by manipulating others. Manipulating others, or trying to coerce them into doing things we want them to do that they may not want to do, is one of the most unhealthy behaviors women can engage in. Some forms of manipulation many women default to include backbiting, lying, blaming, gaslighting, passive aggression, silent treatment, verbal abuse, guilt tripping, and playing the victim. I feel confident that all of us have been on both the receiving end and the giving end of at least one of these behaviors. These are very common behaviors that can easily become habits that are very difficult to break. This is your invitation to take a serious look within and start breaking those habits. Feminine energy is thoroughly honest. It has nothing to hide. Feminine energy has no reason to lie. Coming from a space of innocence negates the ability to come from a space of cunning or entrapment. Feminine energy looks within itself and chooses out of needing to use lies and verbal aggression to accomplish goals. Feminine energy is compassionate and kind and has no need for the silent treatment. Instead of engaging in the silent treatment, feminine energy feels its feelings and expresses them from a space of innocence, without trying to change anyone or anything. Feminine energy has no need to resort to verbal abuse or gaslighting. Feminine energy has a remarkable ability to hold space for everyone's experience, even if we disagree with it. Feminine energy is capable of hearing someone else's perspective without feeling the need to deny it or dismiss it, or otherwise gaslight, even if that perspective triggers deep emotions. When we are exposed to other people's stories that might trigger a desire to defend ourselves by denying or gaslighting or resorting to verbal abuse, we have the opportunity to instead just feel the feelings in our bodies and express them. If your child comes to you making all sorts of accusations about you as a mother, instead of defending yourself, a feminine reaction would be to close your eyes and feel your feelings about the situation. What do you feel when you experience these accusations? It can be safe to just feel your feelings instead of needing to defend yourself. It can be safe to just cry about how you feel instead of resorting to denial and gaslighting or attacks in response. Passive aggression is an extremely common form of unhealthy feminine behavior. This is when people indirectly express their negative feelings and emotions without actually openly addressing them. Passive aggression stops existing when women are willing to openly share their feelings instead of making everyone else tiptoe around them and guess what's actually going on. Healthy feminine energy has no need to speak ill of others. Backbiting and gossiping are inherently unhealthy expressions of feminine energy. One of the most beautiful and feminine things a woman can do when it comes to social interaction is choose to stop a conversation that is veering into backbiting and gossip. Feminine energy is emotionally responsible and has no reason to blame others or guilt trip others. Both blaming and guilt tripping are expressions of distorted, immature feminine energy that wants to make other people feel like the bad guy so that someone else can feel like a victim. Feminine energy is not victim energy. Healthy feminine energy trusts in masculine and divine provision without blaming, based on how that provision shows up. Healthy feminine energy operates from a space of faith and trust, and when a person has faith and trust that everything is working out for their highest good, they cannot be a victim. When we as women engage in these various forms of manipulation, it is typically done out of a space of fear, anxiety, and even terror, if we dig right down to it. We manipulate others because we fear that if we don't, no one will defend us or provide for us. We feel a need to control social interactions and social outcomes because we fear that no one else prioritizes our needs and feelings except for ourselves. When you are the only one you feel you can count on to make sure your needs are met, you are much more likely to engage in any number of forms of manipulation. This makes sense because we all need our needs to be met. Feminine energy releases the need to control social engagements and social outcomes, instead trusting that as we release that control and step into a space of trust and innocence and rest and flow, goodness can't help but flow to us in return. Self-protecting by providing. Very often, we as women protect ourselves by stepping into a providing role that we feel the men in our lives are not adequately filling. This is incredibly understandable and looks like the logical thing to do. I've done it myself many times. When it looks like the men around aren't going to step up, what is a woman to do? Well, time to put on our big boy pants and get to work. When we protect ourselves by providing our own security that the men around us are not providing, we invert the polarity dynamic, and it typically leads to disastrous results. Perhaps you have experienced this yourself. Have you had a situation where someone else in your life was shirking their duty, so you started doing it for them because it still had to get done, so the other person just gave up on even bothering to try, and you ended up doing everything? There is a growing trend of women ending up doing everything for a household while the husbands chill out and waste their lives. Growing numbers of women manage the schedules, childcare, chores, cooking, and make all the money, while their husbands bop around and do nothing. I don't need to tell anyone what an unhealthy dynamic this is. But what is a woman to do if her husband won't get off his bottom and get to work? What is a woman to do if the man in her life won't provide? What is a woman to do if there's no man in the picture at all? These are hugely fair questions. The thing to remember is that feminine energy is a magnet for masculine energy. When we as women step into feminine energy, it creates an irresistible pull for masculine energy to step up and show up too. When masculine energy has let us down, having ourselves step into masculine energy as a form of protection just further inspires masculine energy to stay away. Men don't feel a primal urge to serve and protect other masculine energies. Men have an innate drive to save the damsel in distress. I can imagine the gags of disgust here. Am I telling you to embrace damsel in distress energy? Gross. We're strong, independent women who can take care of ourselves. That's fine. I have spent many years being a strong, independent woman who took care of myself. What I can tell you about that is, while it is possible to do this, it does not inspire the men in your life to step up and function as men again. Instead, it encourages men to take a seat on the sofa, put their legs up, and hang out with porn and video games. Men need women to need them. When we provide for ourselves, men feel useless and they do not feel inspired to serve us or step up. Why should they, when we are capable of doing things alone and we are willing to do them? I know that this is the hardest thing in the world, but the way to shift out of this dynamic is to opt out of it. To shift out of self-provision and open up that space for masculine energy to step up and step in. I'm not telling you to quit your job and shut down your business, go broke, and put on your damsel in distress cone hat right now. I am suggesting that you consider this perspective and prayerfully tune into your own feelings about allowing yourself to need the men in your life, financially and for other provision. I invite you to feel your feelings about this thoroughly and consider sharing them with your partner. The more women usurp traditionally masculine roles in the world, the more men let them, and the worse off everyone becomes. Women everywhere are stressed, anxious, depressed, and living in a state of constant panic and despair, overwhelmed by the impossible load of chores, work, childcare, money management, and having it all. Men everywhere are empty shells of themselves, lazily chilling or distracting themselves from the terrible feeling that they are useless and unneeded in the modern world. The only way out is for women to opt out. It is extremely unlikely that men will naturally step up and choose to take over the role of being a sufficient provider without a prompting stimulus. To do so would pit them against their own partner, the man competing with his own wife for the role of provider. Men don't want to compete with women, so naturally men will avoid this form of competition most of the time. Most men never spontaneously change their ways and suddenly choose to become more masculine without a woman in their lives requiring it of them, specifically by becoming more feminine herself. Why should a man do this, especially in a world where if they do, they may be accused of toxic masculinity and shamed for it? It isn't fair, but my understanding is that the answer has to come from women. We as women have to be brave enough to put our faith in the power of polarity, brave enough to opt out of masculinizing ourselves out of fear that we won't be provided for. I don't believe that opting out of self-provision right this second is the optimal choice for most women who have been providing for themselves for a long time. I definitely only support that if your own intuition and feelings support you in that decision. What I do recommend is asking your higher power to help you develop faith in the power of polarity. You are allowed to ask your higher power for experiences that help you understand on a small scale how feminine energy motivates and activates masculine energy on a larger scale. I don't know what those experiences might entail, but I do know that it can be safe for us to practice shifting out of self-provision over time, if that is what we need to do. Feminine energy is not rushed, and it does not rush. It can be safe for you to shift out of self-provision and into trusting the masculine to provide over time, and it can take you as long as it needs to take you for you to feel safe doing it. Inspiring masculine defense. Both men and women have a natural drive to defend what is defenseless. A great example of this is babies. Typically, both men and women will go to great lengths to protect innocent babies. Things can change as those babies age. I have 5 kids right now, and I can tell you that they fight more than I would like, both verbally and physically. Maybe you're familiar with the following type of interaction. Kid 1. Mom, she called me a stinky head. Mom. Kid 2. Is this true? Kid 2. Yes, but he called me a stinky head first. Kid 1. Well, I only did that because she tripped me and made me fall into a pile of Legos. Kid 2. Well, I only did that because he threw a pillow at my head first. Can you hear the eye roll here as a mom? My kids pull this kind of stuff all the time. By the time we've gotten to the end of the tirade, I can tell you that most of the time I am not interested in disciplining anyone. They were all awful to each other. When they are all fighting with each other and retaliating like crazy, at the end of it, I often will just tell them, sorry, you get what you get. Sounds like you all did lots of terrible things to each other and deserved what you got. Sorry. I'm not saying this is how parents should parent. I'm not convinced that I am handling those situations correctly when I handle them like this. However, I do believe that my response to that kind of situation is a natural and understandable one. Retaliation for negative events is its own reward. When we retaliate against those who have hurt us, we kill the compassion others have for us. When one of my kids comes up to me and tells me that another kid hurt them and that they did not escalate the fight, that is when I feel the most motivated to take action in defending that child. Men do not feel a call to protect us as women when we are busy defending ourselves. This is the premise underlying the power of vulnerable communication. But this is true in every aspect of our lives. The more we are personally willing to experience what we experience without engaging in retaliation, the more the men around us are spurred to action in our defense and provision. Here is a story from Joni, who experienced firsthand what it is like to actively discourage a man from defending you. Recently, I totally messed up. Some of my in-laws have very conventional ideas about Western medicine, and they were horrified when they discovered that I hadn't taken a particular pharmaceutical they felt very strongly about. Their conclusion was that my health choices made me a danger to myself and my entire extended family, and they were not quiet about it. They demanded that I segregate myself and my children from everyone else in the family. It became a big family drama. I will admit I became bitter. I spoke negatively of these people to my husband, whose family it is. I was surprised to realize that the more I talked negatively about my in-laws, the angrier my husband got with me. I expected that the more I complained, the more he would side with me, although I didn't realize I had that expectation until the expectation wasn't met. In retrospect, I realized that if I had handled the situation with more grace, my husband would have been way more likely to feel driven to defend me, instead of throwing me under the bus with the rest of his family of origin. I thought I was sharing my emotions with him when I complained about his family's actions, but really I was sharing my judgments and pride and stories, not my actual feelings. If I had gone to my husband from a space of innocence and shared my true sorrow about the situation, my true feelings of panic and anxiety and stress and sadness, I think things would have gone really differently. I love this story Joni sent in because I think a lot of us can relate to a lot of aspects of her story. She thought she was sharing her emotions, but actually she was just complaining and sharing her stories. She was hiding her real feelings, even from herself, masking them with bitterness and complaints. This did not inspire her husband to protect her from the demands and accusations of his family. Can you think of any situations in your own life that are similar to Joni's? Times where you thought you were sharing your emotions about something, but actually you were telling stories and emotionally retaliating against people who had wronged you by speaking ill of them to your spouse? And then, were you surprised when your spouse turned against you also? This is a natural response. It is so critical that we learn how to operate from feeling rather than story, both in general and also specifically in connection with the men in our lives. As soon as we start launching into complaints and storytelling, instead of the vulnerable sharing of innocent emotion, we lose the goodwill of the men in our lives. It's just like the mom in the snippet above. Yes, kid one might have called you a stinky head, but now look at you. You're doing it right back. I actually had a chance to talk to Joni after this event, and I suggested that she get vulnerable with her husband and share her real feelings with him. Not the feelings of anger and bitterness, but the feelings of sadness. This is what Joni wrote back. I tried being vulnerable as you suggested. I looked inside myself and realized that while I was angry and bitter about my in-laws and their reactions, deeper than that, I was just sad. I realized I felt so much sadness. I asked my husband for help with my feelings and shared with him that I felt so much sadness. When he asked me why, I told him that I felt sad because more than anything, I want a close relationship with his family. I might feel angry that his relatives aren't scientifically literate and that they take their ignorance out on me, but really, I feel sad because I wish that we were good friends, and we aren't, and they blame me even though I would love to be friends with them despite our many disagreements. I cried about how our kids don't get to see their cousins. I cried about how sad I feel about the blame they send me. I cried and cried. I was stunned when, during the course of all this, my husband put his arm around me and drew me close, just to tell me that I am more important than his relatives, and that while his relatives might always judge and misunderstand, he is always on my team. He told me that I am the most important person in the world to him. That didn't solve the extended family crisis, but it did solve my personal crisis. As long as I was upset and complaining and attacking my husband's family, he was on their side. But as soon as I stopped defending myself and just shared my sadness from a space of vulnerability, my husband showed up as my defender. It can be safe to rise above the need for self-defense, and when we do, we inspire the men around us to defend us instead. Whenever you realize you are going on the attack, I invite you to take a deep breath and choose vulnerability instead. Feel your feelings instead of blaming, attacking, or defending. See for yourself what changes it can make. Tapping scripts on self-defense. To use these tapping scripts, tap on your forehead or collarbone while reading each affirmation 3 or more times. 1. Even though I have always felt a need to defend myself, I am choosing to learn a new way of being. 2. What if it could be safe for me to live without feeling a need to defend myself? 3. What if it were easy for me to live from a space of emotion, share my feelings, and allow men to come to my defense? 4. What if I could allow myself to be defended by men? 5. I choose to allow myself to accept masculine defense and provision. 6. It could be safe for me to live without feeling like I need to defend myself. 7. It could be safe for me to live without feeling I need to provide for myself. 8. Even though I feel a lot of fear about opening myself up to reliance on men for protection and provision, I deeply and completely love and accept myself. 9. Even though I don't know how to accept provision and protection from men, I only know that every minute that knowledge is flowing to me more and more clearly. 10. Every day I am blessed with chances to graciously accept male provision and protection. 11. I choose to notice and honor the times the men in my life step up to provide for me and protect me. 12. I am choosing into divine wisdom on how to live without retaliation. 13. I am choosing out of old patterns of manipulation in my life. 14. I know how to live without feeling a need to manipulate others. 15. What if it could be safe to live in a space of radical emotional honesty with myself and those around me? 16. It could be safe to live in a space of radical emotional honesty with myself and those around me. 17. Today I am choosing to free myself from the bondage of old patterns of manipulation. 18. I choose out of manipulating others. 19. I choose to have compassion and love towards those in my life who have manipulated me. 20. I accept divine grace and compassion towards the manipulative people in my life. I choose to believe that they, like me, are doing the best they can. 21. I easily realize on a cellular level that I do not need to defend myself. 22. The less I defend myself, the more the masculine is motivated and activated to protect me instead. 23. Every day, I opt out of self-defense and relax into the knowledge that the masculine will protect me instead. When you're done tapping, put your hands on your heart and breathe it in. Journaling prompts on self-defense. These are journaling prompts to help you dig deeper on issues of self-defense. Please copy down each question into a journal and then respond to it with just the words that flow into your mind. Don't judge them, just write. What new insights come to you about old tendencies to defend yourself? 1. What are some things you feel defensive about in your life? 2. What stories come into your mind when you think about times in the past that you've gone on the defense? 3. What emotions come up when you think about the possibility of letting go of self-defense? 4. What emotions come up when you think about the possibility of trusting God or men to step up and defend you instead of you defending yourself? 5. What experience have you had with manipulating others? This is a time for thoughtful self-reflection. Have you engaged in lying, backbiting, gossip, passive aggression, gaslighting, blaming, guilt-tripping, verbal abuse, or a victim mentality? You are invited to make an honest assessment of yourself here. 6. When have you been on the receiving end of lying, backbiting, gossip, or other manipulation? How did it make you feel? 7. What would it take for you to make serious progress in shifting out of old negative patterns of self-defense? 8. What fears do you have about trusting men to defend you? Additional thoughts. You do not need to defend yourself. The more thoroughly you step into your feminine energy, the more you will see masculine energy around you motivated into action on your behalf. It can be safe for you to choose into relaxation and trust instead of panic and self-defense. You do not need to shift out of old patterns of self-defense and self-provision right away. It is safe to take all the time you need. It is safe to consult with your higher power and your own feelings on the right way and right timeline to make any changes that feel right to you. Remember that your feelings are meant to be your guide with this. The more you can fully feel and express them, the more clarity you will receive on the next steps to take. Chapter 8. You don't need to earn it. Have you heard of the hero's journey? American writer and professor of literature Joseph Campbell wrote about this in his book, The Hero with 1,000 Faces, published in 1949. The hero's journey involves a multi-step template that boys embark on to become men, or that men embark on to become heroes. When Joseph Campbell was asked about the possibility of a heroine's journey, he reportedly said, "Women don't need to make the journey. In the whole mythological journey, the woman is there. All she has to do is realize that she is the place that people are trying to get to." I'll say it again. In the whole mythological journey, the woman is there. All she has to do is realize that she is the place that people are trying to get to. Woman is the place that man is trying to get to. This isn't to say that we don't have feminine journeys of our own, obviously. That's what drove you to pick up this book. For a woman to go from societal, cultural, and natural default settings to embodying healed feminine energy is an incredible journey, but it is different from a man's journey. Where a man's journey is all about earning his way and proving himself, a woman's journey is about unlearning ideas that she has to earn her way and prove herself. A woman's journey is about her quest to discover and embrace her own incredible divine worth, and to trust and honor her own feelings and intuitions as sources of important and accurate information. A woman's journey is about her connection with her own body and the bodies that her body creates. A woman's journey is about discovering the power of presence, divorced from the need to prove anything to anyone, including herself. I don't expect anyone to take my word for this. I struggled with this concept for years. From the time I was a child, I felt an enormous need to prove myself to the people around me, and even to myself. I didn't feel like I could possibly be good enough unless I met an enormous amount of impossible goals. I held myself to an insane, impossible standard and pushed myself to succeed at everything because I felt that that was the only way I could be good enough. I look back on that and think, who was I trying to impress? So I was trying to prove myself, but to whom? I felt like I could only give myself permission to like myself if I was the best, the most impressive, the smartest, the most accomplished. Over time, I realized that this approach to self-acceptance and self-love was both ridiculous and also cruel. I was abusing myself by holding myself to such an impossible standard. Part of the problem was that I didn't even realize I was doing it. I never really thought about what it meant when I created the standards I placed for my own sense of success. I would make these goals and standards and not think about the implications. I never thought about what it was doing to my own soul when I neglected to love and accept myself because I didn't live up to the standards I had created. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, and neither do I. It is okay to still feel that thirst to prove something, but at the same time, my understanding is that in women, that drive and desire to prove our worth is not innate, as it is for men, but rather it is a trauma response. What trauma have you experienced that has triggered a need to prove yourself to others or yourself? Similarly, what trauma have you experienced that has left you feeling like you needed to earn approval, love, acceptance, or provision from anyone? There are tapping scripts and journaling prompts about this at the end of the chapter, but those are important questions to consider. Earning things and proving ourselves can be very emotionally attractive. Accomplishments, money, fame, and success are natural triggers for respect. When we don't feel sufficiently loved and valued just for being who we are, it is natural to turn to those things instead. You may have read before that to be happy in a relationship, women primarily need love and men primarily need respect. I've read that when you ask men in unhappy marriages if they feel that their wives love them, they will overwhelmingly say yes, because the problem for men in marriages is not feeling unloved, it's feeling disrespected. I believe that women have a natural desire to respect. Really, I believe it's a human desire. Both men and women love to respect things that are respectable. This is how we get things like sports stars and influencers. Both men and women are constantly looking for other people that they can respect, and when they find them, it feels good. We seek out podcasters we respect and listen to their podcasts. We seek out authors we respect and we read their books. My understanding is that the feminine desire to respect something is strong, and when there are no sufficiently respectable, competent men who are stepping up to the plate in a woman's life, the natural response is for the woman to find ways to respect herself instead. That's when we start placing our sense of self-worth in money, fame, success, power, accomplishment, our looks, our brains, or other things outside of just plain who we are. There is nothing wrong with self-respect, and I believe all human beings should respect themselves. Women are deserving of respect and self-respect. However, my understanding is that healthy feminine energy respects itself just because it exists, without preconditions or prerequisites. Can you love and respect yourself without needing to see a certain number on the scale? Can you believe you are worthy of love even if you don't believe you are pretty? Can you feel a sense of self-worth if you don't have a career, big accomplishments, or thousands of followers on Instagram? These are real questions that we as women get to explore on our feminine journeys. The pursuit of accomplishments as torture. It might sound crazy, but I assure you it is totally possible to use accomplishments and the pursuit of accomplishments as a form of self-torture. I know because I've experienced this myself. I have been my own greatest enemy in this arena. This is a very convenient way we can afflict ourselves with unhappiness because it has such a respectable, productive feel to it. No, you can't rest because you haven't accomplished the thing. But that makes sense because accomplishments are very important. No, you can't like yourself because you haven't completed that project, but that's good because now you'll be very motivated to finish it. It can be very tempting to use the pursuit of accomplishments as a way to punish ourselves, distract ourselves, and hurt ourselves. Obsessing over projects not done, skills not learned, and tasks not checked off the checklist is an easy way to give ourselves something to worry about and get depressed over. This situation is a two-way street. On the one hand, sometimes we feel worthless and unworthy, so we turn to projects, tasks, and accomplishments as a way to try and force some self-esteem into ourselves the hard way. On the other hand, obsessing over the pursuit of accomplishments and failing along the way, or taking too long to accomplish them, gives us an excuse to reinforce feelings of worthlessness and unworthiness. It becomes a big cycle. We try because we feel worthless and unworthy, and then we feel worthless and unworthy when the trying takes too long or doesn't yield exactly the fruit we want when we want it to. I don't want to demonize trying. Accomplishments can be fun. Learning is fun. Growing is fun. It is human nature to want to learn and grow, and that is good. It is good to learn new things and complete tasks and all the rest. You can't actually live life without occasionally crossing some items off your to-do list once in a while. The problem isn't doing, it isn't learning, it isn't trying. Accomplishments in and of themselves are not the problem. The problem is when we base our sense of self-worth in the accomplishments we attempt to acquire. The problem is when we turn to accomplishments as a substitution for self-love and acceptance. The problem is when we use accomplishments as a protective shield to avoid emotional vulnerability. The problem is when we use the pursuit of accomplishments to distract ourselves from our own true feelings. As women, we don't have to prove ourselves, but we can feel like we have to prove ourselves. Or can we? Is having to prove myself a feeling? Actually, no, it is not a feeling. What are some real feelings that might underlie a sense of having to prove oneself? Emotions that come into my mind here are feelings of worthlessness, unworthiness, sorrow, loneliness, fear, panic, anxiety, feelings of depression, feelings of stress. What if you could release yourself from the bondage of forcing yourself to pursue accomplishments by addressing your underlying emotions instead? When we address our underlying emotions, we set ourselves free. I promise that you can still get yourself to do wonderful things without using worthlessness, unworthiness, sadness, panic, stress, and anxiety as motivations. Being happy without the accomplishment. Recently, I had occasion to take a real look at myself and the things I have accomplished in my life, and the things I haven't. I realized that of all my big goals I set for my life when I was 14, I have accomplished pretty much none of them. I thought of those big goals and evaluated them. All of them would take an enormous amount of work, and while I've heard a rumor that we as women can have it all, realistically, I have choices to make. My personal choice is between giving my best to my husband and children, or giving my best to these incredibly difficult goals I set for myself to accomplish in my life. I had to sit there and really think. I thought, what is it that I hoped to accomplish with that goal? Why did I even want it in the first place? What do I think I would feel from accomplishing that goal? And I tried to imagine what it would feel like if I actually did accomplish the main goal that has been on my heart since I was a kid. I would love for you to do this right now, if you have the time right this minute. What goals have been on your heart for your life? How would you feel in your body if you accomplished that goal? Imagine in your mind looking down at your phone and seeing the proof of your success on your smartphone screen. Imagine the feeling you would feel seeing the proof of your accomplishment. What does it feel like? I'll tell you what it felt like for me when I tried this the other night. It felt like a smile, but in my soul. It felt like my core was full of light and shiny brightness and peace. It had an almost laugh-like quality, like this triumphant joy. In my imagination, I imagined feeling like that while doing the dishes and preparing dinner, while my 5 kids whined to me that they were hungry, and in my imagination, I felt so happy that not even that could bring me down. I sat there and I felt my feelings, my imagined feelings, and then I realized that I was already feeling those feelings, right there, right then, without having accomplished the goal at all. It was kind of a trippy moment for me. I've read a lot of books about goals that recommend imagining the feeling of accomplishing goals before you actually accomplish them, but honestly, I could never really do that. I don't know why, it just didn't work for me. Maybe back then I didn't get it. But the other night, I felt like I got it. Nowadays, I try to set aside a moment here, a moment there, throughout the day, to close my eyes and imagine that feeling again. I realized I am allowed to feel the joy of accomplishing my goals, even if I haven't accomplished them yet. And so are you. And maybe the big, impressive, fancy-pants goals I've set for myself in my life aren't actually as important as I thought they were. Maybe just the feeling is. Why should I work super hard to accomplish some difficult goal for the sake of that winning feeling if I can just choose to experience that winning feeling anyway? What would it mean to you and your life if you could feel like an accomplished, impressive winner without having to actually complete the goals you've dreamed of? What if you could just feel happy and enjoy being yourself and enjoy the journey you're on right now without holding your happiness and peace hostage to the stories you tell about the importance of specific goals? The thief of joy. There's a saying that comparison is the thief of joy. This is true for all people, but I believe it is especially true for women. Men are meant to compare themselves to each other. The masculine world is one of competition. The masculine journey is one of battle, a constant fight against nature, a fight against each other, a fight against themselves. The feminine journey is not about beating nature or beating men or beating other women. The feminine journey is not about beating nature or beating men or beating other women. The feminine journey is about learning how to experience the feminine radiance that comes with fully embodying feminine energy in every moment. The feminine journey is about learning to be present, even when times are hard and our feelings are so big we wish we could run away from them. The feminine journey is about learning to enjoy life exactly as it is, without feeling urges to control anything, suppress anything, or conquer anything. Healed feminine energy has no space for emotionally charged comparison between people. When we operate from healed feminine energy, we don't look at other people with jealousy or feel the urge to compete with them. Do you compare yourself to other people, male or female? Do you hold yourself to the standards you imagine other people live by? Do you look at others with envy or jealousy? Feminine energy accepts people as they are, without the need to judge them, categorize them, and compare them. You don't need to be better than anyone else. You don't have to be as good as anyone else. You already are as good as anyone else. If you don't feel like you are as good as others, that is the real problem. Then it is time to feel your feelings and consider asking a man in your life for help with them. This can be a gift to yourself and to the man who serves you in this way. You may be astonished at what insights such a conversation may yield for you. Releasing competition. I always thought of myself as a naturally competitive person. In college, I used to host game nights at my house twice a week, on Sundays and Thursdays, and those were some of my favorite times of my life. I loved playing games, because I loved winning. I remember the day I realized that my competitive attitude was not very attractive. I was playing some game against some guys, and my frustration at losing was getting the better of me. Fortunately, I noticed the disturbed and disgusted looks on the faces of the guys I was playing with and realized I had better get a grip. Being super competitive is not an attractive look for a woman, as it turns out. Framing it that way can sound misogynistic, but the reality of what makes people attractive to one another is polarity. When a woman's behavior is unattractive to the opposite sex, it is almost 100% of the time because that behavior is out of alignment with the feminine polarity. That fateful game night, I decided that enough was enough and that I was going to have to exercise some self-control when it came to playing games. I had to let go of my competitiveness. It was really hard. I would play games and seethe on the inside if I were losing, or gloat on the inside if I were winning. But I would constantly remind myself that acting competitively was not in my best interest. In the end, I figured it out by actively choosing not to care who won while I played games. This was not my default setting. It was really hard to choose into that mindset when so much of me really did care who won. But in the end, after several months, I successfully overcame my addiction to competitiveness, at least in the arena of game night. The story I just told, however, does not illustrate how to overcome a competitive nature in a feminine way. Here's the secret. Competitiveness in women is often due to emotional trauma, and feminine energy is not about forcing yourself to change your behavior. Feminine energy is about deeply feeling deep feelings, and when we truly feel our deep feelings, we heal them. Years and years ago, when I forced myself out of the habit of competitiveness, I did it in a masculine way, even though at the time I did it because I was trying to be more feminine. These days, if that same spirit of competitiveness reared its ugly head within myself, I would go ask my husband for help with my feelings and allow myself to feel the feelings that led me to a space of competitive attitude in the first place. If you deal with competitive urges and you feel in your spirit that it's time to address that, My first suggestion would be to ask yourself what you are really feeling when you feel that competitive nature showing up within you. What emotions show up, and why are they there? This is a perfect opportunity to practice feeling your feelings and allowing them to flow out of you. You will find that as you feel those feelings thoroughly, they truly do flow out and move on. You will set yourself free and learn how beautiful life can be when you are free from the unnecessary spirit of competition. Feminine goal setting. Is it wrong for women to have goals? I've actually read books by femininity coaches who teach that women should never have any goals. They should only be fully present all the time, never looking to the future under any circumstances. I have read books by people who claim that women should not do anything but feel their feelings and submit to men. I'm going to go ahead and disagree. Feminine energy is a present energy, while masculine energy is supposed to be devoted to analyzing and fixing the errors of the past and preparing for the future. Feminine energy is meant to exist in the here and now. However, it would be ridiculous to say that a woman should never be future-oriented. How would any woman get dinner ready on time? I believe goal setting can be feminine when we set feminine goals and approach them in a feminine way. For example, as a mother, I might set the goal of reading to my children daily. That is a fine goal. However, to approach that goal in a feminine way, it would be important to maintain a flexible attitude with my goal. If my body's needs or the needs of my family disrupt the goal, I need to be okay with that. If my intuition indicates that I need to change up how I am approaching the goal, I need to trust that and follow it. If I feel my sense of self-worth getting entangled in the accomplishment of my goal, I need to address the underlying emotions and heal from them. It is vitally important that no goal becomes a source of our sense of self-worth. I believe it is possible to have goals and remain in feminine energy, but we have to stay flexible, listen to our bodies and our intuition and the needs of our families, and trust that we are good enough and deserving of love even if we don't accomplish the goal. You are already good enough. I'm going to be real with you. I already know your worst secret. I know you're not perfect. I know you've made mistakes. I know you've done things that embarrass you, that even horrify you. I know sometimes you can't sleep because you're too busy reliving the times you've humiliated yourself, the times you messed up, the times you did things you regret. I know that you're not perfect. Neither am I. But we don't have to be perfect right here and right now. My Christian faith is screaming at me, but what about when Jesus said, "Be ye therefore perfect"? So I want to address that quickly. I believe that there is a commandment to be perfect, but that commandment has zero implication that we need to be perfect right now. Perfection is a journey, and perfectionism is a cancer of the soul. We are not called to do everything perfectly right this minute. And in my honest heart of hearts, I believe that God judges men and women on a slightly different scale. Don't take my word for that. I'm not a prophet, but you can pray about that for yourself if you are a praying person on a spiritual journey with polarity. My understanding is that perfection means something different for men than it does for women. But for both men and women, I do believe that perfection is not a commandment that is meant to be accomplished by all people immediately. There is no redeeming value in constantly beating ourselves up because we are not perfect. Perfectionism is emotional terrorism that we inflict upon ourselves. When we enter that space of emotional self-terrorism, nothing is good enough. You aren't good enough. When perfectionism strikes, it makes everything in the world worse. Perfection is a great concept, but in reality, it is not helpful to be obsessed with perfection. If you find yourself obsessed with perfection, I strongly recommend, once again, to spend time feeling your feelings about it. You are a woman. You do not need to accomplish incredible feats to have divine, irreplaceable worth. You do not need to prove yourself to anyone. You don't need to earn love or acceptance. You don't have to be perfect right now to be good enough for love and good enough for a good life. You don't have to be impressive to be valuable. Journaling prompts. These are journaling prompts on the topic of goals, accomplishments, and the need to prove yourself. Please copy down each question into a journal and then respond to it with the words that flow into your mind. Don't judge them, just write. What insights flow to you as you delve into your own history with the pursuit of accomplishments? 1. Do you feel a need to prove yourself? 2. Who do you feel you need to prove yourself to? 3. What exactly would you need to do in order to feel that you had adequately proven yourself? 4. What is your personal relationship with accomplishments? Have you felt internal or external pressure in your life to accomplish great feats? 5. Do you judge yourself based on how much you do or how impressive you are? Impressive to whom? 6. How much do you value your own accomplishments? 7. If the accomplishments you've already acquired in your life were taken away from you, would this damage your sense of self-worth and importance? 8. Do you feel it is important to be impressive to others? 9. What standards have you set for yourself? 10. How do you feel about yourself if or when you don't live up to your own standards for yourself? 11. Where do you tend to compare yourself to other people? 12. What would life be like if you no longer felt a need to compare yourself to others? 13. Do you have perfectionist tendencies? 14. Where in your life do you feel any draw towards perfectionism? 15. What accomplishments are you most proud of in your life? 16. What would it feel like if you could just be happy without any focus on accomplishments? 17. What would it be like if you could just like and love yourself, even if you had no impressive accomplishments at all? 18. Have you ever used the pursuit of accomplishments as a way to punish yourself? 19. Are you allowed to feel the joyful feelings that would come with accomplishing your goals without actually accomplishing your goals? 20. Have you ever used the pursuit of accomplishments as a distraction from your feelings? 21. Have you ever used the pursuit of accomplishments as a shield against deep-seated feelings of unworthiness or worthlessness? 22. Can you believe that you already have incredible, irreplaceable worth regardless of what you have or haven't accomplished in life? Tapping scripts. To use these tapping scripts, tap on your forehead or collarbone and repeat each affirmation at least 3 times. You may want to hang these affirmations in a place where you can see them often and work through them regularly as you make these emotional transitions. 1. I know how to live without feeling I need to prove myself. 2. I choose to set myself free from feelings that I need to prove myself. 3. I now honor and acknowledge the beliefs I have carried within myself that I need to prove my worth, and I choose to let those beliefs go. 4. I honor the part of me that has felt like it needed to be impressive, and I invite that part of me to heal and let go. 5. I release myself from the need to be impressive to others. 6. I release myself from the need to prove myself. 7. I release myself from any obsession I may have with accomplishment. 8. I can still accomplish important tasks without feeling enslaved to the pursuit of accomplishment. 9. I set myself free from the bondage of perfectionism. 10. I choose to set myself free from the prison of perfectionism. 11. I can accept myself as I am, mistakes and all. 12. I choose now to release myself from comparing. 13. My journey is different from anyone and everyone else's. 14. I am safe to experience my own experience, even if or when my experience doesn't jive with my definition of perfection. 15. It is safe to be imperfect. 16. I love myself and all my flaws. 17. I love myself exactly as I am. 18. I can easily imagine the feelings I would feel in my body if I accomplished my goals today. 19. It could be safe for me to feel the peace and joy I imagine I would feel from accomplishing my goals, even if I haven't accomplished those goals yet. 20. I am allowed to feel happy even if I haven't earned it. 21. I choose to set myself free from the false belief that I need to earn happiness and peace.
Masculine bodies
22.
and feminine bodies are extremely different.
To feel joy and
They
peace
each come with different weaknesses and strengths. They each come with different powers.
What if I could feel
We've
peace
talked
and
about the
safety
feminine
and
superpower
happiness
of feeling
right here,
and sensitivity, but the other big superpower of the female body is the power to create life. Men donate sperm that is 0.005 centimeters long, which means that scientists need a microscope with 400 times magnification just to see one. And from that, women create entire human bodies. And after a woman has created another human body, she nourishes that body with her own body. The female experience is body-centric in a way that the male experience is not. At nearly every moment of our lives, women are reminded of our bodies. We spend a quarter of our lives bleeding from our nether regions if we're not pregnant, nursing, or going through menopause, which are also all highly body-centric activities. I'm not endorsing this, but the reality is that our bodies are judged by men, by each other, and even by ourselves everywhere we go. We deal with the reality of being essentially physically defenseless against men every day. Even if nothing happens, many women still feel scared to walk alone at night, and often for good reason. For women, our entire existence is centered around bodies, our bodies, and the bodies we create. When it comes to traditional gender roles, this has been a key point. Men might go off and fight wars, sail the open seas, work in factories or mines, or create new inventions, but women have traditionally been in the home, taking care of the incredibly vital tasks of body maintenance. I used to feel very resentful about all of this. How is it fair that men get to have these exciting lives and women are stuck at home cooking and cleaning all day? Huh? Not very fair, right? The truth is that while this setup may not appear fair on the surface, and maybe it isn't fair at all, it is based in biological reality. The biological reality is that if women throughout history had been expected to work outside the home, it would not have been possible, thanks to menstruation, pregnancy, childbirth, and child-rearing. Someone has to create bodies, and someone has to nurture those bodies. And for better or worse, women are the half of humanity that have received that sacred duty. We create bodies with our bodies, and we initially feed them with our bodies also. And even in the modern age, pregnancy and childbirth and breastfeeding aside, there is still a cultural and, dare I say, biological expectation that women do the bulk of meal planning, meal prep, and meal cleanup. Taking care of bodies is not exceptionally glamorous. If you've had a baby before, you know that once a baby is born, both the mother's life and the baby's life become all about body management. Body management includes feeding, cleaning up after feeding, and managing human waste. Pregnancy also is all about body management. Some women are blessed with easy pregnancies that allow them to continue many or even all of their activities of daily life. But for many women, pregnancy requires full and complete body attention. I was working full-time during my first pregnancy, and I found that going to work stressed out my body so much that it was endangering my health. I ended up getting a doctor's note excusing me from work for several weeks while I rested and tried to recover from the stress of the job. Many mothers who have worked through pregnancies can attest to how difficult it is. Women were never meant to have full-time jobs outside the home during pregnancy, in my opinion. Societies throughout all time have always recognized that pregnancy itself, and even just the ability to become pregnant, is pretty much a full-time job in and of itself. As I've said before, just having a female body is an enormous amount of work. Being a woman is a job in and of itself. Even if all we do as women is attend to the needs of our own bodies, that is enough. What are the daily needs of bodies? All bodies need to ingest sustenance. They need food. All bodies need to excrete waste. All bodies require sleep and rest, and all bodies require attention from someone else to thrive. This is where the traditional female role comes from. It comes from the reality that our bodies are not really that great for fighting wars or sailing the open seas or working 40 hours a week in a factory day in and day out, regardless of the time of the month. Conversely, our bodies are really great for creating other bodies and for doing the critical things that are necessary for daily body maintenance. And so, traditionally, women have been expected to cook and manage daily meals. Extra points if you're a good cook, right? And women have traditionally been the ones in charge of cleaning up around a house. Scrubbing toilets and sinks is not glamorous work, but it is necessary for daily life and health. Women have traditionally been in charge of laundry, making sure that every member of the household has clean clothes for daily wear. And all humans are born with the desperate, irreplaceable need for personal, one-on-one female attention. Have you ever read about what happens to babies that are never held? If babies are not touched, held, snuggled, and physically loved enough, they stop thriving and developing and can even die, even if their other physical needs are being met. Babies need to be held and touched, particularly by their mothers. It's not just something nice to do, it is vital to human survival. The daily chores of life may appear mundane and boring because we do them over and over. The needs of human bodies go on and on. Every day, we need more meals and clean clothes, and if we want to thrive and be emotionally functional, the caring attention of someone else who is focused on us, at least for a little while. Because of the food and clothes we need fresh every day, we also have to do things like dishes and meal planning and laundry regularly also. These are unavoidable facts of life. Someone has to make sure everyone has something to eat and clean clothes to wear. Someone has to make sure the bathroom is not full of contagion. Someone has to make sure that all the daily needs of bodies are met. I understand feeling like it isn't fair, but it does make sense that if you have to choose between a man and a woman, which one will go out and work outside the home and who will stay close to home and manage the home, it makes biological sense for the woman to do it. Before I thought about traditional gender roles in the context of biology, I thought they were just antiquated, misogynistic relics of an ignorant world. But we don't have to look far to see what the biological ramifications have been for women as our society has systematically dismantled traditional gender roles. These days, most women in America work outside the home, and many more work at jobs from home. There are very few barriers to women pursuing whatever we may want to do. No one is stopping women from getting careers in STEM or whatever else in the modern world. We are encouraged to follow our dreams with careers instead of getting married and having children on a societal level. And what has been the result? These days, nearly 25% of women suffer from anxiety disorders. 15% of women suffer from depression. Mental health disorders and physical health problems are on the rise. Remember that all emotional health issues create physical health issues because of cortisol. When we feel emotional stress, it causes physiological hormone responses in the body. Your feelings of anxiety, stress, and depression aren't just causing emotional problems, they also contribute to any long-term health conditions you experience, be it thyroid conditions, gastrointestinal problems, or whatever else. When women are left to provide for themselves and protect themselves, it creates a massive stress response both emotionally and physically. But this is the reality we have created. In the modern world, a woman can get by at least superficially without a man, but we pay an enormous cost for this in terms of physical and emotional health. And so do men. As women have needed men less and less, men have lost themselves. As of this writing, 63% of men in their 20s are single. Only 34% of women in this age range are single, and we'll talk more about that later. We have all seen men floating adrift through life, addicted to porn and video games rather than supporting a wife and children. You might be married to such a man. Being married doesn't stop men from floating adrift like this. There are only two things that can stop men from floating adrift. First, a man can miraculously wake up one day and choose out of his stupor, but we have all seen for ourselves that that's an unlikely solution to such a problem. I'm not saying it's fair, I'm just saying it's rare. The only other way out is for women to become more feminine. Exposure to true femininity inspires men to step up and get their acts together. Femininity and beauty. A key element of femininity is body care, and there is really no way around that. That is what the obsession with female beauty is really about, women taking care of their own bodies. Women of all sizes can appear physically beautiful and well-proportioned when they wear the right clothing. What stands out about a beautiful woman is not just her physical body, but how she has shown care for it, in how she dresses, how she accessorizes, and how she emphasizes her own best features. We have to talk about femininity and body care, but before we do that, we have to discuss femininity and beauty. Feminine energy can tend to be obsessed with beauty. Most women want to surround themselves with beauty. We want beautiful surroundings, beautiful homes, beautiful furniture, beautiful clothes, and we also want to be beautiful ourselves. The feminine call for beauty is nearly inescapable. Even if we do not feel beautiful ourselves or live in beautiful environments, nearly every woman wishes she felt beautiful and had a beautiful environment to live in. When this is not the case, in every situation I have personally observed in my emotional healing work, there has been significant trauma in play. Sometimes, as women, we experience horrible things that teach us that beauty is dangerous and that being beautiful puts us at risk. We hide our own beauty in response to abuse and neglect, and that is very understandable. Some of us tell ourselves stories that we are not beautiful. I can relate. I spent most of my life not feeling beautiful, and at times feeling that I was actually ugly. I no longer feel that way. I hate to even write those words. They feel ugly to write. It feels ugly to write about feelings of ugliness. But the fact is that many of us as women feel this way. We compare ourselves to airbrushed women on magazine covers and feel bad about our looks. We judge ourselves based on the shapes of our facial features and the numbers on the scale and the number on the inside tag of our pants. We live in a time that our ancestors could never have imagined. Not too long ago, when people lived in small villages for their entire lives and maybe knew a few hundred people at most, it was a lot easier to be considered good-looking. There was just a lot less competition. Today, every person on the planet gets exposed to idealized female forms and faces practically without an escape. The most beautiful women in the world have their images edited and sent out to the ends of the earth. 500 years ago, most people in the world would have never even seen women that looked like that at all. Today, both men and women get to compare every woman we see with Kim Kardashian. We've probably all heard the idea that beauty is a cultural concept, not an absolute one, and while that is partially true, it is actually only a little bit true. According to my research, what is considered beautiful in women is considered beautiful for biological reasons. Having a good figure and being at a healthy weight is beautiful not because any culture says so, but because both of those things indicate optimal fertility. This is a biological thing. Both men and women find it more attractive in other women when women have a larger bust, a smaller waist, and hips that are about the same circumference as the bust. This is not a societal construct. These are biological inclinations because they indicate suitability for successful childbearing and breastfeeding. Having long, luscious locks, beautiful hair, is attractive on women not because society said so, but because hair health is an incredible indicator of overall health. Having a symmetrical face is a great indicator of genetic health. So here we have it. All the classic markers of feminine beauty are less markers of beauty and more markers of likelihood for reproductive success on a biological level. And because we are biological beings, we find these markers attractive. It's a matter of science, not culture. When it comes to external beauty, our best bet as women is to focus on health above all. But one secret about feminine energy is that while physical beauty feels deeply important to nearly all women, femininity itself is the most beautiful energy that there is, and it doesn't matter what you look like. All women can always step into feminine energy and radiate that form of beauty. It doesn't matter if you are overweight, if you are underweight, if you have wrinkles or acne or stretch marks or scars or anything else. True feminine energy radiates outward and charms both men and women. The trouble is that in the modern age, most of us have never ever once been exposed to true feminine energy, so we don't usually have personal experience with this to prove to us that this is the case. But you will find as you experiment with feminine energy yourself that this is the case. What makes a woman captivating is not how skinny she is or how symmetrical her eyebrows are. It is a quality of personal feminine character. The following is a passage from Victor Hugo's Toilers of the Sea, describing the novel's heroine, Déruchette. Her presence lights the home. Her approach is like a cheerful warmth. She passes by, and we are content. She stays a while, and we are happy. Is it not a thing of divine to have a smile which, none know how, has the power to lighten the weight of that enormous chain that all the living in common drag behind them? Déruchette possessed this smile. We may say that this smile was Déruchette herself. Déruchette had at times an air of bewitching languor, and a certain mischief in the eye, which were altogether involuntary. Sweetness and goodness reigned throughout her person. Her occupation was only to live her daily life. Her accomplishments were the knowledge of a few songs. Her intellectual gifts were summed up in a simple innocence. She had graceful repose, mingled at times with giddiness and vivacity, with the teasing playfulness of a child, yet with a dash of melancholy. Add to all this an open brow, a neck supple and graceful, chestnut hair, a fair skin slightly freckled with exposure to the sun, a mouth somewhat large, but well-defined, and visited from time to time with a dangerous smile. This was Déruchette. There is in this world no function more important than that of being charming, to shed joy around, to cast light upon dark days, to be the golden thread of our destiny and the very spirit of grace and harmony. Is not this to render a service? Déruchette's physical description is nothing compared to the other things she offers to the world in terms of her feminine traits. Just being herself and sharing her emotions vulnerably, her joy and her dangerous smiles, and her melancholy, that is enough to inspire and captivate those around her. Her smiles lighten the weight of the burdens of those around her. She stays a while and they are happy. She sheds joy around and casts light upon the dark days. She herself is the golden thread of our destiny and the very spirit of grace and harmony. These are the traits of femininity that are the most inspiring and captivating, no matter what you look like. The heroine in Vanity Fair by William Thackeray is described as a kind, fresh, smiling, tender little domestic goddess whom men are inclined to worship. Men feel inclined to worship her because of her kindness, her tenderness, her smiles, her willingness to enjoy her feminine life. Even though later on, Thackeray goes on to explain that her nose was rather short and her cheeks a good deal too round for a heroine. You don't have to be physically beautiful to be kind, fresh, smiling, or tender. You don't have to have the best figure around and the best face around, and no wrinkles and no acne in order to be the kind of woman men feel inclined to worship. Feeling beautiful is, at the end of the day, about you. It's not really about impressing men at all. In real life, much of our personal obsessions with beauty do come down to a desire to impress or attract or to win some sort of beauty competition we've come up with in our minds. You don't have to win any beauty contests to be captivating and charming and deeply valuable to the men in your life, or men in general. Embodying feminine energy is much more important where that is concerned. I remember a friend I had long ago who I never thought was very pretty, but who always had boys tripping over themselves to do things for her. Boys loved this girl, and I could never understand it at the time. She was not skinny, her face and hair were not particularly notable, she wore modest clothes. This behavior from the boys at school was not behavior she inspired by making herself some kind of sex object or something. She wasn't super smart, and she had no real accomplishments. She didn't do any extracurricular activities to set herself apart from the crowd. As far as I could see, she was just a boring, normal girl, so why did boys love her so much? Why did she always have boys interested in her, but no one was ever interested in me, when I had so many accomplishments and talents? Now, looking back, I can see what I missed at the time. My friend may have been average-looking and a little overweight and not up to much in general, but she definitely had an abundance of feminine energy that she embodied with ease. It was not overtly sexual energy. It was not overtly physical energy, but she had an openness to her and a gentleness to her and a sense of vulnerability that even I did notice, even though I didn't realize that it was good and beautiful about her at the time. At the time, I judged her for keeping her emotions close to the surface. If her feelings were hurt, she would cry. If she were happy, she wouldn't hide it. On the other hand, I was bottling up everything I felt and judging others for sharing their feelings openly. I didn't realize that it was precisely that vulnerability that made her so magnetic. Here I was, thinking that the greatest gift I could give to the men in my life was emotional constipation, because I told myself that my feelings were a burden on them, and I did not want to be a burden. I thought that feeling my feelings made me weak, and that no man would want me if I were a weak woman like that. But in reality, it is vulnerability exactly that above all other things acts as a magnet for the opposite sex. We don't have to be physically beautiful to be important, to be worthwhile, to be charismatic, to be magnetic. Inner beauty truly is the most important thing, and the core of that is vulnerability. Living honestly and in tune with our emotions, allowing them to show instead of stuffing them down, is the first step to discovering for ourselves the incredible power of feminine inner beauty. Feminine focus on bodies. Even though external physical body beauty is not a requirement for the expression of feminine energy, effort expended towards the care of the physical body is. You don't have to have the perfect face or figure to physically appear captivating. Much more important than the raw material of your body and face is the care and attention you give to your body and face. Even if you don't have the perfect skin, hair, figure, or body generally, taking care of what you do have in an excellent way is always attractive. And beyond that, in a higher sense, this is not about being attractive at all. It's about being true to ourselves as women. Feminine energy takes care of the physical body, whether or not anyone else is looking. We cannot escape the feminine focus on bodies. We can distract ourselves from our feminine realities with work and entertainment and other things, but at the end of the day, our bodies have an agenda of their own, and that agenda is doing the best possible job to promote the survival of the human species. Your body is focused on this agenda whether you wish it were or not, and whether it is doing an objectively great job at it or not. I speak in terms of infertility and struggles with fertility. I speak in terms of serious problems relating to menstruation. I speak in terms of hormone disorders, PCOS, endometriosis, and other health situations that women face. These are serious, heartbreaking conditions of the female body. When we deal with things like this, it can be easy to resent our bodies. I have spent many years resenting my female body for menstruating, for being tired and needing more rest than I wanted it to need, for holding on to fat when I wanted my body to let it go and just let me be skinny and hot already. I have resented my body during illness and bouts of health struggles that have impacted not just me, but also my family. I know I'm not alone in this. Over 80% of people with autoimmune conditions are female. As I've written before, just having a female body is a full-time job. The care of a female body could take up most of a day if we let it. This is me telling you, it is okay to spend more time than you think you deserve to take care of yourself. Self-care is quintessentially feminine. I'm not talking about bubble baths and reading novels. Those can be great, but I'm not sure they should truly count as self-care. Those can be the icing on top of real self-care, if you have the time for them when the real self-care is over with. Real self-care isn't bubble baths and TV time. Real self-care is eating food that nourishes your body instead of hurts it. Real self-care is the time you put into mindfully preparing that food and peacefully consuming it. Real self-care is going to bed at the same time every night and prioritizing getting the sleep you need every day. Real self-care is regularly moisturizing and taking care of your skin. Real self-care is getting enough joyful movement every day. Real self-care is body maintenance. If you neglect changing the oil in your car, you should expect your car to fail you. And if you neglect your personal body care, you should expect your body to fail you. Feminine self-care, to me, is primarily actual self-care, meaning body care and maintenance. I believe that more often than we would like to admit, pretending that things like bubble baths and novels and TV time and so on are self-care is really just running away from our feelings and distracting ourselves from the real responsibilities of true body care. It's a lot easier to get a manicure or read a novel than it is to make a weekly meal plan and then actually eat all that healthy food. It's a lot easier to watch TV or take a bubble bath than it is to exercise for 30 minutes or an hour every day and get 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. And of course, the greatest self-care a woman can engage in is simply feeling her feelings as they come up and sharing them appropriately from a space of vulnerability and innocence. Until you make this a part of your lifestyle, you cannot imagine the freedom that comes with living in this space. Engaging with your feelings in this way promotes mental health and physical health in a way you will not even believe until you try it and see it for yourself. To me, most self-care options that are promoted online are not actual self-care. They are pleasant distractions from real self-care. If you have been engaging in self-care routines that do not actually help your body heal and look and feel its best from the inside out, then I truly invite you to consult your feelings and start feeling out what self-care options are right for you as you start pursuing this in your quest to embody feminine energy. Because it's not just your body. The fact is that feminine self-care is not just about us. Many of us have children, and all of us have the theoretical capability of having children. I know that many of us struggle with fertility problems, and many of us have chosen not to have children. But even when the female body doesn't create children, the female body is always working to make fertility a possibility. Currently, fewer than 5% of American women over 40 are child-free or childless. Obviously, most women, even in a world where women are encouraged to work instead of having kids, still have one or more children. This is a big reason why body self-care is such a big part of feminine energy. Because most women actually do have children eventually, infertility notwithstanding. Whether your children are biological or adopted, whether they have been born yet or not, many women find that the feminine body cries out for children. Some of my friends who have chosen not to have children have told me that their ovaries literally hurt when they see babies. There is a part of the feminine psyche that yearns to create and then nurture new life. That creation and nurturing is done through the medium of the physical body. Pregnancy takes a huge toll on the physical body, and many women will agree that the rigors of pregnancy are nothing compared to the rigors of caring for a newborn. Mothering infants is beautiful and wonderful and hard. It can be hard on the physical body, especially today when our food is nutrient depleted and many of us live far away from family and other support systems. Maternity leave exists because when a baby is born, literally all of the mother's energy and attention has to be focused on herself and her baby. Just keeping both of their bodies alive and regulated is more than full-time work. It's around-the-clock work, work that makes demands of the female body that men cannot imagine. Sleep deprivation and nutrient depletion often go hand in hand with early motherhood, and sometimes that continues for years. My 5-year-old and 2-year-old still wake up pretty regularly at night for various reasons, like nightmares or needing help using the bathroom. As of this writing, my oldest child just turned 12, and often it feels like I haven't slept through the night in 13 solid years. That's not entirely true because I have slept through the night here and there, but overall it's mostly true. Of course, men can and should be involved with the difficulties of parenting, but my purpose here is just to point out the toll that parenting takes on the female body and the fact that our bodies are designed to nurture the other bodies we create. Between taking care of our own bodies and the bodies of our children, we have plenty of work to do every day. Many women who have been both working mothers outside the home and stay-at-home full-time mothers inside the home can attest that staying home with kids is often the more difficult job. It can be incredibly difficult to spend all day, every day with little people for whom gratitude and obedience is not a default setting. The demands of young children are constant and urgent. When a baby needs a diaper change, they need that diaper change pretty soon, or there's the risk of diaper rash. Hunger always feels urgent to the people who feel hungry. The needs of our bodies, especially the bodies of young children, are unceasing and urgent, all day, every day. If the bulk of our days are spent planning and creating nourishing meals for ourselves and our children and our husbands, and cleaning up after those meals, maintaining the general cleanliness of our homes to prevent sickness and infection, and making sure that everyone has clean clothes to wear, that is full-time work that is deeply meaningful. I believe the experience of having a body is sacred, and that therefore the experience of maintaining physical bodies is sacred. Cooking, cleaning, and laundry might not seem glamorous, and they might even be boring at times, but it is incredibly meaningful work. I once had a friend mention that she used her laundry folding time to pray for each person in her family as she folded their individual items of clothing. What a beautiful way to engage in mindfulness during a task that might otherwise feel mundane. I have loved the works of Thich Nhat Hanh, a Buddhist monk. In a passage on mindfulness, he spoke of washing the dishes as if you were washing a baby Buddha, with a full sense of presence and awe. Everything in life is a miracle if you approach it that way. He spoke of focusing on the daily tasks of life with that sense of the miraculous, that sense of presence and peace. I didn't grow up with what I would consider a great chore routine. Learning to incorporate supposedly daily chores into my daily life has taken a lot of effort and work because I didn't grow up doing it. I was in my mid-20s when I finally realized that people can literally just load the dishwasher throughout the day and then run it, and then empty it all at once in less than 5 minutes, and then refill it again. I spent most of my younger life letting dishes pile up and unloading the dishwasher one needed dish at a time until it was empty, and then loading it. My kitchen was always a mess. It was hard to find everything, and I seriously didn't even know that there was another way to do it. When we stay on top of daily and weekly chores, those mundane tasks of daily life like dishes and laundry, everything in our lives is easier, and counterintuitively, it takes less time and frees us up more. Feminine energy is all about being present and embodied, feeling present inside of your own body. Easier said than done, I know, especially for those of us still carrying a lot of trauma, and for those of us who tend to think more than we feel in normal life. These are understandable habits, and it's okay to take our time healing through them. I mention this because some experts on feminine energy recommend staying fully present with the daily chores, which is to say, not watching TV while you fold the laundry, as I often do. One book I read long ago recommended that we stay fully present and focused on all our daily chores. The idea was that by staying present and focused, we do a better job and a faster job of the things that must be done. It's not about getting things done fast. It's about getting them done well and in an appropriate timing for the needs of the family. But we do get things done more quickly when we are not distracted by other things. This is just something to consider. As of this writing, I currently still do occasionally watch a TV show while cooking or folding laundry, and I feel like that is okay. I will agree that it is generally better to be more present mentally and emotionally during my chores, and often I do choose presence over multitasking and distraction. This is just me making it clear that I'm not perfect, and I'm not telling you to only do chores all day and never put on a TV show while you do the laundry. That is not what I am saying. But if you consult your feelings and you feel like your life would be less stressful and more unhurried if you focused more on the daily tasks of life without distraction, that may be something to consider experimenting with. This all comes back to the needs of our bodies and the bodies of our family members. That is what the chores that have traditionally fallen to women really come down to. It's not about keeping women chained to the stove, barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. It is about the fact that humans need to eat. They need to have clean clothes, and they need to live in a place that is not dangerously filthy if they are going to survive. And, to take it a step further,
to thrive. People are happiest when they live in clean and neat environments, have healthy and delicious food to eat, and have clean and neat clothing to wear. Someone has to make sure this is possible for the family. Biologically speaking, it makes sense for that role to be filled by women, while men are working to provide the raw materials for the woman to work with. I used to tell myself a story that I hated doing chores, and so I did. I hated chores. I really viewed the tasks of life as a waste of time. After listening to Thich Nhat Hanh's lecture about doing the dishes mindfully, I started experimenting with that, and I realized that I actually enjoy scrubbing dishes. I felt horrible realizing that. I felt like a betrayer of women. I felt like it was wrong of me to enjoy a chore that women should be liberated from. As I've stopped telling myself stories about my chores and focused on actually completing them in a more mindful way, I've found things to love about them that I never would have noticed if I hadn't been looking for it. My body actually feels really nice when I take hot laundry out of the dryer. It feels good in my body to fold that warm laundry and make sure it all ends up where it needs to go. My body feels nice when I sweep the kitchen floor. Sweeping can have kind of a fairy tale feel to it if you're open to that. For many years, I was not open to that. But now I can have fun sweeping the kitchen floor. When you actually tune into your body as you do the daily tasks of life and ask your body if there is anything your body enjoys about your chores, what does your body say? Perhaps if you are open to it, you will find that you enjoy traditional feminine tasks more than you ever thought you were capable of. As we choose to uncover the joy that can come from focusing on the necessary tasks of life, we can make life better, both for ourselves and for our families. Femininity necessarily involves a focus on bodies, our own and the bodies of the people we care for. Accepting this and working to embrace it can open up many doors to health and happiness in our lives. Femininity and delegation. One thing I want to mention quickly is that just because tasks exist that are traditionally done by women does not mean that you personally have to do them for your household. If your family has the resources for it, it can still be feminine, of course, to delegate whatever tasks of daily life are supportive to you to delegate. It does not make you a worse woman if you have a housekeeper. You can be very feminine and still have household help. You can be feminine and hire a babysitter, order takeout, or have someone else do the cooking. Traditionally, the feminine role in terms of household management has not necessarily been to accomplish all the tasks necessary to daily life herself, but just to make sure that they are completed. If you've ever seen a Regency-style drama like Pride and Prejudice or read other Jane Austen novels, you may be familiar with the idea that the job of the woman of the house was not necessarily to do all the laundry, cooking, and cleaning herself. Her job was to manage making sure that that stuff was completed, no matter who actually ended up doing it. For many, and probably most families, there is not a big budget for hiring a housekeeper and a cook. In that instance, it's very likely that as the woman of the house, the role of actually completing the daily and weekly chores may fall to you. But it is also feminine and wise to delegate these things to children, if there are any, in ways that are age-appropriate and that make sense to your household. Just to be clear, being feminine does not mean you have to cosplay Snow White or Cinderella. Remember that your feelings need to be your guide when it comes to how the daily tasks of life end up completed. Feel your feelings and check in with your body as you address the needs of your household and allow your feelings to inform your decisions. Where men fit in with this. When it comes to live-in relationships,
obviously both partners are affected by the daily tasks of life. Both partners will have opinions on what chores are important and when they are important to complete. Masculine energy is a leadership energy, even when it comes to the daily tasks of life and how and when they are completed. If you are married or in a committed relationship where you are sharing space, the man should be taking the lead on the division of the household chores. Do not misunderstand me. I am not saying the man should do all the chores. And I am not saying he should be a slave driver, taskmaster that controls everything and dictates to you what chores you should do and when you should do them. I am saying that your relationship will be much more polarized and therefore much more pleasant if he takes the lead in deciding what chores are important, who should be in charge of making sure they are accomplished, and when they should be completed. And, of course, he should only be making this decision fully informed by your vulnerably expressed feelings. What would this look like? If you've been in a relationship for a while and chores haven't had real structure to them, or if you're in a relationship with a division of household chores that you are not crazy about, this is a great time to consider saying, "Husband, can we talk about the house? I'm feeling," fill in the blank. Share your feelings as they show up in your body when you think about the needs of the household and how the chores are currently divided. Ask him for help with your feelings. Allow him to take the lead with the situation. Your only job is to remain in touch with your feelings. I promise your husband is fully capable of coming up with a solution that makes sense for your family and that honors your feelings. You are not meant to feel trapped by the household chores and other necessary tasks of daily life. When you are feeling stress, panic, anxiety, resentment, bitterness, anger, or other big feelings around the things that need to be done around the house, or with your own body care and maintenance, it is time to ask for help with those feelings and allow the man in your life to come up with an honoring solution. Your job as a feminine woman is to allow your feelings to be your guide and to share those feelings appropriately. As long as you are living from your feelings and sharing them when they come up, it is not possible for you to feel trapped in your life for long. Sharing our emotions vulnerably invites men to find new solutions for us. Hannah wrote in, "When my husband and I got married, I thought we would both do chores equally. We had decided that verbally, but in real life, that's not what happened. Over time, I ended up doing more and more chores. The worst was when he was unemployed and just hanging out at home all day, and I was working full-time to support our young family, and I was doing every single chore that had to be done. I was cooking, cleaning, and doing all the laundry. When I confronted him about this and demanded that he at least do the laundry if he was just going to hang out at home all day, otherwise doing nothing, he refused. It felt like a slap in the face. I was angry, but I didn't lash out. I just quietly continued to do everything alone, and I felt like a martyr every day. I resented him every day. This continued for years. His only jobs were to take out the trash and mow the lawn. Other than that, he would hang out while I did everything. This changed when I discovered how to live from my feelings. One day, I was doing laundry and feeling extremely overwhelmed. With a lot of kids comes a lot of laundry, and I was looking at a pile bigger than I was. Normally, I would just have told myself to suck it up, Buttercup, and get to work. But this time, I allowed myself to feel my feelings, and what I felt was overwhelm and huge, huge sadness. This time, I went to my husband, not to ask for help with the laundry, but to ask for help with my feelings. He held me while I cried. I told him I was feeling overwhelm, sadness, anxiety, and panic. He asked why. I told him it was because of the enormous amount of laundry I had to do. I didn't ask for help, but I didn't need to.
All that needed to happen was he needed to know how I was feeling. He went ahead and got the kids together and led them all in folding their own clothes. I didn't need to confront, nag, beg, plead, or yell at anyone. He was glad for the chance to serve me in this way. He took my nightmare and made it a beautiful afternoon. And it didn't end that day. Now that he knows how stressed I can get when things pile up, I find him folding laundry or motivating the kids to help also, without me having to ask. I feel like feminine energy set me free from the prison of nagging and yelling, which never worked anyway. All I had to do was be myself and share my true feelings as I felt them, and that changed everything. Thanks, Hannah, for sending that in. It can be safe to start having these conversations with the man in your life. When it comes to body and household maintenance, and remember, household maintenance is a form of body maintenance, the man in your life has an important role to play as a leader. When he is invited and allowed to lead in this area, fully informed by your feelings as you feel them, you may be completely shocked, in a good way, at how things change for you and your entire household. Journaling prompts. Here are some journaling prompts about your relationship with your body and the tasks that need to be done to care for your body. To use them, please copy down each question into a journal, and then respond to it with the words that flow into your mind. No judgment, just writing. What insights flow to you as you consider your history with your body and the chores of life that are necessary to maintain your body? 1. How do you honestly feel about your physical body? 2. What resentments have you carried about your physical body? 3. How does your body feel about the resentment you carry towards it? 4. Write about your physical health. What has your journey been like in terms of taking care of your physical body? 5. What self-care have you participated in the past? What kind of self-care are you considering for the future? 6. What has been your life experience with the daily tasks of life and body maintenance? Were you raised with what you would consider a good routine with chores? What is your experience with them now? Tapping scripts. To use these tapping scripts, tap on your forehead or collarbone and say each affirmation at least 3 times out loud. 1. Even though I have struggled with my relationship with my body in the past, every day I am learning to love my body more and more. 2. I am easily learning to love and accept my body as it is now. 3. I can be charming and feminine with my body exactly as it is today. 4. I choose to honor and express my inner and outer beauty. 5. I choose easy daily self-maintenance. 6. Every day, it gets easier and easier for me to take exceptional care of my body. 7. I love taking care of my own body. 8. It can be safe for me to love my own body. 9. It can be safe
Chapter 10,
to love my body
Receiving
as it is
with
today.
Gratitude.
10.
While masculine
I
energy
choose
is
to
a
love
giving
my
energy,
body.
feminine energy is
11.
a receiving
I
energy.
choose to love my body
Our
as it
physical
is
bodies are
today.
great examples of this.
12.
Where the male body
I
gives,
love my
the
body.
female body receives. And from
13.
that reception
I
comes
love
the
my
creation
body
of
as
new
it is
life.
today.
Of course, no one in the world is just a giver or just a receiver, including men and women. As women, we give various things in various situations, but overall, and especially in the context of our relationships with men, we are designed to receive and not to give. If this sounds selfish to you, hang in there. The thing to remember about feminine energy is that just existing
is the gift that it gives to the world. I think of that passage from Victor Hugo's Toilers of the Sea that I quoted in the previous chapter, the description of Déruchette. Her gift to the world is her smile and her occasional melancholy, her feelings, openly and vulnerably lived and shared. Her greatest occupation is to live her daily life, and yet she is the golden thread of our destiny and the very spirit of grace and harmony. Focusing on caring for our own bodies and emotions and those of our children is enough. And as we have established, in itself this is hard work. And in itself, body care and maintenance for the self and those in our stewardship is a form of giving. But I would say it is a form of passive giving, compared with the giving that comes from masculine energy going forth and collecting resources and bringing them home. Feminine giving is more in the form of emotional presence, while masculine giving is more in terms of concrete items and money and objects and guidance and leadership. As women, we experience love through receiving. Even if you are not a gifts person in terms of your love languages, I guarantee that you will feel loved when you are given things you desire, whether that is time or service or whatever. Because we feel love through receiving, we assume men feel love through receiving also, but this understanding is not necessarily correct. Consider this story from Kara. About 4 months into my marriage, I felt like the spark we had was gone. I thought of getting a divorce. I just didn't feel loved or important. My new husband was suddenly spending all his time on his computer and ignoring me completely. I didn't know what to do. I thought, if there wasn't enough love in my marriage, I could turn that around by increasing the love. I decided to increase the love in my marriage by giving. When I was at the grocery store, I'd pick up a little treat for my husband. If I got myself lunch, I'd get lunch for him too, without being asked. I had memorized all of his likes and dislikes, so it was easy to think of things he would like. I did this for many years. I guess it increased the love in my marriage in general, but it didn't increase my own sense of being loved. I did all the giving, he did all the receiving, and I still felt forgotten and unloved, even though I was trying so hard. It really came to a point one day when my husband announced that he was getting Subway for lunch. When he came back, I asked him, "Can I have my cookie?" He looked confused. "What cookie?" And then I was confused. You know, every time I go to Subway, I buy you a cookie, so I assumed that you would buy me a cookie too. It was not a great moment. He said, "Oh, I didn't even think of that." And he went back to work, and that was that. I was devastated. For years, I had been so thoughtful of my husband, always getting him all sorts of things every time I was out and about. And this was the moment that I realized that he was not thinking of me the same way. No wonder I did not feel loved. It was at that point that I decided to stop giving. I stopped buying him candy at the checkout line at the grocery store. I stopped buying him lunch that he hadn't even asked for. I stopped thinking of little ways to serve him. With all my newfound free time, I decided to start focusing on myself. I started prioritizing my own self-care. And what was shocking was, the more I focused on taking better care of me, the more he started taking better care of me too. Then we had a problem where he didn't know what I liked. Once he decided to get himself another sandwich from Subway, and for once he got me one too, without me having to ask. But the sandwich he picked was not one I would have ever picked for myself, and it was not one that I was willing to try. In the end, I threw that sandwich in the trash. I was so glad that he tried, but what he got for me was not what I wanted, and I literally couldn't stomach it. I haven't taken care of this yet, but I know the next step is to wait until I'm feeling some feelings about it, and then go to him and ask him for help with them. Truly, I feel sad when I think of how I know
all of his likes and dislikes, and he apparently doesn't know any of my likes or dislikes at all. I feel so happy he is trying, and I feel so sad that he doesn't know my preferences. I know that vulnerably sharing my feelings with him about this the next time I'm really feeling them will be a powerful way to continue healing this situation. I love that story from Kara. When we as women give to the men in our lives, we pervert the polarity dynamic. When we proactively give to the men in our lives, it puts us in a giving role and them in a receiving role, and it feels wrong. I believe most men, if pressed, would agree that it feels wrong. Not every man will agree with that at first, by the way. Feminized men who are used to being waited on hand and foot probably have no conscious problem with it, because it is so convenient to just exist and have women bring you food and treats and presents without ever having to ask. But ask a man whose masculinity is healed, and he will agree men should give and women should receive, and not really vice versa. Women feel love through receiving thoughtful offerings, but men do not feel love that way. Men feel mothered that way, mothered, and sometimes smothered. Beyond this, for men, relationship happiness is not so much about love as respect. Is it respectful to anticipate a man's needs and provide for him as if he can't provide for himself? Perhaps that is not always super respectful. Perhaps it is actually a form of mothering, which is necessary for little boys and very unnecessary and sometimes even offensive and counterproductive for grown-up men. What it means to receive. The word receive means to be given something, but most people do not actually receive everything they are given. One example that comes into my mind is forgiveness. Have you ever been forgiven by someone you have wronged, and yet you refused to forgive yourself? That is you not truly receiving forgiveness. Another example that comes to mind is that of the unwanted gift. Have you ever been given a gift that made your skin crawl, that you dreamed of tossing in the closest dump? That would be another example of not receiving something given. Just because something is placed into our hands does not mean we receive it in our hearts. There are many things that are possible to receive. Physical items are the most obvious. We can receive food, money, clothing, items, and stuff of all kinds. But we can also receive things on a more ethereal level. Things like love, guidance, or forgiveness. We can receive abstract things, like a man's guidance or emotional protection, by accepting it on a spiritual and emotional level. We receive physical things by accepting them into our physical space. We accept spiritual or more abstract things by accepting them into our spiritual space. Things can be given to us that we do not receive on a spiritual level. True receiving takes place when we receive with a sense of graciousness and gratitude, when we incorporate what is given to us on a physical or spiritual level. An example of physical incorporation would be eating some food that was given to you and enjoying it, or actually hanging up a decoration that was given to you that you truly like. An example of spiritual incorporation would be truly accepting the reality of someone else's love for you, or emotionally feeling peace about allowing a man to be your provider and protector. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Not everything that is given to us is positive, and I want to acknowledge this. Abuse can be given. Gaslighting can be given. Items that hurt us or that we hate can be given. Feminine energy does not have to receive everything it is given in order to remain feminine. However, the fact is that feminine energy is absorbent by nature, and so many women find that they do, in fact, accept, receive, and incorporate the negative things they are given. Examples of this would be accepting and incorporating other people's judgments of you, or the words spoken to you in anger by your parents or other authority figures in your life. Feminine energy in no way requires you to take on these kinds of things that are sent in your direction. But the reality is that feminine energy sort of primes us all to be very susceptible to taking these things on. You may not feel that you receive many things in your life, but likely you are wrong about that. It may simply be that you do not receive many good things in your life, and that is something that can change, and we're going to talk about that shortly. Being feminine doesn't mean being a victim or martyr and helplessly accepting, receiving, and incorporating everything that's sent in your direction. Remember that feminine energy has one major overarching imperative: self-care. Self-care is a main responsibility of feminine energy, which is why feeling feelings as they happen and sharing them vulnerably is a main responsibility of feminine energy. Living from our feelings is a primary form of self-care. When it comes to what we receive, it can be wise to be aware of what we are receiving, particularly on a spiritual level. This comes down to boundaries and how we're incorporating boundaries in our regular lives. This comes back to putting in good boundaries about what we're willing to receive and what we're not willing to receive. Giving and receiving with women and men. It's important to note here that while women are feminine and men are masculine, these are not the only points on the masculine-feminine spectrum. As I explained in the beginning of the book, children are feminine to women, even though women are feminine to men. Men are supposed to lead women and children, but women are also supposed to lead children. A woman wouldn't lead a man, but she would lead her children. This is important to mention because there are some people out there that will argue that a feminine woman should never give to anyone, ever, including her own children or her own female friends. This is, in my opinion, a grave error in thinking. It is masculine to give and feminine to receive, and men are masculine and women are feminine. But babies are relatively feminine to women, and in the context of motherhood, women can and should and must give to their babies and children, and those babies and children must receive what is given if they want to survive. All women have the feminine blueprint, but in a female-female friend relationship, it only makes sense for the women to take turns giving and receiving. In order for one person to receive, another person must give. In a female-female friend relationship, how would it even be possible for both women to only receive and never give? Additionally, the reality of lived human life is that emergencies crop up in normal life that require adjustments in who is giving and who is receiving. As I've mentioned before, I'm writing this book while recovering from bilateral pneumonia, so I have had plenty of opportunities to receive many items, gifts, food, and service over the past few weeks, all from women. Those women gave me their time and efforts and stuff by making me and my family dinners over and over again in my hour of need. Would a true femininity expert say that women should never give to other women in this manner? Of course, the thought beggars belief. These are not serious assertions by thoughtful people. There is a time and place for all women to give. Those times and places are when she falls into a relatively masculine role, even though she remains a feminine woman. Motherhood is feminine, but the default elements of leadership and giving and teaching put a mother in a relatively masculine role to her children,
In quotations, because even when women lead in this way, it can be and should be, and often is, done in a feminine way. Female friendship is also feminine, but when one friend is in need of something that the other friend can provide, it puts the providing friend into a providing role, a quote-unquote masculine role. This does not diminish either woman's core femininity. It is just to acknowledge that the expressions of masculinity and femininity are not simply absolute, but are also tied to the roles we play in the lives of those around us and the situations we find ourselves in. Feminine energy is a receiving energy, and masculine energy is a giving energy. In the context of adult male-female interactions, women in general should be on the receiving end, and men in general should be on the giving end. This is not true for every single relationship and situation that exists in the entirety of the universe. You are very capable of evaluating the relationships in your life and the situations in your life, and determining where it does make sense for you to give and where it makes sense for you to receive. A good rule of thumb is that in a relationship with a grown man, in general, your job is to receive and allow him to lead and give. In relationships with minor children, your job is to lead and guide them and give them the things they need from a feminine space and in a feminine way. In relationships with other women, it may feel right to seek a balance of giving and receiving based on what's going on in your individual lives and on individual days. Reassessing tendencies of giving in marriage. Many, many women in the world give a lot of themselves. For many of us, it's a matter of pride and also a matter of just doing our best to be good people. How many of us have bought into the idea that to be a good person or to have a good marriage, we as women should be giving, giving, giving? We give time, we give money, we give effort, we give items, we give food, we give experiences. Many of us stretch ourselves thin in an effort to be good people. I don't believe women should never ever give. That is not what I am saying. But in the context of masculine-feminine relationships, the feminine role is to be on the receiving end, typically, not the giving end. In the context of female-female relationships and relationships between mothers and children, it's different. Mothers obviously must give to their children, and women can and should give to their female friends. Giving in and of itself is not a problem, but a woman giving in marriage instead of receiving can be a big problem. It can throw off the polarity dynamic and mess with both the man and woman's sense of well-being. Men are meant to give to women, not the other way around. This is the dynamic that feels the most natural and the most in alignment for both men and women. Think about dating. Men give women flowers and women give men back what? Adoration and gratitude. Men buy the dinner and women give back more adoration and more gratitude. Men do the driving and the planning and the earning and the buying, and women give back adoration and gratitude. That is the dynamic that feels best to both parties, generally speaking. Women tend to start giving in marriage or relationships when men stop giving so much. We as women do this because we think it will inspire the men in our lives to love us more. But more often than not, it just kills the love instead. When women give, it makes romantic relationships worse. I know it's hard to hear, but this is also very freeing. The greatest expression of masculine energy is to provide for women and children with ultimate devotion. The greatest expression of feminine energy is to receive and bask in how well she is loved and cared for. We cannot receive if we are the ones doing all the giving.
It may seem counterintuitive, and the men in your life may verbally disagree with this assertion, but very often, women giving to men in romantic relationships just leads to resentment. Men know instinctively that they are the ones who should be doing the leading and the giving. When women try to lead the relationship by giving in order to inspire love, on an instinctive level, it feels wrong. It does not inspire love. What are you giving in your relationship? What things are you doing to be extra thoughtful that might actually not be in alignment with the feminine energy you are trying to embody? In a typical day, how much do you give and how much do you receive in your marriage? What if it turned out that the main things you were supposed to be giving in your marriage were nothing more than respect, adoration, admiration, trust, and gratitude? What if giving items and unrequested additional services to your husband was not just completely unnecessary, but counterproductive? When men want something of us as women, they are capable of asking for it. This is an opportunity for them to take responsibility for having their own needs met as men. And this is an opportunity for them to take the lead in the relationship. As women, the greatest way we can serve the men in our lives is by cooperating with their honorable requests of us. This is not to say we should do anything a man ever tells us to do or asks of us just because he is male. This is to say that as we opt out of proactively giving in our romantic relationships, that we replace proactive giving with pleasant cooperation when we are asked to do reasonable things that are asked of us from a place of respect for our feelings. Receiving what can be given. I recently saw a post online where a woman was complaining that a woman can only receive as much as a man is willing to give. However, that concept is backwards. The real secret is that men can only truly give as much as a woman is willing to receive. The more a woman is willing to receive, the more a man is driven to provide. This concept feels alien, false, and distressing to women whose husbands have failed to provide for them adequately. And that can make sense. It is preferable to place the blame on the men in our lives for not giving us enough, for not providing enough for us. But the reality is that we are always the limiting factors in what we can receive. I personally believe that God is always trying to send us blessings, and that we are the only things blocking ourselves from receiving phenomenal blessings. We limit our own ability to receive for a lot of reasons, but mostly those reasons come down to trauma and false beliefs. We don't believe we are worthy of blessings, or we reject blessings out of guilt or shame, feelings of worthlessness or unworthiness. Most of the time, this is subconsciously done, but very often we turn down good things in our lives very knowingly. How much good are you willing to tolerate in your own life? I've mentioned that I'm writing this book as I recover from pneumonia, and I've been having to deal with this issue firsthand. The question of how much I am willing to receive is a question I have to answer every single day. How much am I willing to allow other people to serve me? How many meals am I willing to accept from my neighbors? How much free babysitting am I willing to accept? How many nights am I willing to allow my husband to put the kids to bed alone? Even though my body is so weak right now, it is hard for me to physically do anything. I still find myself turning down assistance from people who deeply desire to offer it to me. I find myself forcing myself to do things I know I shouldn't do for the sake of my health, rather than ask for and accept help. And I'm doing this even though I'm literally writing a book right now about feminine energy and the importance of receiving. So please believe me when I say I know the struggle firsthand. No one wants to be a burden. Well, maybe some people don't mind it, but for many of us, we have innate systems in place that alert us when we are possibly in danger of becoming burdensome to others. Some of that is based in fear. Some of it is based in pride. These are valid emotions and emotions worth working through. Clearly, I need to keep working through them myself. When we start feeling burdensome, it's time to dig into the real feelings underlying this, because feeling like a burden is not really a feeling. The real feelings are guilt, shame, fear, unworthiness, and worthlessness, and those real feelings deserve our attention and healing. In the book The Big Leap by Gay Hendricks, Hendricks talks about the upper limit problem, which is when life gets so good for a person that they engage in self-sabotage just to avoid the feeling that life is going too well for them. In my experience and observation, all human beings, male and female, have upper limit problems. In my emotional healing work, I call it the self-sabotage threshold. Understanding the self-sabotage threshold. It's important to understand the self-sabotage threshold when we study masculine-feminine polarity because it explains a lot about our own behavior and the behavior of everyone around us. And it's also important to understand the self-sabotage threshold in the context of femininity specifically as receiving energy. Many times when we are not receiving enough to thrive, it is specifically because of our own self-imposed limits on our ability to receive. Every aspect of your life has self-sabotage thresholds. You have a lower limit and an upper limit for everything. An easy way to understand this is in terms of money, because we can easily assign numeric values to all concepts. Imagine a person who has a lower money self-sabotage threshold of $0 and an upper money self-sabotage limit of $1,000. What this would mean is this person has an absolute minimum monetary floor of $0. This person is willing to spend and spend and spend, but when they hit $0 in their bank account, this person is going to be absolutely thrown into panic mode and start earning and saving in response. This same person will earn and save, but only until they get $1,000 in their bank account. As soon as that upper self-sabotage threshold is met, this person will feel totally rich and spend all the way down until they have $0 again. Many people have monetary thresholds in the negative. This is when people have chronic problems with debt. For some people, even their upper self-sabotage limit is in the negative, and that's when people experience a never-ending cycle of debt, digging out just a little bit, only to then turn around and accumulate even more debt. I talk about these concepts at length in the self-sabotage sessions and the debt session at allyduzetclasses.com. It is possible to heal and adjust self-sabotage thresholds. This is done by addressing the underlying emotions linked to the formation of the thresholds. In that way, a person could move their lower limit for $0 to, say, $1,000, ensuring that $1,000 is the lowest amount that they are willing to have in their bank account at any time. When they hit their new ultimate bottom of $1,000 in their bank account, they will feel an urge to earn more and replenish their money so that they never have less than $1,000. Similarly, you can adjust the upper limit, say from $1,000 to $2,000 in our example. All of a sudden, our example person doesn't feel rich until they have earned $2,000. And they are only willing to spend down to $1,000. This is a much more secure way to live. But these concepts apply to our relationships and our overall happiness as well. Say we can rank your happiness on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being very unhappy and 10 being very happy. You are willing to experience happiness only within the self-sabotage thresholds you set, whatever they are. Many survivors of abuse have extremely low thresholds of happiness because they never felt safe enough to actually learn what it feels like to be happy. Imagine an abuse survivor who has an absolute maximum threshold of 2 happiness points and a minimum of -1 happiness points. This is a person who is going to go into self-sabotage well before anything actually becomes very positive in their life. And this is a person who will allow themselves to get extremely unhappy before they are willing to do anything about it. On the other end of the spectrum, imagine a person whose thresholds are set to 7 and 10. As soon as this person is only a 7 on the happiness scale, they notice and immediately take action to increase their own happiness. And they allow themselves to be a 10 out of 10 on the happiness scale without self-sabotaging their own happiness. In both of our examples, there is a total point spread of only a few points. But the person who is willing to experience 10 out of 10 happiness without self-sabotage, and who is willing to take action to preserve their own happiness once they are only a 7 out of 10 on the happiness scale, is obviously going to be much happier than their counterpart. Our ability to receive could also be measured on an imaginary 10-point scale. How open are we to receiving good things before we self-sabotage? That is our upper self-sabotage limit. How little are we willing to receive before we finally allow ourselves to receive something, anything? That is our lower self-sabotage limit. Healing the receiving self-sabotage threshold. Before a doctor or a healer can take effective action against a set of symptoms in a patient, there has to be some kind of diagnosis. The first step to healing is getting clear on what exactly the problem is. The more good we are willing to receive in life, the more we will receive. Men desire to give. They desire to provide. Our ability to receive is very often the limiting factor here. Becoming aware of our own self-sabotage is the first step to healing. We must release our patterns of self-sabotage in terms of what we are willing to receive if we want to receive plenty of the good things in life that are necessary for us to feel happy and to feel feminine every day. One thing that can be helpful in healing our self-sabotage threshold is really digging into why we block good things. Pay attention to it when people offer you gifts or service and you turn it down. Why do you turn it down? When people compliment you, do you accept the compliment gracefully, or do you reject it or minimize it? If you reject verbal gifts like this, why do you do that? What would it look like if you opened yourself up to receiving more good? A lot of times, we block our own positive receiving because of things like guilt and shame. What do you feel guilty about? What do you feel ashamed of? Digging into these things and really feeling those feelings so they can move through you can allow you to move into a space of greater freedom and openness to receive. Becoming more conscious of what you are willing to receive can make a big difference. Remember that as women, we are always receiving, even when it doesn't feel like we're receiving anything. When we aren't receiving peace, we might be receiving chaos instead. When we're not receiving good, we can be receiving bad. What are you truly receiving right now? What will it take for you to feel ready to receive something more peaceful, more loving, more supportive, more kind? What emotions come up when you think about allowing yourself to receive better things in life? You are a woman, and therefore you receive. You already are receiving many things. You have received many things over the course of your life, and not all of the things you have received have been positive. Now is a time for you to consciously move into a new space of receiving. Now is the time to choose to receive good instead of bad. Now is a time to choose to receive peace and order instead of chaos. Now is a time to expand how much good you are willing to receive and accept and incorporate into your life. You are a woman, the crowning glory of all creation, and you deserve to receive what is good, not from a space of entitlement, but from a space of faith. If you are open to it, all good things can and will flow to you in the perfect divine timing. Breathe it in. Journaling prompts. To use these journaling prompts, write out each sentence in your journal, and then write out whatever comes into your mind as a response. These prompts may help you come to greater insight on your own ability to receive without engaging in self-sabotage. 1. Has someone ever offered you something that you turned down, even though you wanted it? Why? 2. Do you ever reject or negate compliments from other people? Why? 3. Do you feel comfortable receiving when other people give you things? Why or why not? 4. What do you still feel guilty about in your life? Do you feel it is possible that guilt could be keeping you from receiving good things? What do you need to do in order to make things right and set yourself free from that guilt? 5. What do you still feel shame about in your life? Do you feel it is possible those feelings of shame are blocking you from receiving more good things? In what way can you clear that shame from your heart? 6. What message does your body have for you about what you deserve to receive? 7. What messages did your parents have for you in childhood about what you deserved to receive? 8. Can you tell yourself a new story about what you deserve to receive? 9. Are you willing to receive all good things on a divine timeline for you? What feelings come up for you when you think about trusting that all good things will come to you, though perhaps on a timeline you cannot control? Tapping scripts. To use these tapping scripts, tap on your forehead or collarbone while saying each statement 3 or more times out loud. 1. I easily see where in my life I have been giving too much. 2. It could be safe to shift my patterns of giving and receiving. 3. What if it could be safe for me to receive more good in my life? 4. It could be safe for me to receive more good in my life. 5. I choose to see my history with giving and receiving with divine clarity. 6. I honor the parts of myself that feel stressed and tired from overgiving in my marriage and other relationships. 7. It is safe for me to choose out of overgiving. 8. Women are allowed to simply receive in the context of marriage. 9. I know when it is right for me to give and when it is right for me to receive with grace. 10. I choose to receive more good in my life with more grace. 11. I deserve the good things. 12. I can deserve good things